Nana có từ lễ trên đài. Nana có từ lễ trên đài. Nana có từ lễ trên đài. นั่นนะก็ตื่นเล่จันได้นั่นนะก็ตื่นเล่จันได้นั่นนะก็ตื่นเล่จันได้ Nè nè, có từ lấy trên đài.
Camera được đẹp không? Đúng không? Không flop camera này.
Nè nè, có từ lấy trên đài.
Trong đô plongต้องพลองบอกอินยังโดที่จะชาเป็นแฟนช่างยังมาไปเกียนสันไม่ไงบอกช่างนั่งไงมาไปเกียนสัน
เป็นนะเอาแสดงว่าทางไหน
ได้บอง
อันนั้นมาสเตอร์เราสลักอ่ะนี่ไง
ที่แต่กันยังการเดินเลยนะ
เยี่ยม
ยังการห้องเดียวเลย
ប្រកួតនេះរៀបចំដោយ Moonton Infinity Note 50 Series MPL Edition សម្រាប់ gamer គ្រប់គ្នាសាកថ្មល្បឿន90 W និងសាកថ្មអត់ខ្សែ30 W បំពាក់អេក្រង់ AMOLED ល្បឿន 144 Hz អាចលេង Mobile Legends Bang ដោយរលូនដំណើរការកម្មវិធីលឿនជាមួយនឹង RAM សរុប 24 GB អមជាមួយនឹងការរចនាពណ៌ពេញដោយអានុភាពខ្លះមកដល់ចប់គម្រោង CKAO Gamer ថ្មីទទួលបានអ៊ីនធឺណិត 8 GB និងពេជ្រ35ត្រឹមតែ$1.75ក្នុងមួយសប្តាហ៍ទស្សនាភាពយន្ត3ញ៉ាំអាហារឆ្ងាញ់ៗសារចាក់បញ្ចាំងនិងអីធំទូលាយទស្សនានៅរោងភាពយន្តខ្មែររោងភាពយន្ត Legend យើងក៏មិនភ្លេចផងដែរជាមួយ Esports Partner Indomie សូមអរគុណដល់សហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកដែលតែងតែគាំទ្រនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតសូមស្វាគមន៍អ្នកនាងមកកាន់ការប្រកួត MPL KH រដូវកាលទី9 វគ្គ Playoffs ជួយនឹងថ្ងៃទី1ក៏ដូចជាគូទី1របស់យើងជំនួបរវាង Pro Esports ត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង See You Soon វ៉ាវពិសេសខ្លាំងមែនតើជាមួយនឹងវគ្គ Playoffs របស់យើងបានដឹងហើយថាមានតែ6ធីមតែប៉ុណ្ណោះដែលគាត់អាចមកប្រកួតនៅក្នុងវគ្គ Playoffs របស់យើងហើយនេះគឺជាជំនួបរវាងជាមួយនឹង idol របស់អ្នកនេះតែម្ដងគឺ Pro Esports ត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង See You Soon យើងអត់តាន់ច្បាស់ណាស់ទេថាតើពីធីមមួយនេះតើធីមមួយណាដែលគាត់អាចទទួលបានជោគជ័យនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះដូចគ្នាផងដែរអញ្ចឹងបន្ទាប់ពីយើងបានដឹងថានៅក្នុងវគ្គ Regular Season របស់យើងផងគឺអ្នកពួកគាត់ស្វិតស្វាញខ្លាំងមែនតើដើម្បីមកកាន់វគ្គ Playoff អញ្ចឹងវគ្គ Playoff មួយនេះគឺពិតជាសំខាន់សម្រាប់ធីមទាំងអស់ដែលជាធីមទាំង6អញ្ចឹងយើងអត់តាន់ច្បាស់ទេថាតើនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះតើធីមមួយណាដែលអាចនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតវគ្គបន្តដល់ថ្ងៃស្អែកដូចគ្នាផងដែរអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតរបស់យើងបានដឹងហើយថាអ្នកនរគ្នាគឺមានជាមួយនឹងចា schedule ដែលអ្នកគ្នាឃើញការផុសនៅលើ MPL Cambodia របស់យើងអញ្ចឹងជាក់ស្ដែងជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតជាមួយថ្ងៃនេះផងដែរគឺយើងមានរហូតទៅ2គូចាហើយយើងតាន់ច្បាស់ទេថាជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports ឬមកក៏ See You Soon ដែលគាត់បន្តដំណើរទៅមុខទៀតឬមួយក៏យ៉ាងណាអញ្ចឹងអ្នកដែលគាត់ទស្សនានៅទីនេះក៏ដូចជាតាមការ like complete ធ្វើការ like share ក៏ដូចជា comment លើកទឹកចិត្តដល់របស់អ្នកគ្នាថាតើជាមួយនឹងចា Pro Esports ឬមួយក៏ See You Soon ដែលគាត់ធ្វើបានល្អ ជាពិសេសដែលគាត់នៅទស្សនាទីនេះផ្ទាល់គឺអាចទៅកាន់ស្តង់ sponsor របស់យើងដើម្បីទទួលបានជាមួយរង្វាន់យ៉ាងច្រើនដូចគ្នាផងដែរហើយការប្រកួតនេះគឺពិសេសមែនទែនហើយជាមួយនឹងចាអាចនិយាយបានថាជាមួយនឹងជើងឯកក៏យើងអត់ទាន់ដឹងច្បាស់ដែរនៅក្នុងរដូវកាលមួយនេះអញ្ចឹងយើងចាំមើលទាំងអស់គ្នាថាតើជាមួយនឹងជើងឯកនៅក្នុងរដូវកាលទី9របស់យើងថាជាមួយនឹងធីមមួយណាដែលគាត់ធ្វើបានល្អហើយចាំមើលថាតើ idol របស់អ្នកនរគ្នាធ្វើបានល្អកម្រិតណាអញ្ចឹងក៏ផ្លេចតាមដានជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត MPL KH រដូវកាលទី9របស់យើងដូចគ្នាផងដែរអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់សាររបស់យើងគឺអ្នកគ្នាបានដឹងហើយណាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងហើយអ្នកនរគ្នាអាចធ្វើការមកទីនេះផ្ទាល់ដើម្បីជួបជាមួយនឹងកីឡាករជាពិសេសគឺបានជួបជាមួយស្នេហ៍ស្នាជាមួយនឹង idol របស់អ្នកនរគ្នាជាពិសេសគឺបានថតរូបទៀតអញ្ចឹងកុំភ្លេចមកឲ្យច្រើនដើម្បីទស្សនាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងហើយក៏ចង់ដឹងដូចគ្នាថាតើក្រុមមួយណាដែលគាត់តំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងទៅចាប្រកួតនៅអន្តរជាតិដូចគ្នាផងដែរអញ្ចឹងយើងអត់នៅច្បាស់ទេជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងថ្ងៃនេះជាថ្ងៃទី1សង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅតែបន្តការគាំទ្រទៅកាន់ idol របស់គ្នាចាដូច្នេះអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងក៏សង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកគ្នានឹងធ្វើការ share ក៏ដូចជា view ច្រើនដូចគ្នាផងដែរអូខេតោះអញ្ចឹងអ្នកគ្នាក៏ចង់ដឹងថាការប្រកួតរបស់យើងស្វិតស្វាញដល់កម្រិតណាក៏សូមផ្ដល់ទូនេះជូនទៅដល់ caster របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នា
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Abstract from MPL Singapore. This time, this season, we are going to be looking at an English broadcast for MPL Cambodia, which does seem as though we do have quite a bit of the chat that is actually pretty darn excited about the fact that there is an English broadcast today. Now, understandably, when it comes down to Cambodia, they are not strangers to the international scene. Even when it comes down to my side here in Singapore, we tend to have nice scrims against Cambodian teams. And there, of course, have been a lot of crazy teams and very strong teams as a matter of fact. And when it comes down to this year's MPL Cambodia Season 8, we do have a really stacked amount of teams that really comes off really darn strong. Be it all the way from Season 6 or all the way until now, which is Season 9, there has been very different winners and champions, which makes this even better. Now, what we have in MPL Singapore is actually best of 3 all the way until the grand finals, which eventually becomes the best of 5. So it did definitely, gave me quite a surprise to see that every single series is best of 5, and then the grand finals being a best of 7. Do have some differences on that point and that mark. However, that's what I want to look for, right? It's less punishing and it's a lot more geared towards pro play and geared towards consistency. Now, let's pull off the bracket and we take a look at what we have over here. And of course, understandably, when it comes down to the play-ins between the first 4 teams, we have See You Soon as well as Pro Esports. The two of them will be fighting against one another for this upcoming game. And then later into the day, we have Team Max going up against Valhalla. This is play-ins, ladies and gentlemen. And that means that this is a torturous game. Best of 5, no second chances. All you gotta do is play these maximum of 5 game, minimum of 3. If you are out, you are out of the entire season. And you wouldn't even be able to make it onto the next season as a regular. That means that you have to fight for the qualifier stage once again, which actually is going to be the same thing for a couple of these teams here. In fact, I think that is See You Soon. Because when it comes down to See You Soon, they did not manage to find themselves in a pretty nice spot. As such, they actually did lose their opportunity of, seeded in immediately. Because not only them, we also have Team Flash KH. They actually came in via the qualifiers. But we'll talk about Team Flash KH later on because they are actually not going to be playing today. They did manage to get a pretty good standings for their own, and that also means that they are at they did not get a good standings of their own. In fact, it's actually the opposite and flip side. Team Flash Cambodia actually got relegated in their regular season. That's a huge oopsie. As much as I really like to see Team Flash Cambodia do well because MPL Singapore's Team Flash is strong, but that also means that 2 of the Team Flash teams have actually been knocked out of going into the international stage, which is definitely gonna really hurt for the organization. Hope to be able to see them do a lot better for the upcoming season. However, we gotta have to take a look at this very game itself, and that is gonna be See You Soon. See You Soon, they do have managed to come up really nicely, but you know what? We do have got the player walk-ins that is coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the very first team going up on stage, and that is none other than See You Soon. Of course, when it comes down to See You Soon, they have shown utmost resilience. And of course, even though they did not manage to do a very good job in Season 8, they have to fight themselves back into the qualifiers. They still managed to find themselves in a pretty good spot this year, or rather this season, by putting themselves at the 4th place in the regular seasons, having a really strong opportunity to be able to fight back nicely. And coming up next, going up against See You Soon, it is Pro Esports! With Pro Esports in the standings, of course, making sure that See You Soon will not be able to hold themselves well. Pro Esports are one but we also do need to remember that Pro Esports did manage to seed themselves into Season 9 through their 5th to 6th standing in Season 8. And coming up, the coaches coming in from both of these two teams. They are undoubtedly gonna be a strong part of the team and how they improve the games in general. From See You Soon, we got Pop as well as Coach V. And let's not forget, when it comes down to Pro Esports, we do have got Cat God. With Rexar right within the mix as well. Pro Esports and See You Soon, they're gonna be duking it out once together. And let's take a look and understand a little bit more about the teams. With See You Soon, we've got Donut, PP, Akra, I hope that I'm pronouncing it properly, Kane, and Shadow. So when it comes down to Donut, he hasn't really shown anything as of yet, because when it comes down to See You Soon, they do have got the main player Alonso that has been playing throughout the regular season. So fielding in Donut to kind of change the playstyle a little bit is undoubtedly going to make some changes and kind of shake the scene for this upcoming match. And on the side of Pro Esports, representing them, Kozen, D7, Sa, Azu, and Sorry I'm Felix. These 5 players, of course, when it comes down to Sorry I'm Felix, I gotta have to remember this guy for eternity, right? They have been playing all the way through, and they did very darn well. Although they find themselves in play-ins, Pro Esports is not a team that we all should, reckon with at all. They will come in strong. And between them and See You Soon, it's kind of hard to dictate how things are going to look like. Because if you take a look at the match head-to-head, match win rate, exactly the same. Exactly the same, 42.86% of the match win rate. And when it comes down to average KDA, understandably, See You Soon has always been very aggressive. They'll do whatever they can in order to get themselves in a pop-off in a high KDA, play the scrappy fights, throw themselves into micro mechanics, and literally pull the opponents into team fights that they can't account for. And when it comes down to looking at the hero picks, it really helps you understand what are their most picked, most banned heroes, and how do they want it to be contributed. So they have a lot of emphasis on actually banning out Yi Sun Shin, which is something that Team Pro Esports really like. Now, going up against the two coaches, right, Aki as well as Cat God, you gotta have to really understand that when it comes down to both of these two teams, they do what they can to ensure that they get themselves their own pick rate that they want, right? So Aki prefers to be on first pick, and for Cat God onto the second pick. So it's relatively fair to say that See You Soon is gonna be starting onto blue side, and Pro Esports is gonna be starting on the onto the red side, right? Second pick, second ban, kind of jazz. Now, they all have a very similar meta as compared to what we have in Singapore. We have a lot of emphasis on the mid-team fights as well, mid-game team fights, and hope to be able to end the game fast. So snowballing into the jungles are generally gonna be one of the best ideas they can move forward to. Now, this is one thing that I am surprised about, though: the 94% Ballman ban. The 94% Ballman ban is not what we saw at all. In fact, it has been completely forgotten, I will say. Ballman is not a hero that we will see at all in MPL SG, and that is something that I thought that, hey, wait, this is kind of funny, right? So I'm not sure how that's gonna work out, because when it comes down to the statistics that I own, I don't see any Ballmans. So regardless, we're just going to toss that aside for now. We'll take a look at the player head-to-head between Accra as well as Sa, the mid player. So this is understandably a very good demographic to really help us understand, because these mid-game or the mid-lane influence is just so important. The teams will want to ensure that their mid-game have got top mid priority to be able to influence the lanes at the top lane, as well as perhaps even it comes down to the bottom lane. So play mid, play fast, play strong, and as long as they are able to find themselves in a good spot, it's pretty fair to say that they would have river control. And river control is gonna be Siu Sun's game. They want to ensure that they will be able to play around the river, they will be able to take away the opponent's objectives as much as possible, and just pump it out fast. So with that all said and done, players, they're all about ready. They do have a pretty good set of headphones that really ensures that they won't be able to hear anything at all. Well, not that it's gonna matter for me, because you know, I'm not broadcaster to live set at all. So it is all for the audience on the line. So everyone that is online in the chat, I hope that you guys had a great day thus far, and I'm very much looking forward to see how things are gonna be like for the audiences here, right? Because I want to know which teams are you guys gonna be rooting for. Because understandably, when it comes down to the previous season, EFU Gaming has been strong, and not just the previous season. In fact, when it comes down to being in season 7, EFU Gaming has been popping off, and they moved that momentum onwards over to season 8, put themselves in first place as a back-to-back champions. So if whether they're gonna get a back-to-back, a three-peat to their name, well, we're gonna have to wait and see into the later few days, because we have a total of 4 days of MPL Cambodia to watch, and today is just day number 1. Now, as we get things wrapped up and prepared, we're gonna have to talk a little bit more about that very short, snippet of our sponsor partner. We have Infinix, our official mobile game partner, because they are the one that we are looking out for to be able to deliver a high-performance gaming hardware with the Infinix Note 50 series MPL edition. Dude, MPL edition, buddy! This is something crazy, right? This is not something that we will know. We will always be able to kind of slap the IP onto a phone, and boom, there we have it. The Infinix Note 50 series MPL edition is actually engineered, in fact, specially engineered for competitive gamers, with the possibility of running a 90-watt wired fast charging and a 30-watt wireless charging. So if you want to be more on the go in the pocket, that's the wireless charging that will work for you. And if you want things fast, 90-watt wired fast charging that can be able to get you from 0 to 100 in just under an hour, right? That is just some amazing thing. And you want crisp gameplay with the ultra smooth 144Hz AMOLED display, super fluid, super immersive, and this is what you will want. And what's the point of being able to do all these fancy stuff, right? Great charging capabilities and crisp display if you can't multitask? Because right now at this point in time in our current era, we want to multitask, we want to do a lot of stuff, right? You die, you move on to the next app, do whatever you want, reply some messages, and that is why RAM is so important, right? So you do have got a performance rated of 24 gigs of total RAM, and this is more than a phone. This is a weapon. It's literally designed with a powerful and sophisticated aesthetic that commands attention. So if you hold on to this phone, that's what you have. You command attention. Now, I do want to take a look at the talents prediction though. The talents all across the board. It does seem like they are putting a lot of these predictions over to Pro Esports. And take a look. It's all across the board. Everyone is looking at Pro Esports except for one. Hey. So we do have something a little bit different here. So one of them is going up against the grain. So I gotta have to say, this is fun. I do want to go against the grain too, you know. This is what I want to see. Go against the grain. I'm rooting for See You Soon, man. See You Soon has shown to be strong in the past few seasons, not necessarily on a point whereby, you know, they have been dominating seasons by season and all that jazz. But hey, I want to see them go through. I want to see them go through with this. So, because of the fact that I am solo casting today, as unfortunately I do not have a partner with me. So as much as possible, you guys are my partners. The chat, the viewers, you guys are gonna be my partner today. As much as possible, I'll take a look at the chat every now and then and have some responses. I'll just kind of read out a couple of stuff, and if there's anything interesting here, it's always gonna be fun to kind of read things out and just kind of help you guys understand the game, or perhaps even help me understand a little bit, because I'm not perfect. In fact, I know that a couple of viewers out there, you guys are actually really smart players, really good gamers. So I do learn from a couple of my, I would say a couple of my viewers, a couple of the community players, in fact, and I put them into my casting and my insights as much as possible, right? So we do have someone that mentioned, hi, I'm from Malaysia. Who is the best team in Cambodia? Honestly, I would say that CFU Gaming would be the best team, undoubtedly, because of their back-to-back spree. And even when it comes down to playing in the regular seasons of MPL Season 9, I would still say that they have a very good chance due to the fact that they are at second place, right? Neck and neck together with Galaxy Legends. So that also puts Galaxy Legends in a really good spot, right? They have 13-4. However, that also means that they do have one additional game on top of CFU Gaming. So that means that they went more 3-game series than CFU Gaming itself. So that's something that, in some sense, you gotta have to remember about. Now, we're going straight into the drafting phase. We do have got the expanding rivers for this upcoming map. Expanding rivers, a lot of enhancements when it comes down to moving from lane to lane. Side lane controls are undoubtedly important so that you'll be able to assist in the middle lane or perhaps even assist in the river gate. So we start things off, of course, with the Hayabusa, Joy, Lancelot, Baxia, Frederick, as well as the Hilda ban. And going up straight, the simulator players are just blazing through all these ban pick phases. Yusunshin and Lapu Lapu, as well as the Juicin, has already been picked up from the side of See You Soon. And Pro Esports, very interesting R3 pick over there. We've got the Gatokacha, the Yuzhong, as well as the Fanny. So with Fanny gonna be put up in here, it is definitely possible for us to still be able to see You Soon working up with a Moskov in the gold lane if they truly want to. It's not entirely necessary, because why would you want to put a marksman who can counter against a Fanny when you can just field double fighters, right? So that you are less susceptible to the assassination of Fanny and give a lot less targets for the Fanny themselves. So we'll see how that goes. They do have a Yusunshin, so we can kind of play towards that direction. Understandably, Yuzhong is a really strong hero when it comes down to going into the XP lane, have a very good priority. However, we do have Glue, CC, that is actually still available. So putting a CC right onto the side of See You Soon to go into the XP and Lapu into the gold does seem like a very sound choice. They have yet to pick out their roam as well as their other side laners. So we're gonna have to put that up on pause for now. Clear's out. Grok is also out for the side of Pro Esports. But for now, maybe we take a look at what possibly what Pro Esports want to do here. Yeah, they already have a roam. They have one side laners. They need one of the mid laner. And speaking of mid, they are going up against a the juice in. So actually poking out the opponents with a Eve does sound pretty darn good. And since Gatokacha has very strong wave clear, I think that this is a very strong contention, right? Undoubtedly, the opponents will pick any more form of mages. You already have very good AoE crowd control. When it comes down to the Gatokacha, it's a very good counter engage as well as a secondary engage. So follow up rather. So you need someone that can actually true hard engage. Unfortunately, CC has been taken out, so you soon will not even be able to use their own CC here.
Exists the equilibrium, which I
So
was
indeed,
made for.
it is going to be a Yves. Yves is a good pick. And moving on forward, they need a gold laner. Gold laner, they have very strong early game potential. They can actually wipe out EXP very well with the Yuzhong. Very strong priority coming in from the mid lane. If they do want to play, they're actually gonna go Moskov. Okay. So they are, but okay, due to the fact that there's no CC, I think that it does make sense for them to actually go ahead with the Moskov pick. So I do kind of like the current direction that Aki went for there. They also supplemented that with the high loss. Do note that it's not that big of a deal because for the side of Pro Esports, they must have a gold laner due to the fact that they do not have a Yuzhong. It's not Mars, but statistically it's a lot better if you do have a Yuzhong on your side in order to play double finder composition. But now, Pro Esports does not have that. They do have a Fanny. They don't have late game insurance, so they must have any form of late game insurance. And we know through their statistics and the way that they play, they want late game insurance. They want to be able to scale over to the later stages of the game. Someone that can go par hand in hand and in par together with the Moskov. And with the fact that they have a Yves as well as Gatokacha, having the Harif is just chef's kiss. They have area denial, a lot of form of area denial. They will be able to do whatever that they can and ensure that the Harif will be able to zap around with the chrono dashes inside of the RWM, or perhaps even prepare for the upcoming AOG that could eventually slam onto the battlefield while the Harif is just going out of control. So, both teams, very standard picks, I would say. There's nothing too out of the ordinary, and I will say that both teams have a very strong advancement into this first game. This very first game is going to depict the tempo. It's going to tell us exactly how both teams are going to play, and honestly, great drafting. I've got nothing that I would like to say. I got nothing that says, hey, I don't like this pick, I don't like that pick. Everything is pretty okay. The only problem, I would say, is all about micro mechanics. If whether Pro Esports is able to play the Fanny towards their best potential. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into the land of Dawn. Right into the mix right here and right now. It does seem like we're going to be looking at a typical mid lane priority coming in from both of these two teams. We do have got the Gatokacha as well as the Yves, who generally have very strong control in the lanes once they reach somewhere around level 2. So they should be able to, kind of clear the way from this point on better than the high loss plus the juicing combination, right? Double DOT, clears wave, super fast. It doesn't really matter at all. Just do what they can. Yves as well as Gatokacha is also that kind of situation. But in the meantime, Sa, take a look at that. Doesn't have a lot of HP to kind of work with. It will expend that flicker just to get himself away from the lantern from Akira. Down in the bottom lane, Lapu Lapu will always have a worse lane priority as compared to the Yuzhong. Yuzhong always have very strong lane priority against Lapu Lapu. In fact, Lapu Lapu will start to go a little bit more when it comes down to being at level 4, but it's still not really able to do anything against the Yuzhong. Yuzhong will forever be able to get himself a priority, and what Lapu wants to do, clear waves fast, get himself out of the lanes, head himself over to the mid lane, or prepare for upcoming objective battles from that point on. Now for gold lane, Harif, strong lane prio. Going up against a Moskov, no matter what, with the Synchro Fission, you'll always be able to outpoke your opponents. So lane prio coming in from Pro Esports is always going to be on top. So I do want to see from this point on how they kind of want to work their way. Now, Kozen is having a little bit of difficulty up in the top lane. It's not that big of a deal per se, but he would eventually get his point across. With Shadow putting himself Bravest Warrior is down on the D7. He had to pop the Revitalize. The Great Dragon form is just going to be popping out, just going to be putting himself right in the face of Kane. But it's not going to go into the Dragonoid form just yet. With a flicker coming from the side of Shadow, picks up a kill on the D7, opens up the RW and will be boxing 2% right within of the boxes. Doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping PP at this point in time though. But Soriam Felix finds himself taken down with the SOD that is not gonna land. That's 2-for-1 trade in favor for See You Soon. See You Soon with a great early start, and they need to capitalize on this early start in order to win against Pro Esports. Because Pro Esports, they are strong late game machines. They can hold out. They can generally just hold out very well. So as long as they are able to kind of do that kind of situation and that kind of thing, they're generally going to be completely fine. Kozen himself is able to deal a lot of damage over to PP just from the single Zaman Force, so you more or less have a good idea how much damage Kozen can bring onto the board if Pro Esports tries to put themselves over to the side lane to realistically be able to deal with Donut. But we're talking about Donut here, okay? We're talking about Donut. He's not gonna go down that easily. His micro mechanics when it comes down to playing as a more soft. Perhaps we'll see a little bit more about from Donut in the future, especially when it comes down to this regular playoff. But right now we got Azu putting himself right into the face of Kane 1v1 only to take a pot shot. The SOD is not gonna hit anyone because that's your own ally. But regardless, 3-1. See You Soon put himself with a pretty good lead ahead. D7 trying to go forward. The taunt is not gonna land on the PP, but it's just constantly having all these poking outs over to the side of Hylos. He's not gonna care so much actually. I do find it very disappointing that the fact that the Fanny did not get any momentum or any form of ramp going up for the first 4 minutes of the game. In fact, I think that the ramp part of the Fanny is more or less gone. You can't really ramp from this point on. You can only try to play catch up and kind of catch up against Kane. Kane is currently at level 8 and Aizu is only at level 7. So you are in a really tough spot. You don't have much kills, you don't have to do much. We have a first item coming in for the side of Fanny with the Blade of the Heptases. That will allow the Fanny to solo kill the Moscow, as well as possibly the Yusushi. But that is only if they are tickled down to maybe like 3/4 of a HP. We also do have got the scythe that is coming out from the side of Kane when it comes down to the Hunter Strike. So that is that. We got D7 getting himself with the AOG out of the game and out of the fight. Azu is going to be hovering around the Turtle's Pit, but however, he does have half of the energy to work with. PP doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Kane gets himself a quick dash right out, gets a kill down on the Sorry I'm Felix, and that's a big win for the side of See You Soon. They're preparing themselves for a big upcoming fight and trying to push the rest of Pro Esports away. And understandably, Azu, he does not have got the level advantage. He's almost at level 8 though, but Kane is at level 9, so you can't win in this 50-50 fight in terms of retribution. D7 takes an L, and that is going to be another kill that's going to be credited over to Kane. He takes the turtle down. Shadow pushes the rest from the side of Pro Esports away, and that is a very early game dominance from the side of See You Soon. We have a total of 3,000 gold lead already, and that's big. The Fanny has got no ramp, so early game we actually don't have anything that the Fanny can do. You have three targets, but can't seem to touch any of these 3 targets actually. So that is rough. That is actually really rough. Honestly, sometimes I don't even say I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that the Juicin is a target because she's kind of slippery, a little bit tough to kind of work with. She does have an ultimate that allows her to kind of blink away from any possible bad spots. You know, kind of blink over the wall, puts a half break over to the Fanny. So that we'll say the same thing about Donut and Kate, right? So regardless, I think that Fanny will have a very tough nutcrack in this game. With no ramp possible for this upcoming game, they will need to play slow. They need to play towards the later stages of the game, and that is kind of exactly what they will want to do from the Harith anyways. But mid-game power spike, we'll need to talk about that. The mid-game power spike is coming from Sorry I'm Felix as well as Azu. Azu is a tad bit behind already, so when it comes down to the mid-game power spike from Azu, I think he will realistically be able to come online somewhere around 9 to 10 minutes, and that is the point in time where PP or perhaps Shadow, because that is not their target, right? That is not Azu's target. So generally, just 2 items is required for the Fanny to be able to realistically kill Kane, Akira, or perhaps Donut, because they won't buy any form of magic defense mechanisms at this early on the point. So that is not going to bring down the power of Azu at any point in time. 2 kills, you need that. Or rather, 2 items, you need that. Pro Esports open things up, RWM locking on Akira, but Kane will still be able to take down the turtle, and that's not a fight that Pro Esports want to put themselves into, unfortunately. So Sorry and Felix will go down the 3rd time in a row. And Kane opens up when it comes down to the Mounted Shocker, and Akira, oh, a very aggressive ultimate right into the face of the opponents, while the Purify is going to be used from the side of Kozen. The rest of the members from the side of CU with the Mounted Shocker is just going to be slamming right underneath the turret's nose. It's going to put Pro Esports in such a tough spot, with T1 turrets all destroyed in the top, middle, and bottom lane. So far, for Sorium Felix, he hasn't exactly been zoning too much. In fact, as Sursbat has said in the chat, he's not really zoning. In fact, when it comes down to him in the Black Dragon form, he actually overcommits himself every now and then and puts himself in a really tough spot. But I can understand, because he's the initiator. He doesn't have the lockdown that he really needs as the initiator, so that's a tough point in time to really play and open things up for D7. So we'll see. Oh, what is that? 3-man AOG along with a lockdown coming from the side of RWM. All of them immobilized at the same spot. However, they don't have the follow-up damage that will be able to bring these 3 members down. That was a very good wombo combo from the RWM plus AOG. Great timing as well. However, they don't have the damage. They don't have the damage because this is not 10 minutes point. This is not the 10 minutes mark, exactly as I mentioned. That is the power spike of Azu. And for the side of Story, I'm Felix. I would like to believe that because he's behind, he's not going to be finishing the Hunter Strike at any point. So he's just going to have the Fury Hammer into the Bloodlust Axe. So at this point, probably only the Bloodlust Axe. And if D7 do have the Dom Eyes already, Story and Felix is not going to one-shot and go straight into the Dom Eyes. He's probably going to be looking at some other stuff such as the Queen's Wings, for example. But there we go. The obscene amount of damage that Yusun is able to neutralize over to the side of Pro Esports, getting themselves 2 turrets already in the top lane and the bottom lane. So time and time again, this is a point in time where they, Pro Esports, they don't have a very strong comeback mechanic. Not at all, right? Because when it comes down to the lockdown wombo combo, D7 and SAR, they have the lockdown that they need. However, they're not getting the value out of that because they don't have the payoff. They enable themselves, or rather, they do have enabling factors to be able to lock people down, but they are unable to get the payoff that they need. Once I lock down, what's the payoff? The payoff is to be able to do enough damage. But they don't have that. Or rather, it's not really payoff, as a matter of fact. It is actually more of an enhances. They need to be able to enhance some of these lockdown situations. And once they are able to lock them down, then payoff, you get a kill, you get a farm, and everything happens afterwards. Okay, that's dirty! Akira gets himself the turret down in the middle lane, and of course, when it comes down to Shadow, he's just going to be zoning D7 out. Exactly what we will want out of an XP laner. With the Lord that's just going to be trampling down over from the top lane, preparing to just pillage everything that Pro Esports have got for themselves. This is gonna be rough because Donut is dealing so much damage over to the turret in the in T2. RWM plus the AOG combination is gonna be coming out once again, but it's not gonna do too much. 3-man started coming in from the side of Shadow. Great play. All 5 men from the side of Houston is still available. One in fact, Soren Felix is already gonna be locked down in the countdown timer. Top lane, middle lane, this is all gonna be completely whittled down. Barren wasteland from the side of Pro Esports Azu. No damage. Soren Felix has just been not be able to do too much as the initiator. All the damage that Pro Esports will want to bring out, they can't do anything. But finally, Pro Esports gets themselves a single kill. That's Coles, and then managed to get the reward from that. And in fact, double kill onto the side of Donut. Do we have bounty on any one of them? No. No bounty. So that is not going to do anything, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that's not gonna do anything as a matter of fact when it comes down to getting a ramp in terms of gold. It's gonna help, but not good enough. Absolutely not good enough. They need more farm. They need to be able to get some of these bounty, and Kane is the one that has a lot of that bounty. So until the point in time where Pro Esports is able to get a bounty kill off of Kane, then and only then, there is a possibility for them to be able to fight back and drag the game to 15, 16 minutes. But it's kind of hard because now we're just going to be opening things up when it comes down to the red carpet. There's a quick little knock-up coming in when it comes down to Lantern Flare. They're hoping to be able to get a kill down to D7, and in fact, they will be able to with the RW, and they will be locking the rest of the members to start to see you soon right into the box, hopefully to be able to keep the players alive. However, Sorian Felix will take another L to his name. There's 2 men down with 15 seconds left on the clock until the Lord eventually spawns. So See You Soon don't even don't have a need to actually rush the lanes down. It's already been pushing in. They have defenders. In fact, very strong defenders, right? Sar, Asia, as well as Kozen, they all can defend very well. So might as well just go for the Lord, which is exactly what they're going to be doing here, and try to get themselves a more guaranteed win con. Oh, Azu! Been caught out! Just like that! And that is going to be a cycle. It's a huge cycling from the side of Pro Esports. In fact, there could be a possibility that they're going to cycle even more. But it's okay. AOG from D7 gets himself right out of dodge. And See You Soon waits for the impending doom of Pro Esports through the Marching Lord down in the middle lane. Damn. This is indeed Jungle Div. Yeah. This game is Jungle Div, as mentioned by Ekinamada. Azu was not able to do anything in this game, and I don't blame him. It's just anything. As long as he's not able to get a very good ramp in the early stages of the game, there's not much that you can do. The Lantern player connect down onto D7, rushing it off, and that is already going to be another person down. So we are looking at a little bit of comeback coming from the side of Pro Esports. 2 men down, 3 men down. It's a 3-4-2 at this point in time. And now Akurai is going to go down to Azu. 4 men down already. And See You Soon now. Damn, they were unable to end the game right there and then. Kozen managed to pick up the items that he needs, and in fact, he did manage to get the ramp that he needs with the Holy Crystal, Feather of Heaven, Salim Scythe, as well as, let's not forget, that Glaive, the Divine Glaive. Needs 2 more of the wands to be able to build up over to the Bloodwigs, and that is going to make Kozen even more slippery and a lot more difficult to take down. So, Pro Esports, they managed to drag it on. They managed to drag it on. And we are at the 15 mark. Kozen has gotten the farm that he absolutely needed. He can play. So through this, what is Sorian Felix doing? I'm so sorry, but what is Sorian Felix doing? Zoning out the Lord is not what I would expect from a Yuzhong, to be fairly honest. But for now, he's just gonna go for a little swirly twirl right down the donut. Wasn't able to do too much, as now he does not have Furious Dive. He's not gonna do anything, probably leaving the Furious Dive for escape, only to find himself taken down again. What's going on with Sorian Felix? Something's really wrong with Sorian Felix. He's not like that in the international tournaments that I've seen him in. Oh, damn. So it's a 2-for-3 trade, right? Left with Kozen as well as Azu, still damage dealers and still be able to clear waves fast. So See You Soon can't exactly rush down the lanes or anything. They have to wait again. Without doubt, they have to wait again. Azu manages to take the purple buff. That's great. Honestly, the goal earn is not too surprising from the Kane as well as Kozen. But with a double marksman from the side of Kane as well as Donut, this makes things still a lot more difficult, right? Double marksman versus a single marksman, and Pro Esports does not have another insurance policy that can go head-to-head or perhaps even tally up against See You Soon at any point in time. So, we'll see how that goes. As Pro Esports now marks the point in their own jungle, as they continue to slowly set themselves off. That is going to be the Mother Shocker landing on the Kozen. SOD is not going to land. Well, the RWM as well as the AOG is going to be locking down an Acura. Soram Felix just gonna be flying himself right into the face of Donut with a Furious Dive plus Petrify combo. He did manage to do a decent amount over to the side of Donut, so this is almost, there we go! A kill from the side of Azu. One of the win con from the side of Seosun has already been taken down. The comeback from Pro Esports is happening. It is happening. Damn. Now the late game of Hylos is starting to creep in, right? With not much that a Hylos is realistically be able to do, is having a really tough time to do any form of control or perhaps do anything. It's just a massive punching bag. As such, the AOG lands and PP goes down to the hands of Kozen. Kane was hoping to be able to do a little bit more! Sa! Takes him down! Akra! It's gonna be the next one onto the chopping block and Kozen! With a triple, Sa picks a double! 5-man knockout! See you soon! They had the game! They had the initiative, they had the early start! They broke down with a Barrel Wasteland over Style Pro Esports and they lose at 18 minutes and 10 seconds! Oh, the turning point! You gotta have to say the turning point has got to be, without a doubt, the double kill they picked up from the side of Kozen. And that was when they lost all of their bases. What was that? Seosun threw all caution into the wind when they had such a marvelous early game performance. And when it comes down to drafting, or when it comes down to the draft, Seosun does have a way better late game insurance because of a double marksman, right? Double marksman from the side of Yusufin as well as the Moskov. However, they are picking fights that they shouldn't be picking at all. So that is going to be putting them in that kind of little bit of a cube when they are forced to fight. In fact, that final fight where Kane went back in, re-engaged, that was probably... Okay, that is not the catalyst of them losing, but it definitely made things worse because everyone is cycled, and everyone is on death timer. There's nothing and no one that can realistically be able to put a threat over to the upcoming push from the side of Pro Esports. So that is very unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, and I think that this is where Seosun just gasses out, right? Is without a doubt they are very strong in the early game. They know how they will be able to pace, but what's the point of all of that if you do not know how to end the game? They had everything working for them. Everything. They had lanes that have natural push. They have natural lane priority because of giant minions. But they still went on with the Lord fight. They still went on with that. They can play it slower, a lot slower, force the opponents to play macro, head over to the top lane, deal with that lane, jump into the action, jump into the fight, take the Lord down, blitz it down. But they decided to go into a fight, or rather, they got caught in the fight by the RWM and the AOG. And that is only going to give, or rather, give the ball over to Pro Esports and basically tell them, hey, this is the ball is on your court. So engage, and we'll see how it goes. Unfortunately, that also means that the response from Seosun is not good enough. It's not good enough, and thus they will just fall all the way down and not be able to do too much. So, as a matter of fact, I do think that game number 1 is a very is a huge pain over the side of Seosun. I think that they could have done a lot more better when it comes down to the macro decisions on when to take objectives and when not to take objectives, right? So, excuse me, a little bit sick still, but I'll be fine. But regardless, yeah, hopefully game number 2 will be a little bit better from the side of Seosun. They're just gonna have to replicate what they have done before. Just replicate what they have done before and head themselves over to a better late game. I think macro is realistically the only thing, that the only way that they can win late game. And that is what they are missing out, right? Let's take a look at what the chat is talking about, right? Because many people actually talks about Donut's positioning. So I didn't really quite manage to see exactly. I didn't really quite manage to see exactly where Donut's positioning was, but there's a lot more people to talk about Donut's positioning. So I think that I will believe you guys on that, right? It's just going to be working on the fact that it is more about the fact that he wasn't able to position very well, but maybe he's just getting the first game jitters, right? Maybe I would like to believe that he's getting the first game jitters, because as you guys need to remember, right? This is Donut's first match of the season, which even for me, I believe that is going to be it is Siyusu's secret weapon. They've only been playing their rookie throughout the entire regular season, so Donut coming in as actually not a surprise, but I would like to see him pop off a little bit more. But MVP is gonna go off to the other side. Kozen, that won against Donut in this case, right? With 871 gold per minute as well, a total of 120,000 damage with a KDA of 9 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. That's some amazing stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna leave you with the highlights of this game. And of course, with Kozen getting himself the MVP, we're gonna go off for a short little break. Enjoy the highlights. I'll be back with you guys again in a short little after the short little break, and give you guys game number 2 between Pro Esports and see you soon.
I am the lone shadow.
If I was just a tree in the forest, would things have been different?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We've got game number 2 that is going to be coming up right now, and understandably, when it comes down to game number 1, see you soon. I really had great hopes for them, to be honest. They did a really good job in the early game, as we all managed to see. However, once it reached to the late stages of the game, that was just pro esports territory. They know how to play their late games well enough, and they know exactly what they need to do. So, going to the late game has always been the case, as they do not want to fight in the early stages. They just need the right time and the right situations to just jump into the fight and, go absolutely crazy. So that's not going to be the case for See You Soon. They just want to fight. They just want to fight. They want to win. They want to take all the objectives and win from that point on. However, to close the game, that is a completely different thing. So regardless, we do have the drafting phase that is actually going on over to the background. I do think that I heard Hilda being banned out, if I heard that correctly. So we're gonna be jumping over to that drafting screen very, very soon. But perhaps not the Fanny anymore, I guess. I wouldn't even blame it on the Fanny in terms of the play style and all, but it's just sometimes unfortunate situations. And this upcoming map they're gonna be playing for game number 2 is going to be Expanding Rivers again. As we have got a good amount of bans going out already. Hayabusa, Joy, Lancelot, Baxia, Hilda, and Fredrid. With the Yi Sun-shin first pick over to the side of See You Soon, they still managed to get themselves a 6-1 for a good time. And what Pro Esports want for themselves, which is the second pick. They do have the Grok as well as the Granger that has been picked up. So this is going to be a great start, right? This is actually these two picks. Very good start. Doesn't really quite necessarily tell us which direction that they're going or what they are realistically trying to do as of yet. But we would get towards that once we'll have more information as to how Siusu wants to play. The Juicen is still available if they really want to. Jusin is not that bad of a pick, to be fairly honest. And the very fact that there is already that Ranger, you expect that there will be no reaping involved. Not much reaping involved. So having a high loss is still gonna be, oh man, the Fanny again. Okay, Azu will still be running the Fanny, huh? So they need to enable the Fanny. They definitely need to enable the Fanny. So they need more early game insurance. The mid lane has to be strong. The mid lane really needs, I think that they just need a very strong mid laner that is able to win in the lanes outright, or rather win in the, just win the lane outright. So as long as they're able to kind of go crazy on that part, then boom, that will be the game plan. So Barca is probably what I'm looking for. You beat down the lane, you have very strong wave clear together with a Grok. You will be able to reach the back lines if Season decides to play a double marksman composition. Personally, I do not prefer to see a Kimi over to the side of towards the side of Pro Esports. The Eve has been banned. There's still a possibility for the Gato-Kacha to be picked up for the side of See You Soon. So they can actually thin that Roma part out. There we go. And living up for the final pick, or rather final ban, See You Soon. They will probably want to look out for artillery mage as much as possible. I personally will ban the Fasa. I really personally will ban the Fasa. Is there no? Let me take a look if whether Cambodia has any other favorite mages aside from Kimi and the Farsa. Lunox, okay. So if Sirius wants to play the Hylos, then perhaps they would need to ban the Lunox. But that, if they ban the Lunox, then it's kind of like a vice versa kind of situation. But I don't think that's going to matter too much over the side of Pro Esports if the opponents really do want to play. Oh, okay, Kimi. I wouldn't even consider Kimi as anything at all for this game. So it's totally fine to kind of throw that in. So, but I don't... The thing I don't like about Lunox is it doesn't supplement to the play of banning. Damn. Okay, they actually went for the Lunox stuff. So it doesn't. For me, it don't feel like it assists the Fanny all that much. You don't have got ways to help the Fanny when she's flying fast. You don't have the movement speed from the Lunox. You don't have ways to catch up to the Fanny. You're always going to be one step behind from the Fanny, and the Fanny is always going to be playing a solo game. If you play the Farsa, at least there is Wings by Wings. It helps to catch up to the Fanny, and you also have a very wide AoE to help you kill or to bruise whichever heroes that Fanny is tracking down or chasing down. So, not a fan of the Lunox, but it works, but not perfect.
Always on the way.
Brody? Oh, Brody and Mathilda. Okay, I do like the Mathilda. It's very aggressive in the early game, and it also do kind of pull Yuzujin out of a tough spot. But this also means that this is a solo tank from the side of Lapu Lapu, which is gonna be a really tough thing for Shadow. So now he's gonna be left with Soram Felix's pick, the XP lane, going up against the Lapu Lapu. In most situations, I would say Yuzhong. But honestly, his game 2 Yuzhong is kind of bad. Okay. I'm okay with this. Late game insurance on that part, a little bit greedy, but not that bad because they have early and mid game power spikes of the Lunox, the Grok for the early game, and the Fanny technically in early game if they manage to get the ramp up. If they manage to get a ramp going on, then shouldn't be too big of a deal. Good draft between the two coaches. I'll say that as we move on over to this game between See You Soon and Pro Esports. With Pro Esports already having 1 point to themselves, this is gonna be a tough one for See You Soon. The moment that they lose one more game, that is gonna be match point. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going in over to the land of Dawn. We want to see more popping off for the side of Donut. We want to see Azu be able to win in the early game. What would it be? And would that be possible? As we jump right in over to the land of Dawn right now, Kozen already losing half HP between these two trades, between Donut and Kozen himself. D7 right into the face of Kane. Expensive flicker. Buys not much time actually. It's not too bad. Their Fanny still managed to be ahead in terms of creep clear, but it's not crazy. But we'll talk about lane priority for now. When it comes down to the lane priority, we do have got the Juicin, Mathilda. Okay, I would say the Grok plus Lunox definitely have gotten the lane prior. They should be able to clear the wave pretty darn fast and pretty good damage right off the early game. With Akira as well as PP, we are not having a lot of HP to work with. They generally and always will want and need to go back home, putting a really tough spot for the mid lane influence. So Pro Esports, they should be able to go to the top lane or bottom lane whenever they want. But in terms of wave clear up to the top lane, See You Soon do have the prio at level 4 onwards. Lapu should be able to do quite a number. No, wait, never mind. Alice is pretty much unkillable at that point. So you can't really do too much to the Alice right there. But Azu looking for the ramp that I was talking about. He did manage to ramp up when it comes down to that first blood. He still won in that factor. He still won in that. So I think that that's pretty okay. Kozen only a level 3. Star joins into the fray. Quick flicker. Get himself right out of the dodge. Star did not manage to get a kill, but it's not gonna matter too much. But he really needs to make his way over to the turtle pit up to the top. Luckily, we're looking at expanding rivers after all, so everyone can move in tandem. But to see a Granger moving along as well, that's a surprise. Shadow literally right in the face of Pro Esports gets pulled all the way back with the guiding wind, so he's gonna be fine. But Azu does not have a lot of HP to work with. While in the meantime, quickly flicker from Sorian Felix completely whiffing out the TOR. As such, Azu still manages to take the turtle down. Pro Esports have got a great start right now with the Lantern Flare that lands onto D7, but not quite enough to get any kills. Both teams is gonna get out of the fight completely unscathed. Another stun down on the Kozen! The PP picks up the kill! And that is See You Soon with a lead of about 700 gold. While all of that is happening, while Kozen made his way all the way up to the top lane, I don't think that he managed to pull off anything amazing, and I don't think that he managed to rip any form of rewards. As such, the fact that he went up and didn't do anything is gonna put him in a tough spot, because now it is a free turret in favor of that Granger. And Akira goes down to the combination of D7 and Sao. So everything is working towards what I would expect in the early game phase. Pro Esports is taking the game when it comes down to the priority, but not exactly winning in terms of the economy just yet. But Kozen needs to be really careful, because he's actually entering these team fights a little bit early. Because Pro Esports, they don't have priority in the mid lane and the rivers just yet. And typically only when you do get priority, and if you do manage to kind of shove the members of Series 2 because you are far ahead, then and only then would I expect Kozen to start moving around a lot more aggressively. But he's already doing all of that. As such, he lost the bottom lane T1, which actually works against what he wants to do, which is ramping up the early. If you take a look, he's currently 2500 gold as compared to the Brody at 2800 gold. Each of them have got their first item that's already been built up. I would say the same for both of the jungler. However, Yi Sun-shin still has got the better farm than the Fanny, based on the fact that Fanny really requires kills to be able to snowball and ramp up. While for Kane, as a Yi Sun-shin, he can just farm in the jungles and the lanes in order to get the farm that it requires to kind of put himself on top of Fanny. So any minute that Fanny don't get a kill is a minute that he's gonna be behind of Kane. The TOR lands onto Donut, and that is gonna be the tectonic charge that lands on Donut, allowing the kill over to the side of Kozen. Oh wait, that's the first item Hunter Strike on Kozen, not a Sky Piercer. That would have been 10 stacks. That would have been 10 stacks. But no, it's not 10 stacks. Would have, should have, could have. But now, the turtle is currently available. We're currently expecting to see a little bit more action, I would say, from both of these two teams. But it doesn't seem like they will want to do too much, right? Because Pro Esports, they already they have Fanny. They want to play early. While for See You Soon, they have the Matilda. They can play very aggressively. But speaking of which, that's going to be Azu that takes out the turtle. Shadow's just going to be putting himself right into the heart of the enemies. While unfortunately here is going to be Sorian Felix to QR down to the Kane. Kane is not dead just yet, but Sorian Felix is going to pay the price as he's going to go down to the hands of Donut. 2 kills for the side of See You Soon. Flicker on forward, very aggressive. Donut picks up a double while Azu slays down Shadow. Kozen hopes to run away, but it's not going to be that easy. And actually, I might take it back. It is going to be that easy. So we are looking at the 1300 goal lead in favor of See You Soon. It's still the exact same situation as game number 1, where See You Soon picks up a very strong early game lead. However, they really need to get that settled down, and they really need to get more kills to Kozen. So right now, Azu and Kozen, they are fighting for farm in order to run. At this point, I'm not sure whether not getting the pre-level 5 kills. Typically, by now, you want a Fanny to have maybe 4 kills realistically in order to ramp. While he doesn't have that, they are all mostly just going to be bruises for Kozen now. Good Nature's Barrier. <clears throat> 30 seconds left until the next turtle eventually spawns. Kane tries to go for a little bit of snipe, but doesn't seem like he's able to do that. The Mountain Shocker gets him right out of dodge, ensuring that Azu don't get a free kill off of him. While D7 is taking a beating. Yet another kill credited to See You Soon, losing one of the main frontliners, but it's not that big of a deal. The stun down over to Sorian Felix can eventually go in, preparing for the TOR, but it's not gonna re-engage just yet. The turtle spawns. See You Soon does have the priority. So far, Donut is doing a really good job when it comes down to this Brody. Not something that we see all the time at all, but hey, as long as it works, it's not stupid. Kozen completely chased out of lane through the proxy. And the rest of the members, when it comes down to TOR for the side of Sorian Felix, didn't manage to land on top of Kane. Gets that kill. Not a bounty kill though, but PP goes for the retaliation over to the side of Sorian Felix. That is a 2-for-1 trade between these two. Hopefully, See You Soon is able to grab a little bit more, but alas, they did not. It is 1 for 2, still a 2.2 thousand gold advantage. And in fact, they should be able to knock off maybe half HP off of this turret if the Grog comes back in time to kind of clear the way. The players are swifting through the game, with See You Soon having a great advantage with it about 2,500 gold lead. They are leading. But you know what else is leading? Infinix! Leading in the mobile game industry, of course, with the ultimate gaming power with the Infinix Note 50 series MPL edition! You gotta have to remember 90 watt wireless fast charging as well as 30 watt wireless charging. Don't forget 144 Hz AMOLED display. Okay? Take a look. Take a look at their phone. Take a look. Take a look. Please, take a look. As the game is currently on a tad bit of a standstill, gold earned coming from Donut as well as Kane is through the roof for now, while Kozen as well as Aizu is struggling to keep up. get himself a little bit more gold, but not gonna be as easy as you would expect. Azu 1v1 taking a little bit too much pot shot from the side of Kane. He was hoping to go for a sneaky turret destruction down at the bottom, but that does not gonna work out too well for you. We'll move on. Lord is available. Seosun does have enmity of the Lord for now, as well as the priority of which. As such, D7 gonna be picked up on tap bit. As for now, PP as well as Shadow is gonna go straight in. Quick land, quick crash, and quick flicker from the side of PP, hoping that he will be able to get out of the dodge. But unfortunately, the TOR will catch him down. So will he catch onto Donut. But of course, the Flowing Blood re-engages and puts himself right into the face of Shadow to once again be the front liner to ensure that Kozen is not gonna be alone, as they have already lost D7. Zorian Felix got right out of the game, or rather got right out of the fight. This is a lot more of a better performance from the side of Zorian Felix. Way better than the previous game. However, this is not going to be putting themselves in a better spot, because right now you can see Seosun, they do have enmity of the Lord again. They are definitely going to be trying to take down this Lord as much as possible with 1100 damage per hit from Donut, 12 damage per hit from the side of Kane. Damn, that's a lot of damage. So, Lord's down in the hands of Kane. Zorian Felix, not a lot of HP to work with, and now picked up from the side of Accra. Is down now. The Circling Eagle gets himself out of dodge. Pro Esports once again and again is going to be playing from behind. Well, Seosun should be able to take down some of these turrets from the outside. I think Seosun has always been doing well in the but once they have hit the Lords, they eventually become very, very impatient. Taking a kill down on the Azu is going to be a nice chef's kiss. Not exactly the final nail in the coffin just yet, but it's going to be allowing them to take down this T1 turret in the middle lane. Pro Esports understands that there's no point in trying to defend this this T1 turret in the mid. Although most people would. I think they still have that in control. They should still have the mid lane T1 in control. There we go. Clears it fast. No engage. As everyone from the side of Seosun, actually they engages really offensively and very comical. So you can't exactly just poke the opponents out and have any form of high ground damage. So without high ground, they can't zone the members of Pro Esports away. So they're gonna have to just rampage right in and just hope to just jump into the face of Pro Esports. If they don't do that, they can't do it. As such, there's a pickup onto the side of D7. The turret in the middle lane is still up! It's still okay! Good defense, good defense, good defense. That's how important the T1 in the middle lane is. And as a matter of fact, Donut and Shadow, they still have a lot of farm for themselves, so they're totally fine. Actually, a small little sneeze is more than enough for Seosun to actually take down this turret. D7 does have Conceal. They're trying to engage onto something here, but right now Shadow, he cuts between himself, or rather cuts between the front lines as well, in between of the back lines and the front lines of the side of Pro Esports. Kane comes into the back, hoping they will be able to get a decent amount of damage over the side of Kozen on map to bring him down. Wasn't able to, but is able to kind of shove the rest behind. So free turret, all these defense is not gonna do anything now. As Seosun once again will look for more opportunities, such as taking down the middle lane G2. It worked out. It worked out very well. Lots available. No naturally pushing lanes on anywhere just yet. So if Seosun wants to engage, they have to go all in. Sun lands on D7. Picks up on Zorian Felix, but Accra doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Never mind! The healing is more than enough to keep him alive from the side of Azu. Threatened Azu with a bunch of damage that could potentially go to his way. Pro Esports, they're looking for an avenue and looking for a direction. Kozen have yet to pick up any kills to feed to that Sky Piercer at this point in time. So gonna wait a little bit more. Look for more opportunities. And in fact, this is probably one of the opportunities that I'm currently looking out for, as Ace is just going to be putting himself right into the face of Shadow. However, taking a bit too much damage, he wasn't able to do much to Shadow aside from bringing him down to half HP. As such, the Lord is going to go down once again to the hands of See You Soon. He's going to be marching right back into the bottom lane. Pro Esports playing with their back against the wall again. And they have to go and play comeback game. Soon playing towards their against their MO. Pro Esports at this point in time, they can start to fight back though. They do have some farm that they can play for themselves, but Kozen's not getting the kills that he's able that he should, unlike the previous game. The catalyst of taking 2 kills for himself understandably puts him in such a better spot as compared to the rest of his team to be able to kind of kill and execute people. But now you don't. Sharing it together with Star. Shadow goes to the bravest warriors, puts himself right into the face. Right down over to Sora and Phoenix on the TOR, hoping to be able to land a little bit. And now Flicker from the side of Kozen to get himself right on the dodge. Ace just going to be zooming all the way through, hoping to find one. And he's going to be finding Shadow. Shadow's still surviving, but not for long as Ace picks him up. Kane goes in for a slide and slash with his glaive and picks up that kill once again. Sorry, he did not kill anyone. I thought that he did. But that is 3 deaths for the start of See You Soon. Pro Esports, great defense. They can now march down in the middle lane and threaten this middle lane T1. Indeed will be able to. That's a snap. That's a replay that we want to see, right? The tectonic charge, literally a lot of crowd control just toss out at the same time. But the damage from the side of Star is just a little bit crazy. In fact, a bit too crazy for the members from the side of See You Soon to kind of handle. If that happens more and more, then you can more or less be expecting that Star is a grave robber. Full and maxed out item from Kozen. Can only improve from this point on with the stacks that he could build up for himself for every creep that he kills. And of course, let's not forget about the Sky Piercer stacks as well. Once he has any of those, should be able to do a decent move forward to try to kill a little bit more of the members from the start of See You Soon. We've got 10 seconds until the Lord eventually spawns. The strong wave is actually down in the bottom lane, so they actually can't go for cross-map plays as of yet. Lord's enmity over to the side of See You Soon. And that's going to be the 2-man knockup over the side of Acro as well as PP. That is going to be pretty darn crazy from this point on in time. Continue to move on forward. As now it's going to be Sora and Felix that doesn't have a lot of HP to eventually work with. There's a nature's barrier. But the Lord is not going to go over to anywhere just yet. Still on a stalemate for both teams. Evolved Lord in the presence of See You Soon and Pro Esports. 4,000 gold lead in favor for See You Soon. They do have an advantage. And there we go, the tectonic charge manages to land over to the side of Shadow. There's not much that he can do as such. He's just gonna have to play Parcel all the way from behind. Pro Esports, they are taking the lead. They're managing to get the kills down. Kozen gets one. Azu, second one as well. Donut, he still has the immortality as such. He's not gonna be dead just yet. Kozen picks up a second one. So that is gonna be 20 stacks over to the Sky Piercer. This is what I'm talking about, Pro Esports. Always finding all these gold from absolutely nowhere. Finding all these wins from absolutely nowhere. As such, it's a 5-man stampede. Azu puts Akra in the tough spot, it will still be a death of Azu. But there's also gonna be a death of Donut. No creep waves. Marching down in the middle lane. Back home. Bottom lane is pushing out a little bit more. Saar gonna have to go back home to stop this. This might actually end. Will it actually end? Wait. Your own base. Your own base. Their own base. Their base. Oh my goodness. That's bloody illegal! How? Pro Esports, how? How can you miss that out? Oh, that's gonna take a shot to their mental. Oh man, how can you let that happen? Oh god, goodness gracious me. That's not a good look. Oh. But never mind. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh. You know what? I'm not even gonna say anything from this point on. That was one big good fight. I think that adrenaline sets in, right? One good team fight. Go crazy. Boom boom pow. Let's end it. But I think that both the Brody and I think that Akra, they did what they did, right? Clear the wave, all that kind of jazz. But for them to kind of lose like that, or rather, for them to win like that, there's kind of no need for me to say that, because this is not a game that they won because of splendid performance. It is splendid in the early game. You gotta have to agree with that, right? It's splendid in the early game. They won all the way from the start all the way until like 15 minutes. And I think that it's almost come to the point that Siu Soon has a timer on them. It doesn't matter what kind of composition that they have. Once it reaches 15 minutes, they automatically loses. So this is going to be one situation where it doesn't play out that way because they won through a side lane push. So congratulations over to Siu Soon once again with the MVP over the side of Akira. 4 kills, 2 deaths, 11 assists with a total of 572 gold per minute. And understandably, see you soon. 1-1 is the scoreline for now. We'll move on over to game number 3 after a very short break from my side. But we're gonna roll the clip, the MVP's highlights, as well as the post-match statistic that will definitely help you understand how that game eventually went down. I'll catch you guys in the top in the turn.
តើរបស់យើងទាំង3រូបផងដែរអូខេមុននឹងយើងចូលទៅដល់ជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងបន្តដោយអ្នកគ្នាបានដឹងអញ្ចឹងថាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងឥឡូវនេះគឺឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងចាបន្ទូរបស់គាត់គឺមួយស្មើឯណោះប៉ុន្តែឥឡូវនេះក៏សូមធ្វើការផ្ដល់ជូនជាមួយនឹងចាគឺអ្នកដែលគាត់ចាទទួលបានជាមួយនឹង vote ច្រើនជាងគេតែម្ដងគឺបានទៅលើក្រុម See You Soon អរចាមែនតើអរគុណអ្នកនរគ្នាដែលជាមួយនឹងការគ្រប់គ្រងទៅកាន់ See You Soon ជាពិសេសគឺមានការ vote រហូតដល់ពួកគាត់ទាំង5ដួងគឺខ្លាចទៅជា Rising Star តែម្ដងអូខេអញ្ចឹងក្រុមការងារអាចធ្វើការផ្ដល់ជូនជាមួយនឹងចា Rising Star ជូនទៅកាន់ពួកគាត់ដូចគ្នាផងដែរចាសូមសម្លេងតែដៃខ្លាំងៗជួយ See You Soon មួយមកវ៉ាវឃើញថាពិសេសតែម្ដងនិយាយទៅគឺថាបើសិនជាអត់មានជាមួយនឹងអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាធ្វើការវត្តទេគឺពួកគាត់មិនអាចខ្លាចទៅជា Rising Star បានទេប៉ុន្តែដោយសារតែឆន្ទៈអ្នកនេះគឺស្រឡាញ់ពួកគាត់ធ្វើឲ្យពួកគាត់ជាប់ទៅជាចា Rising Star នៅក្នុងការប្រកួតរដូវកាលទី9របស់យើងដូចគ្នាផងដែរអូខេអញ្ចឹងជាមួយនឹងចាអានេះស្អាតអត់ស្អាតអត់ស្អាតអត់អ្នកនរគ្នាសាកសមអត់សាកសមជា Rising Star អត់បើសមសម្លេងហោមួយទៀតមកវ៉ាវអរគុណច្រើនមែនតើចាចឹងគឺអ្នកនរគ្នាគឺកំពុងតែព្យាយាមខ្លាំងមែនតើអស់ពីសមាធិដូចក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះដូចគ្នាផងដែរឃើញថាអរគុណអ្នកនរគ្នាម្ដងទៀតជាមួយនឹងការវត្តទៅកាន់ See You Soon ដូចគ្នាអូខេយើងក៏នៅតែបន្តជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងបន្តក៏សូមផ្ដល់ទូរីជូនដល់ caster របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នា
របស់យើងគឺស៊ីនាងសម្រាប់ការប្រគល់ជាមួយនឹងអាវបាទគឺការ vote ដែលចេញពី OD
I have to say that at this point in time, we do have got 2 games down, so completely neck and neck now. The side of See You Soon getting themselves that one game is gonna be surprising. I gotta have to say that was surprising, but it happened. That happened. Anyways, welcome to MPL KH Cambodia Season 9 Playoff Day number 1 to everyone that is watching. Welcome. And hello, hope you guys have had a great day thus far. My name is Abstract. I'm gonna be your caster from MPL Singapore for you throughout the entire 4 days. Hello. But regardless, we do have quite a bit of I would say we have quite a bit that is coming up in the next few days as well. As a matter of fact, MPL Malaysia is happening in the weekends as well. So make sure you guys watch both Cambodia as well as MPL MY at the same time. We do have got great games that is going to happen, definitely going to be happening here as well as on to the Malaysia side too. Now, without further ado, we are definitely going to be talking a little bit more about how both of these two teams plays, right? One thing's for sure is that we have saw how See You Soon plays. They are great at the early game, and they are really good at jumping on the opponents, and in the meantime Pro Esports not necessarily all that great in that kind of response, but once we have reached that point in time where marksman goes online, that is where they feed everything that they need over to the marksman goes absolutely crazy, and then they win the game from that point on. They are really good at 5-man team fights, I gotta have to say. Fighting for objectives, and some of these include lot fights. In fact, most of these are actually lot fights that Pro Esports managed to win for themselves. Game number 2 supposedly belonged to them. So, honestly, I don't know if whether the Fanny is working or not. I really have no idea if Fanny is actually working or not, because he's not getting the early game ramp that we want to see, but he's also not getting that losses per se, because technically speaking both games is considered as a win in my books. In my books, it's considered 2 wins for the side of Pro Esports, solely because of the fact that the way that the game was shaped, it does seem like their composition is working out. So it's not exactly they won the game, but their composition won, and their composition worked. So I think that at this point in time, as long as they don't have any point in time where they would doubt their composition, they don't need to change anything. So if the Fanny works, just play the Fanny. If the Fanny is unable to ramp in the early game, so be it. Because so far, they still won in the games altogether. No matter what, they still won the games, or rather, they still won in the team fights that I was talking about. So hopefully that as they move on from this point onwards, they will understand a little bit better as to how they can leverage the Fanny against the opponent. or maybe it's already been leveraged to a certain extent, right? Well, anyways, for everyone that is in the chat right now, do let us know, or rather do let me know which team you are supporting. Is it going to be Pro Esports or is it going to be CU Soon? A little bit of a history call, or rather history lesson, I would say. MPL Cambodia Season 8, we did manage to find CFU Gaming and Team Max going all the way to the grand finals in a 4:1 scoreline. And when it comes down to MPL Cambodia Season 7, we found CFU Gaming going up against Galaxy Legends in a 4:2 lineup. So, I think that this is nothing too surprising, I would say. CFU has been really strong since the start, I would say, and has been representing Cambodia for some of these amazing games. Now, I am actually trying to kind of pull out information from previous seasons, if whether we have anything from Pro Esports to CU Soon, but we do have Pro Esports that managed to win CU Soon in a 3-2 fashion in Season 7. While in the meantime, we don't have much from Pro Esports in the Season 8 because of the fact that Pro Esports actually got relegated from the play-ins during Cambodia Season 8. So coming into Cambodia Season 9, the regular season plays, when we are looking at Pro Esports, when they go up against CU Soon, they won in a 2-1 fashion. So far, whenever we are looking at a Pro Esports versus CU Soon game, CU Soon has never really won against them. So let's take a look at the regular season of Season 7. CU Soon, they won Pro Esports. Okay, so Season 7, that did happen, right? That did happen. Well, for Season 8, let me see, where is Season 8? Okay, Season 8, CU Soon, they lost against Pro Esports. So the win rate of Pro Esports going up against CU Soon is so much higher, but it has always, in fact, all of the games went down the wire, right? Literally played all games of that series. So don't be surprised that we were to see all of the games being played out for this series. All 5 games being played out, right? I'm not surprised. That can definitely happen. Well, updated score is 1:1, and of course, if there's anyone that have any questions or just feel free to message your thoughts in the chat box, because I am here and I do like to kind of watch the chat box every now and then, just kind of take a look at what you guys are saying. Sometimes you guys say some very good stuff, very interesting stuff, and even will be able to teach me a couple of stuff here and there, right? But of course, I can only read in English, right? But at least one thing I understand is Salamat Minions. At least I understand that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are preparing ourselves for game number 3, and that is between CU Soon versus Pro Esports. 1:1 at this point in time as we speak. We do have got the random map draw that have went all the way through, and we have, what is this again? I can't see that. That is Broken Walls. Okay. So with Broken Walls in here, Hilda, Baksha, Fredrin, Joy, Hayabusa have all been tossed over to the banning phase. And so Slot will do the same thing as well. Yisuchin is still open. Susan can, of course, pick the Yisuchin again. Because it has been working, right? It has been working for them. But this time, the Juicin will be taken away from the side of Pro Esports. Can CU Soon win? That's a very tough question to answer, buddy. That's a very tough question to answer. They do have a pretty bad track record going up against Pro Esports, so I would say that it's kind of unlikely, but they can, of course, kind of break the norm a little bit since every single one of these games always went down the wire and play all games in that series. With the Grok and sort of Juicing, they're more or less been able, they're more or less done with understanding how they want to play their mid lane influences. Gatakacho will be nice here. They can kind of go for the E plus Gatakacho combo if they want. But they have decided to prioritize onto the Lapu Lapu. So Pro Esports, they won't pick the Lapu. I don't think that they will pick the Gatakacha, since they already have the Grok over to their side. Gatakacha is always going to be a very good answer over to Yi. If you're not going to answer for it, you need an ultimate that at least is able to go toe-to-toe with the kind of impact that real-world manipulation is able to apply to the game. So Yuzhong will go over to the hands of Shadow. Not exactly a very big fan. Oh wait, no. Yuzhong and Shadow is fine. Is Yuzhong onto sorry I'm Felix that I'm not fine about.
The hunt
that fact,
begins.
we are looking at AoE control. We've got somehow crowd control from See You Soon. Crowd control from the side of Pro Esports is actually pretty done good already. We need a roamer and a side laner from the side of See You Soon. We do need a jungler. Oh yeah, they did not R3 onto the Fanny this time. Oh yeah, they did not R3 the Fanny.
What's your command? Your team.
So they are goodbye to Fanny then. No more Fanny. So that is Fanny's gone. We're not gonna see Fanny into the jungle pick for the side of Pro Esports anymore. But this will kind of force them to play a little bit more early game centric with the Grok, Juicing as well as the Yuzhong. That priority in the mid lane together with the Grok and the Juicing is actually pretty darn good. So I'm not gonna be too afraid of that. So I'm just gonna leave it down to the other gold laner, right? So gold laner, they don't have an answer as to which gold laner they are going up against as of yet. But the Granger is still available as well. Not anymore. Not anymore. So no more Granger. Let me think. Do we need Shred at this point? I don't think we need Shred. We need a little bit more crowd control. The crowd control is not going to do anything to the Eve. They need payoff in terms of damage. It is a Yuzhong versus a Lapu Lapu. Yuzhong definitely wins in the Lapu Lapu game. It's not easy to catch Lapu Lapu unless you really commit a lot over to Lapu. Yeah, you have to at least be able to secure. You would at least need a single ultimate to be able to secure a kill onto Lapu Lapu. So perhaps a little bit more crowd control would be great. So before Lapu Lapu were to go into Bravest Warriors, you'll be able to lock him down. This feels a little bit more bursty, right? This does have a little bit of burst potential over to their side. They would likely want to pick up their jungler first here. And the current jungler that is available right now. Oh, they want to go for the 1-1. Okay. There is no big ticket hero from the side of Pro Esports as of yet. So they can actually just play the Mathilda, to be fairly honest. Mathilda plus the Yip combination is not too bad as well. You can kind of relocate your RWM. And even if you are very far ahead, or if you are very you're too into your RWM, at least you will be able to run away with the guiding wind. Perhaps a little bit too early to commit over to the 1-1, in my honest opinion. Gatokacha is still gonna be picked up for them, and the natural play, right? The natural play, the Gatokacha plus the Eve into the Harith is always gonna be a very good combo. But the Akai, okay, so the Akai is able to lock down pretty effectively, but I'm not exactly sure if whether it's gonna do anything or too much. This is mostly zone denial from the side of Akai, just so that they will be able to really deny the massive amount of damage that can come from the Harith. So lock down and pick off onto the Akai is actually and probably gonna be the more important game plan for the side of Team CU soon. As such, we're gonna be jumping in over to game number 3. Pro Esports with 1 win to the name, and CU soon with 1 win as well. A little bit of a difficult game, I would say, for the side of Pro Esports due to the nature of... Wait, hold on a second. Pro Esports is first pick? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, that said, ladies and gentlemen, so far we've got Pro Esports has always been playing on second pick, second ban, all the time. So it's definitely kind of surprising for me to see them going first pick this time. But regardless, that is the Land of Dawn with Quick Wave that has been slowed down already, and now we've got a little bit of split screen to take a look at what that movement from the Romans are gonna be like. D7 made his way all the way down to the bottom lane. Not necessarily gonna be helping out with the mid laner as of yet. But speaking of mid laner, where's the mid laner? Here. All the way shoved out by the Grog. Wow. But it's not gonna matter too much. None of these waves has been taken down as of yet. There's a bit of annoyance, but as I mentioned before, that is a very strong lane priority between the Yve plus the Gatokacha. The both of them can really wave clear pretty darn fast. So you can expect them to start moving around a lot more and a lot faster from this point on. CU soon has the better draft coming in from quite a lot of you guys from the lineup. I mean from the chat. I do agree though. I do agree. They do have an answer, a direct answer to the main damage dealer from the side of Pro Esports. And with that all said, that PP with a quick flicker backwards. It's gonna be safe for now. And remember, so far, whenever CU soon has got a winning draft and technically speaking a winning hand in the early stages, they don't win the game. So you remember that. I don't particularly think that Pro Esports drafting is bad though. This is a wombo combo lineup, and they are really darn strong in 5v5, so you gotta have to give them respect for that. As you can see right now, immediately with the RWM just gonna be popping right out. D7 does not have the AOG just yet, so he will not be able to extend the immobilization and into the knock-up into the immobilizations. As such, Sa will find himself taken down, and as per normal, that is going to be the turtle that will be taken from the side of CU soon. No changes thus far. CU soon has always been able to get himself a very strong execution in early stages, and Pro Esports will only pop off later on 15 minutes into the game. Now, my question, of course, will always be if whether CU soon have a draft that allows them to play before 15 minutes, right? Before they go 5v5 against Pro Esports. Because right now, this draft yells to me, like literally just tells me, I want to play 5v5 against Pro Esports. I want to go toe-to-toe against them. But here's a catcher. So far, they have always, like CU soon has always been playing the Yi Sun Shin for their own plays. And they have always been playing double marksman. And they will lose in 5v5. So, take that with a pinch of salt. Anything could happen. And I think that CU soon is a very inconsistent team and kind of scary one. In the meantime, up in the top lane, we do have a quick little dash. Oh no! So much committed, but didn't even get themselves a kill down on the D7. But hey, at least this managed to force one Revitalize and one Purify of Pro Esports. And there is at least 30 seconds until the turtle spawns. So the upcoming team fight, don't expect too much regeneration from the start of D7 over to the rest of the team. Don't expect Kozen to be there because he doesn't have a Purify, and it's too early for him to do that either way. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I will say that Siusu should be able to take this turtle down with no problems at all. With the fact that they do have a Akai, they should be able to zone pretty effectively, and he would not be crowd controlled down to oblivion and not be able to pull off the retribution. He will always be able to pull off retribution in this game, as he's gonna be CC immune during his heavy spin. So Felix now has got himself the enmity. Kane looking for an opportunity right down here, and of course when it comes down to Shadow, he's just going to be popping himself right into the Black Dragon form, circling all the way around to the top side of this members of Pro Esports. 1 man down, 2 men down for the side of Pro Esports already, as Houston is now going to be traveling down on the Pro Esports, hoping that he will be able to AOG out, but too much for them to handle. Too much for the Gata to handle. There's 3 men down from the side of Pro Esports, and that's 2,300 gold in favor for See You Soon. As Yusun now inches slowly towards the finishing point. Cleared out the wave down in the middle lane. Assassinated by the hands of Shadow right underneath of the turret's nose. Thinking that he might be safe underneath the turret, but hey, that's not right. Shadow does have quite a lot of damage. 3 kills, 0 death, 3 assists. Shadow is definitely the MVP, at least for now. Definitely better than game number 1. Yu Zhong played by Soren Felix. So we have the ramp. With 3,000 gold for the start of See You Soon, they should be able to ramp up pretty decently all the way until 15 plus minutes. I think that they should be able to bring all of these objectives down in the mid stage. 12 minutes. 12 minutes down, bring all of the outer turrets down. I can't help but think that this 1-1 is not going to pull any weight or have much impact of the game. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong, but that's just what I feel. Shadow picking up yet another kill from the side of Azu. I think that this is gonna be bad. This is really jungle diff. The very different about a couple of these jungle fights so far. Turtle up now, down in the bottom lane.
Sorry.
Red team has slain the turtle.
With 7 minutes into the game, Pro Esports, they do not have the top lane and the bottom lane ones anymore. See You Soon is undoubtedly going to be looking at some of these hard destructions, especially in the middle lane. Kane is right in the face of 7, but that's not going to do anything. Shazori and Felix only have half HP to work with. But as a Lapu, it's not that big of a deal. You highly think that Donut is not anywhere close to being able to secure the objective yet. With the Black Dragon form, they're just flying ahead. Star pops up and opens the RWM. Donut will still take down the turret now. And now, sorry, I'm really hoping that he'll be able to get himself a quick run away while the heavy spin locks D7 over to the wall. 1 trade for nothing for now. While See You Soon pushes all the way to the T2 turret. Can't even do much when it comes down to the Zaman Force. Can't even do much during this entire stampede from See You Soon.
Sooner.
The game slowly comes over to a standstill. Gonna have to remind everyone that, of course, our official telecom partner is Cellcard. That's the only way to be able to level up both of these teams' gaming performance. And we have actually a lot more that we can talk about when it comes down to Cell Card. And since no fight is going on, let me tell you guys about a worry-free Mobile Legends Bang Bang gameplay, right? Because this is what worry-free Mobile Legends Bang Bang gameplay is. Watching MPL Cambodia and watching it through Cell Card. Of course, you'll be able to also receive valuable in-game currency all in one package together with Cellcom's official MLBB gaming bundle. The bundle actually provides 235 diamonds for just $6, and activation is just app. You can just use app, or you can just dial a number as well, and that pretty much works. All 5 fans from the side of Pro Esports hoping to hold on to their purple buff as well. Does seem like Azu still managed to get his purple buff, so that's great. But the Lord is going to be marching down from the bottom lane, and I think that is going to be the scary part. Because we don't even know if whether that is going to be the game-ending play as of yet, but you gotta have to be real careful because the top lane is just going to be pushing in, as now Shadow looks for an opportunity. The Holy Defense just now going to be popped. Middle lane G2 now is going to be under siege by the siege minions. Houston takes it down easily. G7 and Sorian Felix completely locked out from their home. Bravest Warriors committed from Sorian Felix. So at this point in time, it could happen anytime. Sorian Felix would just go in, flick a stun. But that's not going to happen. All we see is a Black Dragon form that opens up, taking a little bit too much damage. Furious Guy's not going to be landing on anyone. What it means, the RWM coming from the side of Star just going to be locking 2% in, but it's not going to be mattering to the side of Kane because of the fact that he does have a heavy spin. And of course, doesn't matter to Donut because he does have the crossbow of Tang and such. They're more than enough damage over the side of Star. And now, see you soon. They're knocking on the doors of Pro Esports. 1v1 between and Felix as well. Donut. But Akira is the one that picks up the kill. Living Star all alone. We'll see you soon. All 3 members still alive. And that is going to be a heavy wave down in the bottom lane. With D7 and Kozen coming out, See You Soon understands the severity of that, and they gotta have to go back home from now. We still have about 45 seconds until the Lord eventually spawns. This 8,000 goal lead at 11 minutes is not going to help Pro Esports. I would say that right after taking this Lord, there is not going to be a very high probability of them actually winning right there and then. But knowing how See You Soon has got very strong micro mechanics, and with 8,000 goal lead at 12 minutes, yeah, there's not much that Pro Esports is able to do at this point in time. They need to rely onto their turrets a lot. Either onto their turrets or onto their base. And at this point, I would love for them to be able to defend the middle lane as much as possible. That T3 middle lane turret will eventually go down because of the influx of creeps coming in from the top and the bottom. So it is just gonna be a situation where it would eventually happen. Lord now spawns right in the face of Donut. Donut goes 1v1 against this Lord. Kane shortly join into this fray. Down with no issues. Minutes into this game. Lord will be knocking down from over to the bottom lane. And I would say that See You Soon, they can win this game. They should force this. Because Pro Esports, they don't have the economy to be able to fight back. That's 10,000 gold difference. Azu can't do much. Kozen doesn't have much farm. All he has is a Holy Crystal. I would say that 13 minutes with this amount of deficit, you should have a Holy Crystal only together with the Stallium Scythe, perhaps. Probably that's all if you ask me. Or maybe he does have the Feather of Heaven as well. Yeah, he should have 3 of these items, yeah. You should have these 3 items. Feather of Heaven, Stallium Scythe, as well as the Holy Crystal. We'll see how far that would eventually help Pro Esports for now. As now the Lord is just going to be marching down to the bottom lane, just going to be following over to the side of Sorian Felix. Middle lane T3 destroyed. RWM opens up. PP gets taken down and pushed away. Akira brings D7 down. That is one for one trade as it is for now. With the top lane minions just gonna be pushing in. The minions is just gonna be crashing on in. Not quite enough to bring down this turret though, but I think that they really want to force this out, which is not gonna be a very good choice at all. As now Kozen picks up the kill over to the side of Shadow. I think that this is impatience just biting them right over to their rear, where they don't have a way to end this game. Don't have a proper way to end this game, rather. $60 minutes, 1 minute until the Lord eventually spawns. Donut has about 10,000 gold lead. Akira with 9.8 thousand gold. Shadow with basically Pro Esports is very far behind, extremely far behind, with that 7.6 thousand gold deficit. This is not gonna be a fight that they will be able to get out completely unscathed. If they are able to go for good trades, they will need to trade at least 2 or 3 members for a majority or equal to what Pro Esports have for themselves by the end of that team fight. Slow and steady will win the game for many teams. But is that gonna be the same thing for See You Soon? Because remember, we talked about the 15 minutes timer on the side of See You Soon. The moment that they hit 15 minutes, they eventually kind of lose gas. As such, PP now finds himself half HP. Then it's gonna be a tectonic shot to manage to land on the 3 people. Unfortunately for the side of D7, he have to use AOG to get himself running away. While Star opens up the RWM, no one else to follow up with anymore. As such, Akira will bring down a kill over to the side of Kozen. 1 man down, make that 2 men down, 3 men down over the side of See You Soon. This is what I'm talking about. Pro Esports, triple kill. Living Kane all alone now. What? This is not supposed to happen, guys. This is not supposed to happen. The 15-minute curse from See You Soon. Again. Again, guys. Again. Why? Why was that fight necessary? Why did the fight go that way? Let's take a look, right? The whole time, let's take a look at where Azu is. Azu is all the way down to the bottom lane. He's just moving his way. 2% is already dead from this point on. Torrent Felix tries to run away. Good stun. That is a very good re-engage from Sorian Felix, not gonna lie. That was enabled only because of Sorian Felix. So now the fight continues again. See You Soon is throwing bodies over to the side of Pro Esports. He did manage to get a kill down to Kozen again though. So right now, we'll see how that's gonna work out with the Revitalize just gonna be popping out for the side of D7. He re-engages just at a little bit. See You Soon now manages to push all the way over to Pro Esports, push Pro Esports right into their base. They no longer have the opportunity to take down the Lord though, as the Lord has been taken down from Pro Esports themselves. So now they gotta have to do some damage control. They have to take down the Lord down in the bottom lane in order to realistically be able to do anything. Oh, the flicker from the side of Sorian Felix. Oh wait, that's not flicker. But yeah, it's just gonna be slicing and dicing for now. Baron, RWM, Sorian Felix in the middle of the fight. Win the crown, just gonna be exceptional timing. Now he's gonna be safe. The stun down on the PP only to be taken down by Akira once again. It sounds and it seems as though Akira actually does have the Sky Piercer, to be fairly honest. I'm not very sure whether that's actually the case here.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
But there is a chance though. There is a chance that See You Soon might still lose this game, as the current economy has been dwindled down all the way from 6,000 to 1,000. 1:16. There may be a very strong wave that's just going to be marching in from the bottom lane. Not too sure whether that's going to do anything at all, but there we go. That is going to be the bottom lane T1 that will be taken down. The RWM pops up. Going to be locking down on the donut for a tad while. Now, 2 of the ballistas just somewhere going to be here. Maybe just one ballistas now. AOG is not going to be landing on anyone at this point in time. The Winter Crown coming from the side of Kane ensures that he was going to stay alive for a tad bit longer. D7 doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. As such, the entire team of Pro Esports now have no choice but to go back home and unable to blitz out the win. It seems like we do have quite a lot of Filipinos in the chat today. Hi, Philippines. Lords now available once again. This is an evolved Lord, okay? This is an evolved Lord. That's gonna be marching right out, but due to the fact that this is broken walls, will quite literally go towards the northwest one or southeast. Enmity goes over to the side of See You Soon. They're looking for the right opportunity to just spring into action. They do not want to receive any collateral damage from the Lord either. So slow and steady is the one that will win the race. With the immortality is already gonna be popped, so this is gonna be big! Kozen now takes the kill down over to Shadow. With one man down from the side of See You Soon already, this is going to be bad. As now Pro Esports might have an advantage. Now is of course gonna be the heavy spinners, hoping they will be able to do something over to the side of Star, but that's not gonna do anything. There's three men down from the side of See You Soon. Donut hopes to hop away. Just a little bit more hops up, but he gets taken down. Clipped at the end of the Synchro Fission. Pro Esports, they're winning the late game again, man. Over and over and over again. This is gonna be the comeback that we are looking for. It's a wombo combo that works. This is a wombo combo that works. As such, four members are gonna be crashing themselves down. And now, of course, Mount Shocker will be able to land on the Akron. Nothing that Akron could do, but with the crown himself, Pro Esports takes another win. Oh, man. Pro Esports, can you believe this? If not for the previous game, See You Soon would have lost in a 3-0 manner. See You Soon throwing? Honestly, I wouldn't call them throwing. I call this enough. See You Soon is strong. Okay, get that. See You Soon is strong. But only before 15 minutes. Only before 15 minutes. So if See You Soon wants to stand a chance to win, they have to stampede the game and play it the Indonesian/Malaysian way. They have to be so aggressive. They have to play micro. They need to be able to get at least 1,000 goal lead per minute that has passed. And only from that point on, then they can win the game. Because they will be so far ahead that the opponent is unable to catch up and unable to fight. I say that, but Pro Esports won in a... What was that? Pro Esports won in a 8,000 goal deficit in their base defense. I don't know what's going on with See You Soon. But one thing's for sure is that if See You Soon is not gonna, if See You Soon is not gonna keep up, is not gonna try to, not throw the game, I would say, then I don't know, but they're just choking out, guys. They're just choking out. We have Bigatron on Indonesia, but we can't have one in Cambodia, right? Oh man! But regardless, congratulations over to Kozen, the MVP of this game number 3. Kozen has really been on headlines every now and then. So congratulations over to Kozen. Congratulations over to Pro Esports. They're just one game away to getting themselves a 3-1 win. And that is the closest that they have got to being able to beat down. See you soon without going all 5 games ahead. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just gonna leave you guys for the highlights as well as the post-game analysis and all the kind of stuff, the post-game stats. I'll be back with you guys after a very short break and right before game number 4.
Double kill. Triple kill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. My name is Abstract once again, your caster from MPL SG, commentating for today's games, and all of which is going to be here at MPL Cambodia. We've got 3 games already done, with Pro Esports getting themselves 2 wins in total through utmost resilience, playing all the way until the late games kind of thing. But of course, when it comes down to See You Soon, they were technically losing every single one of these games, but won in that one game because of a split push from Winions. So that's 1 win for them. So hopefully, just hopefully, that they will be able to come back a little bit stronger from here and try to really identify what exactly is going wrong. Because as I mentioned before, they are a team that is really strong pre-15 minutes. But every time once they go past 15 minutes, they start to lose. Why? It doesn't make sense. Like, they hands down just completely loses out, even though they had, what, 8,000 gold lead? There's just something that Pro Esports is just doing very well. And they are making it work. And as long as Pro Esports just continues to stick to their guns and stick to what they know, they are going to be completely fine. But See You Soon, they have a lot that is going to be on their shoulders. They need to really identify, and they really need to think about things here. Is it draft problem? Is it the micro game, macro game? I think that they are not exactly playing enough macro game, in my honest opinion. They have always and constantly been able to wipe out the opponents very well in the early stages, managed to take down a lot of these objectives, but I think that they are not really making full use of these payoffs coming in from the side lane controls, right? They enabled themselves in a form whereby they got the payoff of taking down all of these side lanes. They have a very strong wave that's pushing down, but they are not particularly using these strong waves to play towards their advantage, such as dancing with the Lord until someone is forced to go back to defend the base, that kind of stuff. So hopefully we'll be able to see more of that of See You Soon in this upcoming game number 4, Match Point. The random map draw is going to land onto Flying Clouds. Great quality of life, being able to run back into the fight. So this is actually going in favor of Pro Esports. This hands down goes in favor with Pro Esports, right? Because as much as possible, See You Soon is really strong in the early stages, right? And what you want to do is be able to defend. With the Flying Cloud, your comeback mechanic is going to be so much stronger, and you're able to get yourself back into the team fight. And the problem about See You Soon sometimes is that they overcommit into fights sometimes. They would just overcommit, and when someone is back and they I won't be surprised if See You Soon tries to continue onto the fight, hoping to be able to cycle that one person. So we got Pro Esports that is going to be starting onto first pick, and See You Soon is going to be on second pick. This time, we do have Yisun Shin that's going to be picked up by Pro Esports, and that Rock going to be onto the side of See You Soon. Jusin is currently unavailable now, so there is a possibility that they might want to look at something like a Lunox. In this case, might entirely depend on which direction they're trying to go. But naturally, whenever I am facing off against a Yisun Shin, having a Lunox from your side generally increases the chance of you being able to win in the late stages of the game. Because the Lunox can kind of act as a pseudo marksman. Very strong strength potential. That's why. And for them to pick up a Yeeve over here, it's just going to be put themselves in a really tough spot, because now the Gato-Kacha can be picked, and the Gato-Kacha is a solid answer over to the Yeeve. So with a single AOG, it is not going to neutralize the RWM. However, the taunt will neutralize the RWM. So that's why I did not recommend picking up that Yeeve, and I only mentioned the Lunox. But yeah, they picked up the Yeeve. So now they got counted. Pro Esports also did manage to pick up a Granger for themselves. that's the double marksman composition, at least for now. With the fact that there is a Fredrin as well as a Grog, is not a very big issue for pro esports to rush down to pick up Lunox for themselves. I personally would wish to see that Kimi, but now that Kimi is banned, I would say that the next best case scenario is going to be the Lunox, provided that Season going to ban. I think that Season is going to ban out the Lunox without a doubt. We have two very beefy frontliners from the side of CU Soon. One of which is going to be the Lunox. Oh wait, huh? I can understand eye for an eye, right? High ground for high ground, but not to this extent.
Let them play the hero.
Your team.
So now the Lunox is available for pro esports to pick out, and that also means that we are looking at a possible XP laner that cannot be a Lapu, cannot be a Yuzhong. Uranus still seems fine because Soon did not show any form of shred marksman at this point in time just yet, unless Soon wants to pick that out right now. They should pick up the XP laner right now. Esmeralda is fine, Uranus is fine as well, because we don't have a lot of crowd control from the side of pro esports as of yet. So either one of these XP laners is gonna do well. I'll say Esmeralda. Oh, they're actually gonna go for the. Oh, they're actually gonna go for the Harriet. So now might as well just pick up the Esmeralda. Pro esports can pick up the Esmeralda. Yeah, he can go. Pro esports can go for Esmeralda, and then they can go for the Lunox. That is my honest opinion of what will really outdraft Soon. They have very good answers for the frontliners. In the early game stage, they have no issues catching that. They have an Esmeralda that can stick very closely to the Harif and steal all of these shields as well. So we'll see.
The southern seas are my domain. Your team is picking.
Why Kadita? Why Kadita?
My kiss.
But okay, I respect the Esmeralda. It's great that they're going to the Esmeralda route. But why Kadita? You actually don't... Okay, so I understand that Yves is a standing target, right? It's just standing there and not gonna do too much. Especially, he's a very prone target to rough waves. But I don't see Yves as that big of a problem because you have a Gatokacha to deny that RWM. You have a Gatokacha to deny the RWM. You don't need to bank on the fact that the Yves is gonna be in RWM and blast that Yves off at where she stood. I would much prefer a Lunox to deal with the Fredrin plus the Grok in the early stages of the game. When it comes down to the late stages, yeah, you've got the Yusujin and the Granger, they can deal with the front line, no issues. And now with the Alice, it makes having a Lunox even much more tastier. But unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. We have the Kadita, and we'll see if whether the Kadita is gonna do anything to Pro Esports. Not a big fan once again, as I mentioned, but at least when it comes down to lane priority, they will be able to get a very good lane priority because of the Ocean Oddity. Kadita can actually wave clear pretty fast together with the Gatokacha, so they can just kind of move towards that. When it comes aside from the Harif and the Yi, I don't see anyone else being a prime target for the rough wave burst damage. So I think that is really just an either-or situation between these two. Usually PP, you are a little bit too deep, but he does have the flicker to get himself right out of the fight, so not too big of a problem for now, at least. I'm still bummed out about the fact that they did not pick up the Lunox. Lunox would be so good. I hope that I hope chat agrees. I do see a couple of you guys are just mentioning the Lunongs as well, but I'm not too sure whether you guys are saying that it's good or it's bad. So, yeah, I can only understand English, unfortunately, and Chinese. That matters right now. But you're not. Now we do have like 4 members from the start of season all the way up the top. That is a good nature's barrier. Actually, that's going to be locking Thorium Felix as well as D7 out, but they're not going to be committing all over to that. Thorium Felix flickers out, and of course, just going to go straight back in with a soft falling Star Moon. And they fought back. Gets killed down the Kane and Shadow. Amazing. That is some great retreat and counter engage. Damn. I'm not used to seeing pro esports winning in the early stages, not gonna lie, but that's a very good early gameplay. That's a very good early gameplay. I think we should be able to see a little bit more like that in a bit later on. But Kane joins in, taunt on the D7, knock back, appraisal's ref. Oh! The timing though. AOG completely nullified the appraisal's wrath. Oh man, wasted the time of Kane. So the time is now in the favor for pro esports, just because of the missed opportunity from the side of Kane. That was a little bit of greed from Kane, isn't it? He could have went for the taunt. He could go for the taunt into the appraisal's wrath, but he decided to wait, knowing that he has an ultimate that can get him out.
We are sooner.
So we see at this point. Oh my god, Colton! He's gonna be in the top spot, but it doesn't seem like he will be taken down just yet. The rough waves down quite a bit over to the side of PBS. Sa joined in the fray. Kozen helped out, but Azu is the one that picked up the double kill. Thorium Felix holding the front lines is exactly what I would want out of the Esmeralda. Just pushing Dota away, making sure that he's not to be able to do anything from this point onwards. Or for the start, the Appraisal's Wrath has been used, and that is going to be a take from the side of Kane. Azu finds himself taken down. It's not bounty kill as of yet, so it's still going to be fine for the side of Pro Esports to still lose Azu. However, the turtle is currently available, but he will be back in 6 seconds, and this is Wandering Clouds, remember. So he can actually get himself right back to the fight very effectively and very fast. So Pro Esports did a good job repelling the rest of the members from CU soon away, just so that they will still have a second lease of life in trying to fight out for the turtle. As now, Thorium Felix now half spot. It is going to be the rough wave, just going to be connecting all down on the Kane. Kane is going to be completely out of commission. The TOR lands over to the side of D7, and Sa still went down over to the side of Acura because of that RWM. Now, Thorium Felix understands the current situation. He's just going to be peeling off a little bit more for the side of D7, but the main objective is the fact that they managed to take down the turtle, and that is more than they needed. None of them died. I mean, technically, I think Sa died there. Yeah, Sa died, but all in all, they still have got advantage. About 1,600 gold lead in favor for Pro Esports with 2 of this turtle take. This is a testament as to how the upcoming game is gonna be like. And so far, see you soon, they have always been very dominant in the early stages of the game. And the moment that they are dominant, they are able to get some of these kills, some of these farms, and some of these objectives. If they are unable to get these early game farm, I don't know how their late game is gonna be if they have never won 15 minutes after. So if they have not won 15 minutes before, what makes them think that they are gonna win in 15 minutes after? Miracles needs to be made here. The miracle really needs to be made right now. As of this point in time, we've got a very strong and a very heavy wave down in the bottom lane, and there we go. It's just gonna be a crash down coming from the side of Pro Esports right in the face of Kane. As such, it's gonna be more members that's just gonna be taking the L. Sorry, Felix a little bit far ahead, but it's not possibly gonna go down that easily. Okay, never mind. He is gonna go down. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, he's still dead. He's still dead. So that's 2 men down from the side of Pro Esports for now. 2 for 1. Not exactly a very good trade. Pause 4 for a pause 3 for a pause 2. Kind of weird, but UR lands on the Azu. Oh, damn, that's a very good slide, allowing him to get right out of the dodge and just nullifying that knockup coming from the side of the tectonic charge. Kane finally picks up the turtle for himself. He's currently at level 8, a full 3 levels behind of Azu. But a good zoning from the side of See You Soon allows them to pick up some of these pieces. Goran Felix right in the face. Kozen hopefully will be able to get a little bit more farm, but he wants to be very sure that he would not be jumped. So I respect that kind of discipline from the side of Kozen. So far, Kozen has been playing a very good gold lane plays. I think that Kozen is just kind of scary. It's just an untouchable marksman at this point in time. Very difficult marksman to go up against. Mobilized. It's not going to do too much. Well, 8 minutes into this game, Pro Esports, at this rate that they're going, they have already taken down all of the tier 1 turrets. And all they could possibly do right now is possibly just wait for the Lord, because this is a very teamfight-oriented composition. They do have pickoff coming in from the Kadita though, so don't get me wrong. They still can play pickoff as long as Kadita catches someone. It does have Petrify though, so as long as the Lord timer reaches maybe about under 20 seconds, generally Sa would want to seek out for where Kane is, just so that they can guarantee themselves the Lord take. But there is also another direction that they can go, because this is currently a level 13 Azu, right? Level 13 is that's 3 levels ahead of Kane. They don't need to particularly waste that rough wave just to give a guaranteed chance of Lord take, because they already have a heightened amount of chance. In fact, this is probably like 80% chance that the Lord goes over the side of Pro Esports, just because of the fact that Kane does not have the level to actually go toe-to-toe against Azu. So look out for other opportunities. Look out for some other kills. Might be the name of the game for the side of Sa.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
So it does not have Flicker. It does have Petrify. Can look to pull the members from See You Soon to get closer over to the Lord. And once they have found an opportunity, just snipe Donut, or maybe just snipe Acura. They might be able to catch one over to the side of Shadow. POR did manage to land on the Kozen, but the damage just not quite enough. The flowing blood allows him to get away, but in the meantime, the AOG allows for Pro Esports to regather once again. Kane immobilized and taking quite a bit of damage with quite a bit of that grey health. Rough Waves has already been used, and that is just going to be go time for the side of Acura, because there's no more Rough Waves. As such, even when it comes down to Garakacha, he will be taken down. See you soon. They're fighting back nicely, and they are looking for the right timing as well. As such, Donut picks up the kill over to the side of, Felix. Very good timing from the side of See You Soon. Patient, waiting for the Rough Waves. The moment that Rough Waves appear, you know that the RWM is gonna pop up immediately after, because the threat is completely gone. Azu at level 15. This 50-50 will go over to Azu if he dashes in and try to go for the steal. Kane does not have a lot of grey HP to work with, so this is a... Oh, Donut! Takes the Lord down! But that's not good for See You Soon, because right now D7 just AOG right in. In fact, D7 now with a revitalize. He pulls the members from the side of See You Soon to him for a tad little bit, but the rest of See You Soon manages to get himself away. Lord marches down from the top lane. Would eventually be crashing down onto these lanes and looking for something right now. But it's not gonna help you soon win the game at all. We're looking at about 3,800 gold lead in favor for Pro Esports. With the Sea Halberd being bought on by Kozin. Damage potential from Pro Esports is just through the roof. But this front-to-back game from Seosun is not exactly working out well. They don't really have to shred to kind of deal with sorry, Felix, I saw D7. This is just dragging up the fight as long as possible, hoping for Donut to be able to pop off fast. But the moment that Pro Esports is able to stagger these damage dealt by Donut, then the game is more or less going to be over, because Donut just does not have enough damage to spread it across everyone else. Oh, that's kind of funny. Shadow and Kane has the exact same items. Huh. None of these teams have gotten a free base on the opponent's side just yet. So we don't have any lane, natural lane control as of yet. But it does seem as though we do have a little bit of a slow push down to the bottom lane, while in the meantime, Frozen pick up a kill down with Kane right here in the middle lane. AOT is gonna happen, but we don't have a taunt as of yet. D7 don't have the taunt, he's not taunting Agra as of yet, just now. But now we got a little bit more, as now Donut pops down when it comes down to Zaman Force. It's not gonna be stopped just yet until now, as Azu finally dealt something over to the side of Donut, while Sorry and Felix just gonna be racking up and stealing all those shields away over from Donut. Exactly the kind of outcome I would expect from the side of Pro Esports, with a complete wipeout to the side of Seosun. Kane, he will be coming back out in right about now, but he's not gonna be able to defend as well. He needs someone else to come in and help in order to do something. So the Falling Star was not gonna land. As such, this is gonna be the win of Pro Esports, a 3-1 victory. As such, the play-in is over for Seosun. The play-in is over for Pro Esports, as Pro Esports now move on over to the playoffs, and they will stand to meet the other playoff teams. Commiserations over to Seosun, as they have met the end of their journey here at MPL Cambodia Season 9. It's a touching and difficult moment for the players. Seosun definitely did not expect an outcome like this. To be dropped out in the play-ins for 2 seasons in a row, when they were once one of the top dogs in the international scene, known for their fearsome, aggressive playstyle. They now find themselves back to square zero, as Seosun says goodbye to their run here at MPL KH Season 9 once again. We're gonna be passing the time over to the host as we send Seosun off.
ខ្លាំងមែនតើទៅកាន់ Seosun គឺក៏អត់បានទៅកាន់វគ្គបន្តទៀតទេនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅរដូវកាលទី 9 របស់យើងដូចគ្នាផងដែរ អូខេតោះចឹងសម្រាប់រ៉ាមានអីនិយាយផ្ដាំញ៉ាទៅកាន់ fan របស់យើងហើយក៏ដូចជាបដិញ្ញាចិត្តនៅរដូវកាលក្រោយទៀតអត់
បើសិនជារឿងបដិញ្ញាចិត្តពួកខ្ញុំនៅតែបដិញ្ញាចិត្តខំប្រឹងពី season 1 ទៅ season 1 រហូតហើយខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណទៅដល់ fan Sooner ទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលបានមកគាំទ្រពួកខ្ញុំហើយនឹងស្រឡាញ់ដល់ពួកខ្ញុំក្នុងពេលពួកខ្ញុំអន់ឬខ្លាំងក៏ដោយគឺតែតែមានអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្លាំងមែនតើហើយខ្ញុំពិតជាសូមទោសអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្លាំងមែនតើដែលយើងធ្លាក់នៅវគ្គ play off នេះគឺពួកយើងបានខំប្រឹងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពហើយវាយើង fail តាមពិត game យើងធ្វើល្អតែគ្រាន់យើង fail អញ្ចឹងណាយើង miss communication ចឹងក្នុងនាមខ្ញុំតំណាងឲ្យស៊ីស៊ុនខ្ញុំពិតជាសូមទោសអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្លាំងមែនទែននៅលទ្ធផលថ្ងៃហ្នឹងសង្ឃឹមថាខ្ញុំនឹងអាចយកលទ្ធផលឲ្យល្អជាងនឹងនៅក្នុងស៊ីហ្សិនក្រោយទៀត
ចាសង្ឃឹមថាពួកគាត់នៅរដូវកាលក្រោយនឹងធ្វើបានល្អជាងរដូវកាលមុននេះទៀតហើយអ្នកនរគ្នាដែលគាត់គ្រប់គ្រងនៅតែសង្ឃឹមទៅលើស៊ីស៊ុននឹងធ្វើបានល្អក៏ដូចជានឹងអាចដណ្ដើមជាមួយនឹងជើងឯកនៅរដូវក្រោយទៀតណាចាអរគុណច្រើនអរគុណសម្រាប់បានសូមសម្ដែងតែដៃជូនស៊ីស៊ុនមួយទៀតមកចាជួបរួមសាស្ត្រាទៅកាន់ស៊ីស៊ុននេះគ្នាចាជាមួយនឹងរដូវកាលនេះគឺគាត់អាចបន្តដំណើរទៅជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងមកទៅទេតែក៏សូមចូលដល់មកបាសាទ័រទៅកាន់ Pro Esports ធ្វើបានល្អមែនតើជាមួយលទ្ធផល3-1តែម្ដងជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃនេះវ៉ាវពិសេសមែនតើយើងឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងគឺ Pro Esports អាចឡើងទៅបន្តជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Galaxy Legend តតែម្ដងតោះសម្រាប់ Felix ធ្វើបានល្អជាមួយនឹងការ performance នៅក្នុងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងជាមួយនឹងវគ្គទី3អំបញ្ញមិញមិនដែរសូមចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ក៏ដូចជាអារម្មណ៍របស់យើងនៅពេលនេះ
មានអារម្មណ៍ភ័យហើយសុបាយទៅបាន comeback មកវិញ
អូខេអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតយើងឃើញថាមិនថាប្រកួតបាត់ណាបើយើងនិយាយជាក់ស្ដែងជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃនេះពេល early យើងក៏ធ្វើសាបានល្អដែរណោះប៉ុន្តែយើងអាចធ្វើការ comeback បានកន្លែងនេះយើងអាចប្រាប់បានណត់ថាពីណាគេដែរដែលព្យាយាមនៅក្នុងការឲ្យពួកយើងអាច comeback ហើយព្យាយាមអស់ពីសមត្ថភាព
ពួកយើងទាំងអស់គ្នាព្យាយាម reset ហើយខំលេង late game សម្រាប់ Galaxy ពួកខ្ញុំនឹងសងសឹកគាត់ថ្ងៃស្អែក
គាត់នឹងសងសតកម្ម Galaxy នៅថ្ងៃស្អែកគាត់ថាពួកគាត់ធ្វើបានអត់បើបានសងសម្លេងហៅទៅកាន់ពួកគាត់មួយមកជូនពរសំណាងល្អទាំងអស់គ្នាណាអូខេអាចធ្វើការសម្រាប់បានចាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកបន្តទៀតណោះអូខេអរគុណមែនតើចាតើអាចទៅសម្រាប់បានអរគុណច្រើនចាអូខេយើងបានដឹងហើយជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងគឺជាមួយលទ្ធផលដែលឃើញថា Pro Esports គឺគាត់ធ្វើបានល្អខ្លាំងមែនតើដែលយកជ័យជំនះទៅកាន់ស៊ីស៊ុននៅក្នុងលទ្ធផល3-1ចឹងពួកគាត់នឹងធ្វើការប្រកួតនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកបន្តទៀតតើឥឡូវនេះក៏សូមដល់ទូទីនេះក៏ជូនដល់ caster របស់យើងវិញទាំងអស់គ្នា
Này này. Chill boy.
Box, box,
Chill,
box,
chill,
box,
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 box, box, stand, box, stand, box. You want
Go,
lối,
go,
you want
go,
lối.
go,
Ê,
go,
bức
go,
cây,
go.
bức cây boy, bức cây.
Chill him up, chill him up.
Chill bọn em. Chill.
Box, box, box.
Em boy, thôi.
Nhìn trên backline, cover, đi vào.
Ai tép à.
Này.
Ê, nhìn xin lô. Thả thấy nhìn xin. Làm.
Chui.
Này.
Go. Use some.
Welcome. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Nana có từ Legendary.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Nana có từ lễ trên đài.
September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
ណានាក៏ទៅលេចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Nana có từ lễ trên đài.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
ណានាក៏ទៅលេចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
ណានាក៏ទៅលេចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
ណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Nana có từ lễ trên đài.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
is ticking.
I'm strong. Real strong.
Your team is ticking.
ណាណាក៏ទៅ Legend ដែរ
Always on the way.
Your team
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars.
I shed the ashes of the past.
From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
The battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed. Welcome to Mobile
ណាណាក៏ទៅ Legend ដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Nana có từ lễ trên đài.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each
កួតនេះរៀបចំដោយ Moonton Infinite Note 50 Series MPL Edition សម្រាប់ gamer គ្រប់គ្នាសាកថ្មល្បឿន90 W និងសាកថ្មឥតខ្សែ30 W បំពាក់អេក្រង់ AMOLED ល្បឿន 144Hz អាចលេង Mobile Legends Bang Bang ដោយរលូនដំណើរការកម្មវិធីលឿនជាមួយនឹង RAM សរុប 24GB អមជាមួយនឹងការរចនាពោរពេញដោយអានុភាពខ្លះមកប្រើកញ្ចប់គម្រោង Secret AO Gamer ថ្មីទទួលបានអ៊ីនធឺណិត 8GB និងពេជ្រ35ត្រឹមតែ$1.5 ក្នុងមួយសប្តាហ៍ទស្សនាភាពយន្តល្បីៗញ៉ាំអាហារឆ្ងាញ់ៗសារចាក់បញ្ចាំងនិងកៅអីធំទូលាយទស្សនានៅរោងភាពយន្តខ្មែររោងភាពយន្ត Legend យើងក៏មិនភ្លេចផងដែរជាមួយ Esports Partner Indomie សូមអរគុណដល់សហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកដែលតែងតែគាំទ្រនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតក៏ត្រឡប់សាច់ថ្មីជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត MPL KH រដូវកាលទី 9 វគ្គ Playoffs ជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃទី 1 ក៏ដូចជាគូទី 2 ជំនួបរវាង Team Valhalla ត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Team Meg ដូចអ្នកគ្នាបានដឹងទេជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតនៅវគ្គ Playoffs របស់យើងនេះផងដែរជាមួយនឹងគូទី 1 យើងបានដឹងហើយថាស៊ីសួនគឺគាត់អាចមិនណាញបន្តជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកទេហើយថ្ងៃនេះជាគូទី 2 របស់យើងនេះផងដែរជាមួយនឹង Team Meg ត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Team Valhalla យើងក៏អត់ដឹងនេះគ្នាថាតើ Team Valhalla ដែលធ្វើបានល្អឬមួយក៏ Team Meg អាចធ្វើបានល្អនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅក្នុងវគ្គដូចគ្នាផងដែរជាពិសេសអ្នកដែលគាត់ទស្សនានៅទីនេះផ្ទាល់ក៏ដូចជាក្នុងការ live គឺគាត់បានដឹងហើយណាជាមួយនឹងការរបស់យើងគឺរយៈពេល 3 ថ្ងៃទៀតអញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាដែលគាត់ទស្សនានៅទីនេះកុំភ្លេចធ្វើការ like share ក៏ដូចជា comment ទៅចិត្ត idol របស់អ្នកនរគ្នាហើយចាំមើលថាតើ Team Valhalla គាត់អាចធ្វើបានល្អឬមួយក៏អត់ជាពិសេសដែលយើងបានឃើញនៅក្នុងវគ្គ regular season Team Valhalla គឺគាត់តែងតែធ្វើបានល្អខ្លាំងមែនតែម្ដងចំណែកឯ Team Meg គាត់ចាដឹងស្រាប់តែគឺជាជើងអាចរងនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងដូចគ្នាចាំមើលថាតើ Team Valhalla អាចធ្វើការចាយកជ័យជំនះទៅកាន់ Team ជើងអាចរងរបស់យើងទៅលើ Team Meg បានឬមួយក៏អត់អញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាចាកុំភ្លេចធ្វើការចូលរួមបានច្រើនដូចគ្នាផងដែរថាចាំមើលជាមួយនឹង Team ទាំងពីរ Team មួយណានឹងអាចបន្តជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកចឹងឥឡូវនេះក៏សូមដល់ទូទីជូនទៅដល់ caster របស់យើងវិញទាំងអស់គ្នា
បាទ
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. And understandably, we are now gonna be on the final series of the day after a very exciting games between Pro Esports and See You Soon, which unfortunately we have said goodbye to, which is See You Soon, as we are still in the play-ins. As such, we will now move on over to the second part of the play-ins. And when it comes down to the play-ins, we gotta have to say that understandably, you know, two teams that comes up against one another. This one we have Team Max and we do have Valhalla. Now, Valhalla is not exactly a team that I recognize at this point in time. So I do not have a lot of information about them, except for the fact that they have played in a couple of the games in this regular season. So Valhalla finds themselves at 6th place of the regular season, which is why they are currently in the play-ins, while in the meantime Team Max is also in the play-in while they're at 3rd place. So understandably, this is top seed versus bottom seed. This might actually be a very rough game because the last time that we saw from Team Max, their game going up against with Valhalla is a 2-0, and to watch them play in this best of 5, there is a very high likelihood that we might see a stomping round. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us just invite the first team up on stage, and that is Team Max! These two teams, they understandably have got quite some name to themselves, and of course, being at the top of See You Soon and Pro Esports, we can expect quite some intense gameplay from them. And then of course, when it comes down to Team Max's opponents, on the other side, they have been waiting. Even though they found themselves at the bottom part of the regular seasons, they are still in to go out for a big bang. Valhalla! We're gonna be watching the duke out between the top of the seed and the bottom of the seed. Between the regular seasons, who is going to be the one that will come up on top? As we invite the coaches coming in from both teams, Zero Baby and Todd from Team Max, and from Zion and Majojo from Valhalla. What kind of games are these two coaches gonna show us on stage? And if whether Valhalla is gonna go out in a Vikings, what's it called? A Vikings farewell through a boat through the seas. Team Max, we have Lei, Cypher, Bimo the Key, Sakzu, and King Ares. All of which have definitely shown quite a promising effort thus far. And I definitely gotta have to look out for Lei, right? Lei, even though his GPM is on the lower spectrum of the high gold, gold laners, I still gotta have to say he's still gonna be one of the main players that we gotta have to watch out for, being the main player of the team, right? The games are generally gonna be fixated over to his side of the game, but we'll see if whether he will be able to hold out to how fast his team moves around. And for the side of Valhalla, we have Soul, Secret, Naja, Chma, and Heads. We gotta have to look out at Chma, right? Chma, he has been around for the longest time, and we gotta have to. We saw him in Burnack Flash, and this has been quite some time ago already, right? And this guy, he has never disappointed me. He has never disappointed me before, you know. High amount of turtle secured, high amount of lord secured as well. We gotta have to look out to him to see if whether he's able to keep up to the aggressiveness of him or of them going up against Team Max. As Team Max, they are bleeding this entire board blue, right? Average KDA, DPM, GPM, DTM, match win rate, everything is going towards the side of Team Max, and wouldn't even be surprised if all in all we have everyone from the side of the talent roster that is actually looking towards Team Max in a very favorable fashion, right? Now, I think that this is a very difficult game for Valhalla. They didn't really do too well in the regular seasons. In fact, in Valhalla's games, they have only managed to get a 2-1 score against See You Soon, a 2-1 score against Team Flash, and a 2-0 score against Dark Rise Esports. So it didn't really get there anywhere, especially when it comes down to going up against the top dogs, all other 5 teams. They never really stood too much chance. So going up against Team Max, I think that they might actually be swept off their feet with a 0-3 kind of scoreline. I really do want to give them hopes. I really do want to think that they will be able to get a little bit more points out of Team Max, but Team Max, they are a really strong team. But you know, just for the sake of it, I think that if Team CU soon manage to get 1 point out of Pro Esports, I think that they can as well. 3-1 is going to be my final verdict as to how much they're going to get. There could be a chance that Team Max is going to get first game win, Valhalla second game win, and Team Max takes the game all the way from there. Now, between the two coaches, CO Babe as well as Zion, do we have a little bit of a... Okay, no changes. Yeah, Zion as well as CO Baby. First pick rate coming in from Team Max, they are mostly looking at the... for Team Max, they are looking for first picks. And for Valhalla, not much of saying, right? Because of the amount of games played is vastly different. Because most of the time, it does seem like they are on the second pick more often than not. And of course, when it comes down to the top picks, they kind of tell us a little bit more, right? They want to win in lanes. They want to have lane priority, but not necessarily very true for the side of Team Max. They are playing more for team fights. They're playing more for catchers, right? So Cho as well as Arlot, they're mostly looking at, hey, are we able to execute our game plan? Are we able to take one person out? Are we able to win in numbers advantage? That kind of seems like what CO Baby is looking out for. Well, player head-to-head between the mid laners, Bimo as well as Naja. Bimo does seem to have a higher goal per minute, but when it comes down to KDA, Naja has got a better KD ratio as well as damage. And in my honest opinion, as a mid laner, if you're able to get a lot more kills as well, that is probably my go-to number, right? I want my mid laner to be able to stomp, to be able to steamroll. I want my mid laner to be able to show how strong the team is when it comes down to influencing the lanes in the top lane and the bottom lane. The more kills, that means the more amount of influence you are able to apply over to the other lanes. So Naja, I'm looking out for him. If whether he's able to win in this face-off going up against his fellow opponent. Of course, BMO, we gotta have to wait to find out if whether that is going to be truly the case. I do want to see the talent predictions though. How is the talent predictions gonna be like? In the meantime, everyone in the chat, I would love to find out more about what you guys think. Tell me, what do you guys have? And which game do you think that Valhalla would be able to win? And if whether they will be able to win. Now, it's gonna be a tough question to ask, right? But I really do want to see Valhalla be able to pick out at least one game at the very least. I'm popping by over to the two YouTube channels, the official Mobile Legends Bang Bang channel as well as MLBB Esports channel. Every now and then we'll just kind of take a look at how that is gonna look like and how the game is gonna be, and of course how the audiences are talking about. Now, 3-1 is probably my call. 3 for Team Max and 1 over to the side of Valhalla. First pick goes over to Team Max without a doubt, right? Now, pattern prediction 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. Oh, now that is interesting. Right off the bat, it does seem like our host is at 2-3. Something a little bit different, as a matter of fact. So, moving on forward, we'll just see something a little bit different. We'll just kind of play around with that. We got. I don't want to pronounce their name because I think that I will mess up the name, right? So everyone else is pretty much the same, right? Ice Frog and all. 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, right? So, nothing too out of the ordinary. Team Max have gotten everyone's heart. And if Team Max were to win, they will move up forward and go up against CFU Gaming. And of course, in the previous series, we've got Pro Esports that won, right? So they were going up against Galaxy Legends. So the way that this has kind of been plotted out, it kind of seems as though it is expected to see CFU Gaming and Galaxy Legends at the upper bracket finals going up against one another. But you know what? Anything could change. Anything could have changed. A team could be able to to play well. A team could be able to kind of change things around. But we'll see how it goes, right? We've got a couple of supporters over to the side of Valhalla. Every now and then we might be able to see a couple for Max. Right now, the time is 4:45 p.m. from Cambodia side. 5:55 p.m. for Singapore side. We've got the entire evening to play this out. And if whether we have, we'll be watching like full 2 hours games coming in from these two teams. Now we're going to be jumping on over to the drafting stage between Team Max as well as Valhalla. The random map draw could either go with the Flying Cloud, Expanding Rivers, Broken Walls, or Dangerous Grasses. So far, we have managed to see 3 except for Dangerous Grass, which is perfect. So now, we have managed to see all 4 of the different map rotations coming in. With Dangerous Grass, with game number 1 between these two. We have Matilda, we have the Granger, and of course, when it comes down to none other than our favorite lady of the house. Got a great amount of crowd control as well as general pickoff, I gotta have to say, right? We got Fanny that is also gonna be thrown over to the banning pool. I don't think that is gonna say too much just yet. I think Sion is a coach that generally likes to take out pick-off heroes, right? Generally having a pick-off heroes taken out, you will not see that kind of situation whereby, oh man, I'm at a tough point, I will not be able to play as 5-man kind of situation. But we'll watch out for the bans. Juicin, Grok thrown into the mix. Yusujin is very likely going to be the first pick coming in from the side of Team Max. Enables them quite a lot of flexibility as to what kind of heroes. Oh, they want a first pick on the CC. Okay.
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire.
CC, huh? CC can't go wrong. But that also means the passing on the priority over to the side of Valhalla. When it comes down to having the Yi Sun Shin being picked out, it could be an either or. You can't exactly go too wrong with that. But with Grok taken out of the mix, Gato Kacha is probably something I do want to expect seeing. Lancelot. And
Thorns remain should petals
so
fall.
we're not gonna be
Muscle
seeing
of iron,
Yusujin at this point in
bones of
time.
steel.
The ball is once again gonna be going back over to the court of Team Max. They have that priority. So CC, you generally already have a pretty good lane priority over to the XP lane. If you want to look otherwise, Kimi and Hayabusa.
Oh, I got him lined up in my sights.
Very different kind of draft of the previous game. What they have is that they have very strong single target removals. Very strong single target removals, being able to disrupt and all that kind of jazz. They do have got attraction pulse and can set things up pretty nicely for the later parts of the game as well. They would want to pick up heroes that can understandably give them a good amount of crowd control. A single target crowd control. Look out for single target crowd control. Cho is something that we might see. Alot is also a hero that we might be able to see. But now, we pick up. So that means that Harris
Among
is
the
a very high
planes exists
possibility
the
to be picked out
equilibrium,
from the
which
side
I
of
was
Valhalla.
made
That might be the case. They have a lot of aerial denials, but that's not exactly the same kind of game plan that Team Max is looking out for. Very different kind of game plan. Hylo's taken out. Ruby is taken out as well. With a Hayabusa Kimi and the CC. CC, if you're looking at winning compositions or winning lanes, no one technically wins against CC, but at least Yuzhong does stand some chance in making it into a skill-based kind of lane priority. I would like to see a Yuzhong ban at the very least, unless that Team Max Seal Baby has something else. Looking at the final ban coming in from Seal Baby, we do have Alice that is going to be taken away. So with that all gone, XP laners are slightly dwindling down. Ah, good ban onto the Harith. So we're not exactly going to be playing too much of that aerial denial kind of play from the side of Harith anymore. But we can still look towards that kind of situation. They can still play fighters. They can still kind of play fighters. Having a Lancelot does kind of allow you to play later into the game. Lapu is a pretty good pick still. I will still say that Lapu might be Valhalla's pick, as that can actually allow them to have pretty good crowd control, good initiator as well. Esmeralda. Oh, I think that's fine. I think it's not too bad of a deal, but we're not really looking at a certain direction at this point in time for the side of Valhalla. The fact that they actually lost that Harith is actually a pretty darn big deal. I think that Sion jumped the gun a little bit too early by snap picking onto the Yi, as that is their entire game plan. Their entire game plan is to play into the Harith. But now I feel that they're kind of stuck to a point that they gotta have to pick the Claude. they have to pick the Claude. That's probably one of the other heroes that will reliably play into area denials. But other than that, I don't expect them to play anyone else aside from a Claude. A Hilda and a Yuzhong, a very early game centric kind of lineup from the side of Team Max. It's definitely not something that I would otherwise have expected to work out at all. So this is still good, right? Early game, very strong control, extremely strong control as a matter of fact. So they have winning lanes on the XP, winning lanes in the gold lane. If CC goes over to the gold lane, then the Claude is going to have a really tough time. As a matter of fact, they can put Esmeralda in the gold if they truly want to, but it's highly unlikely. Yeah, okay, it really became that point. So they are actually going to be playing the Lapu. They need the initiator. Esmeralda is a pretty decent initiator as well. I kind of called for the Lapu, but I wasn't exactly expecting the Lapu to go over to the gold lane. But hey, it is what it is. And that is going to be the lineup for game number 1 between Team Max versus Valhalla. We'll see whether Team Valhalla is confident enough to be able to come in as a powerhouse despite being at the lower parts of the regular season. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, match 2 of the day, the final series of tonight. This is the best of 5 game. If whether this will span all the way to the 5 games, that will be the question. Valhalla, prove me wrong. And it's right off the bat. Oh, man. Not a great start. Not a great start to the series. Immediately we have a pause. What exactly is that pause, actually? It's still pretty early into the game. In fact, if there is any form of problems or any issues with the draft, I think that now is a little bit too late to rectify, because they can actually pause in the draft itself. So it might be technical issue. I think that this is more of a technical issue kind of thing coming from the teams, coming from one of the players at the very least. Seems like it's from the players from Valhalla. But we shouldn't take too long to get ourselves back into the game. My time in Cambodia in MSC 2023, I think, has been amazing. And whenever I look at Shma, it just kind of reminded me of that day. In fact, just casting MPL Cambodia just reminds me of my time in MSC. We're gonna sidetrack a bit there, right? I'm gonna kind of talk about my time in Cambodia. In fact, I still have... I cannot remember what's that called, but I will bring that out in the final day. I'll bring that out in the final day, cast with it, you know, kind of show the Cambodian pride, even though I'm not Cambodian, but I do kind of like to use some of these souvenirs to, you know, kind of play it out for this cast. A very aggressive start right off the bat. You can see the Secret is not exactly having a very good time in the middle lane, but it's just a Roman. Not too big of a deal. But moving on forward, let's analyze a little bit about lane priority. In the middle lane, I think that priority gotta have to go over to Valhalla. They do have the Gatokacha and of course the Yip that can actually clear waves really darn fast. In fact, they're trying to be all out aggressive. They did manage to put quite a number over to the side of Cypher, but however, you gotta have to remember, this is a Hilda after all. Hilda can of course heal under the bushes very well. A quick little flicker for Cypher to get himself right out of dodge. Well, in the meantime, up in the top lane, Esmeralda will always have a little bit of advantage, but going up as a CC, that is where things start to get a little bit tricky. You will take a little bit too much damage from all of those yo-yos, just because you want to go in and, you know, kind of make a spin. Esmeralda will, without a doubt, be able to clear the way faster. However, the CC will be able to poke the Esmeralda. So they are kind of on an equal ground. How they want to make full use of those lane priority is entirely up to them. down in the XP is probably what we'll call a wet noodle fight. A complete wet noodle fight. None of them is gonna die. But I know that at least Lapu Lapu at level 4 starts to get a little bit more annoying to the side of Yuzhong. So we'll see. As the Bravest Warrior is just going to be happening, we do have the Furious Dive from King Ares and transforms into the Dragon. Opens things up and of course zone out a little bit more while Naja opens up the RWM, picks up the kill down to the Cypher. Great opening play from the side of Valhalla. Now putting Team Max in the top spot as now Immobilized is going to be happening now to the Bimo. 1 down, 2 down already for the side of Team Max. In fact, it might become 3 down. In fact, it will be. Valhalla take 3 kills and the turtle for themselves. Great start from Valhalla. 2,000 gold lead. They are looking very confident, alright? Perhaps we might be able to see a little bit more advantageous positioning from Valhalla, but oh, a little bit of Immobilized, but Secret's gonna be fine still. They're constantly just gonna be getting themselves onto the river lines as much as possible. Information is key. And with the fact that Valhalla actually does have pretty good lane priority in middle lane, they should be able to put up quite a bit of influence over to the top or the bottom lane. But so far, we haven't exactly been seeing that. So once Valhalla clears out the middle lane, we perhaps will be able to see if whether they want to make their way anywhere else. Because here's the problem. It is a double fighter game for both teams. There is no marksman in this game at all. Yi Sun-shin has been completely forgotten. Either forgotten or has been banned out. If I recall, it has been completely forgotten and not banned at all. Yep, Yi Sun-shin was not picked out at all or banned out. So both teams doesn't seem to really enjoy playing the Yi Sun-shin. This is undoubtedly gonna be hard. But at least Team Max have the Kimi. Kimi is still a pseudo marksman in my books. So we can kind of still go towards that angle. That Team Max can play for late game. They do have a higher booster that can also work very well for late game. So if anything, it is all mostly on Team Max. Early game advantage goes over to the side of Valhalla. With a quick couple of games and yo-yo hits, the turtles come lead. Gonna be available for the picking for either one of these two teams. With 2,300 gold lead, I think the Valhalla should be able to put themselves in a pretty good spot. Chamar is at level 8 as compared to Sakzu, which is at level 7. You cannot underestimate the power of Chamar. Chamar will go pretty darn crazy. And of course, when it comes down to the turtle priority, it's always going to be Lancelot that gets that. But in the meantime, Nerja gets another kill for himself, as they are now just now going to be going straight on and forward. Chamar immediately releases all of that Shah residue by doing the Phantom Execution plus the Thorn Rolls. So he's going to be safe and sound while they manage to take 2 person down, take one turtle for themselves, and that is a massive, massive win for Valhalla. Right off the bat. This is a very different kind of early game we were expecting from the side of Valhalla. Early game's working out well for Valhalla. I think the main problem from the side of Team Max is they lack crowd control. I'm not too sure what they're doing. I'm not too sure how they want to play this fight. Because they don't have anyone from the side of Team Max locks people down, play the wombo combo kind of thing. Valhalla at least have a semblance of strategy. The strategy is just area deny, go for kills, lock people down, and that's all. Well, for the side of Team Max, they're mostly all about win in 1v1s. I want to put my CC and just poke out the opponent's front lines. I want Cypher to just look for the back lines and just slap everything onto that guy. I have a Kimi that just pokes out the front lines. I have Sakzu, just assassination. This team fight, or rather this play from the side of Team Max, is all about damage. They lose out control just so that they can double down on damage. If whether that will work, that's the biggest question. Will it work? Although I'll say I'm a little bit skeptical. A little bit of jump. King Ares opens up into the Black Dragon form on the Naja. Opens up the RWM as well. But doesn't really have anyone to work around or play around with. Or to kind of do damage within the box. We got a turtle currently available. It forces the Yuzhong to go back home because of the zoning tool. Cypher doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. As such, this is going to be an easy turtle for Valhalla. This is a damn good start. This is a damn good start for Valhalla. 4,700 gold lead. They are proving everyone wrong right now. Because Team Max, they are playing possum. In fact, I don't know. There we go. They finally managed to put a number on the Shamar. It's a quick fix to their current problem. And that problem is the fact that Sakzu can't catch up to the level of Shamar. Now that Shamar went down once, Sakzu at least do have the opportunity to hit level 11 and go toe-to-toe with Shamar. One turret down from the top lane. Two of the T1 turrets are now down. We're just left with the one in the middle lane. We'll eventually get to that point, as Valhalla will very likely want to box themselves up in fight for this one. As now King Ares pops himself up into the Black Dragon form. He's still gonna be fine, and in fact healing by quite a lot as he drives himself all the way out of the team fight, forcing out a RWM, and of course forcing out, he had to force out his own Black Dragon form to exit from the battle though. We've more or less been able to kind of show or kind of talk about what kind of win condition we're looking at from both teams. But I think that maybe we can talk a little bit more about power spikes. But we'll hold that thought for a little bit because it does seem like Cypher is doing something over to heads. Didn't manage to do quite a number, but his HP is going all the way down low as well. Now, power spike. Let's talk about that. When it comes down to Valhalla, they do have very strong power spikes in the mid stages of the game, somewhere around 12 minutes. In fact, right now actually, 9 minutes to 10 minutes, they do have very strong power spikes, especially since they are 4.2 thousand gold ahead. They should be able to, without a doubt, put a very dirty number over the side of Team Max. The only problem about Team Max is that they do have the gold to actually neutralize the amount of power spikes that Valhalla has by building tank. So, CC, as well as the Hilda, all they need to do is build tanky items. While their base stats, as well as the base multiplier for their skills, naturally give them the power advantage that they need to keep up with Valhalla's power spikes. So, even right now, the fight should still be quite a stalemate. This should still be relatively equal, and I think that both teams know that. Even though we're looking at 4,200 gold lead from Valhalla, it doesn't do too much. As now Shamar picks up the Lord take. King Ares joins in the fight, hoping they will be able to get a kill down on Naja, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They will, however, sacrifice Cypher though. So that is one person down from the side of Team Max, and that Lord will eventually be marching down from the top lane. So we should, at the very least, expect to see one turret takedown at the top. While the middle lane T1 might be a bit difficult, but not impossible because of the fact that Team Max, they do not have crowd control. The only form of crowd control that they have, Furious Dive, Curtain Call, as well as the Traction Pulse. That's all. It is not hard lockdowns, so there's not much that they can do to stop Valhalla. As a matter of fact, there we go. AOG, RWM, everything else just gonna be thrown right out from the side of Team Max. While in the meantime, Cypher just gonna be jumping himself all the way to the side, or to the back of Naja, hoping to be able to burst Naja down. But as you can see, it doesn't seem to have much they will be able to do that. King Ares tries to get himself away with a Furious Dive, while Head's just gonna be jumping right in with the Bravest Warriors, really cleaving his way through and tearing down Team Max. No one else on the side of Team Max has been taken down just yet, but the main thing is that they have the objective. T2 turrets in the middle lane and the top lane, while the Lord punches down over to the T3 turret, putting down that turret down to half HP. The fight is still ongoing, extremely scrappy. King Ares now losing his own life while Shamar is looking for a kill down the lane. He will take that kill down. And that is yet another stun down over to Cypher. With the T3 taken down from the side of Team Max, Valhalla has a 8,000 gold lead. And they will be trampling onto Team Max. Who would have thought that Team Max is at such a situation as they lead in the regular seasons? Valhalla is quite literally trampling down and winning them by a storm. With the bottom lane now gonna be taken down and under siege. Valhalla, they're looking for a kill on our Cypher. The AOG lands, the taunt lands, Cypher's taken down, and Naja picks up a mega. Team Max, they've got their back against the wall. This is a very rough game for the side of Team Max. What is going on here? We've got 28 seconds until the Lord eventually spawns. And this should technically be more than enough for them to end the game, if they manage to get the Lord. I wouldn't find that to be impossible though, because Sakzu is already at level 14 as compared to Shamal. He's already at level 15, right? So it's just one level away for Sakzu to be able to contest for the Lord. We have a conceal. Cypher tries to get himself running away. All 5 is literally going to be running down the Cypher. No stuns as of yet, but Soul goes in with a falling star moon. RWM locked down the Cypher. AOG locks on the 2. That's going to be getting a kill down the Cypher, no problems. While in the meantime, the Black Dragon Form is just going to appear and just get himself running back home immediately. Quite literally lay a carpet with the curtain calls onto him. Valhalla now forced to run back home. What was that, Soul? I did not see that at all. Nope. Did not see that mistake. Did not see it. Oh, man. What an opening game from Valhalla. Man, oh, man. A very strong showing. It would be crazy if Valhalla just takes this game and just went along with it because of the fact that they have the momentum, right? Momentum is a very powerful tool in the mental warfare in these kind of competitive games. The Lord will eventually spawn in the middle lane, though. There we go. Do they have the wave clear to do with this? No. Unfortunately, they do not. Yo, I think that this game is over. I cannot see how they can turn this game around. I cannot see it at all. As now, the Lord is just going to be prancing in. RWM just going to be opening up. They don't have enough damage to realistically be able to deal with this Lord. In fact, the Lord just needs 2 more swings in order to bring this core down. Valhalla literally bringing the fight over to the homes of Team Max. And now with 2% down from the side of Valhalla, there is actually a possibility. No, it's not possible for Team Max to take this game number 1. The unexpected has been realized. Valhalla that have yet to take a single win out of Team Max in the regular season. Now, they see themselves with a single win to their name. Just one step closer to winning this series entirely. Congratulations once again over to the side of Team Valhalla. I doubted them. I didn't think that they will be able to get the game immediately. I wanted a 3-1 in favor of Team Max because of statistics, right? Standing shows that they are strong. But Valhalla, honestly, that is kind of a draft thing. I am not that open-minded enough to like a composition that doesn't have a lot of true lockdowns. There is no true lockdowns in that. There was nothing of that sort at all. That was plainly just, what's the word? That was plainly just all about damage. But the fact is that Team Max, they didn't do any damage at all. I mean, they did. But we saw, as a matter of fact, that for the side of Cypher, what he tried to do goes all the way to the back lines and try to deal with Yves. And Najat didn't give him any care in the world at all. He absorbed them all and he's totally fine. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we have our MVP, Secret from Valhalla, with 0 kills, 0 death. But he does have 11 assists, so we gotta give it to him. So congratulations over to Valhalla for getting themselves the first game of their series. We're gonna be passing the time off over to the highlights as well as the post-game statistics, as I am not gonna be continuing to talk to myself so much, right? I am mostly talking to the audience. I do see a couple of comments in there. I will address that in a while later. But for now, we are gonna go off for a short break, or rather, I am gonna go off for a short break. I'll be back with you guys for game number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going in for the next game now between Team Max going up against Valhalla. With one game in the hands of Valhalla, I think it's pretty fair to say that they are really not happy with what they have gotten for themselves. But yes, we do have got a pretty good game already, but it's not the end just yet. And in fact, I don't think that Team Max is gonna let this go that easily, right? They are understandably one of the top dogs of MPL Cambodia, and being in 3rd place in the regular season definitely is not an easy feat at all. So the fact that Valhalla manages to get, one win against them is definitely going to be a little bit difficult for them. Now, there are, of course, a couple of comments, talking about the fact that I'm alone. But yes, I am alone. But it's okay. I will do my best to be able to entertain everyone as much as possible. And my number one priority is not to lose my voice in the first 3 days, because I'm gonna be with you guys for the entire 4 days from this point onwards, from now all the way until the grand finals on the 16th, if I'm not wrong. It should be the 16th, right? I'll be with you guys all the way through. So watch on, and I do hope that you all are going to enjoy this little journey with me, as we are gonna be jumping in the draft, dropping in a minute or so. If at any point in time anyone has got any form of comments about the games or whatnot, please do post it right onto the live chat, as I love to be able to read some of these. Really help me understand things a little bit more. But regardless, I do want to talk a little bit more about Team Max though, because when it comes down to Team Max, it's not their first rodeo or anything. In fact, when it comes down to Team Max, they do have quite some name to themselves, right? Because when it comes down to MPL Cambodia Season 8, they are 2nd place. Okay? They are a 2nd place team. In the meantime, in Season 7, they are in 7th place, and Season 6, they are in 7th place. So recently, they have become a lot stronger. They did participate in the Vikings Mekong Warrior Invitational, which we did manage to see some other Singaporean teams that went there as well. So through that, we generally have a pretty good idea, how some of these team plays, how they are like. With Team Max, they got knocked down at one point in time, and they had to face off against Team Flash Cambodia. In fact, I think the Team Max didn't even play up against any Singaporean teams in that very specific tournament. But you know what? Not that important, actually. But the most important thing is we are going to be looking at this game. Game number 2. If whether they will be able to dig themselves right out of the ditch. Especially in that previous game, they're going to have to really rewire and reset themselves, man. I am still not very sure if whether that is a case of, bad draft that doesn't really work for them. I'm sure that Seo Baby have got a very good reason for the way he's drafting, but I'm just not exactly a very big fan of all-strike form of competitions where you dump everything purely over to damage, and with not much that you would be able to do with lockdowns and all that kind of jazz, right? In order for you to be able to execute your game plan, you need to be able to enhance it. You need to be able to enable it and get the payoff from all of them. Right now, in the previous game, it was a situation whereby they are enabled. They are enabled to do damage all the way through. But will they be able to get payoff? Do they have any ways to enhance the way that they carry out the plan? No. They don't have enhancers. They don't have crowd control to enhance all of this damage that they want to bring on through. So this is hands down just doubling down everything that they have just to enable that game plan to work.
Muscle of iron, bones of steel.
Yeah, we do have a comment that did mention about it being an outdrop with no one managing, no one that can burst Esmeralda and Lapu Lapu. Well, I do agree with all of that. It is a very difficult point for the side of Valhalla to realistically be able to do any feasible amount of damage over to Team Valhalla, even for the backlines, right? We did see Cypher trying to make his way all the way to the backlines, but that's not gonna be that easy. And it did show up. Now, Team Max. Now, they do have the Kimi and they also do have the Lancelot. At this point in time, still the same thing. We do not have too much of the clock control as of yet. We'll slowly make our way to see whether we will be able to see that in the later part of the drafts. Now, Soul, I mean, if they want to double down, if they really want to play Area Denial, just hack it. Go Yeef, go Harry. Don't give the opponents the opportunity to attack. Okay. It might still go to the direction actually.
Is to protect lives.
Your team is banning.
Oh heck yeah! That is what Valhalla is gonna do. They're definitely going to be playing the Yeef plus the Harriet in here. This is a very good team composition. That is if the Team Max does not stop them. They have a couple of opportunities though, and a couple of different ways to do to see things. Because right now, Lunox can be a threat because of the fact that Steel Babe, he drafted a Hylos for themselves. So Lunox might be one of these bets in here. Even for the side of, honestly, even for the side of Valhalla, they wouldn't want to see the Lunox over to the, that goes over to the opposite side. We do have a Kimi though. However, they can always be flexed. Lunox can go to the gold lane, or Kimi can go to the gold lane. I don't think that they're gonna do that, but honestly, wait, they're banning their own Harriet? Oh, looks like they don't want to go for that kind of game plan at all. This is still very much Area Denial.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
Okay,
which
I
was
expected
made
that.
for.
I expected the Yeef to come out, at least for the stand. So at this point in time, we're still left with Lunox. And is the R4 first pick for the side of Steel Babe? If you want to go up against an Esmeralda, as well as a Gatakasha, Lunox is a very good answer. Although I'm not exactly sure if whether MPL KH does play Lunox in the gold lane though. I think it will work. I honestly think it will work. Because they don't need that kind of threat, right? You can play very much of the early game kind of thing. But they can kind of leave that as an X factor. They don't have to pick up the Lunox right now. Because the question is, will Valhalla even pick up the Lunox for themselves? Don't give them a reason to pick up more. But however, they need to pick up an XP laner, and an XP laner naturally just kind of shows, okay, look, this is a tanky beast in the front lines, and having a Lunox will always gonna be able to help you kind of situation. So it's not really an X Factor pick. I don't think that they're gonna go for that. They will want a gold laner that can threat.
Beyond greatness.
Your team is
Okay, so they have decided to pick up the Lunox for themselves. That's fair. They will want to have a gold laner that can shred. Aside from a Lunox, Nathan taken out, Carry, right? Carry might be the case, and it's especially good for Team Max because they will be able to identify if whether Valhalla is actually going to be playing gold lane marksman. Because if it is going to be a gold lane fighter, then playing a carry is actually really done good because you don't lose that badly anymore. The main problem about carrying the gold lane is that her short range generally puts her behind all the time.
The hunt begins.
Ruby and it's actually stolen. Okay. So that means that a carry might be the case here. Or maybe not because they have the Kimi, but I don't like it. I would not like the fact that they go for another fighter like a Lapu. They need to find a way to actually shred down the front line, which at this point in time they don't have an answer. Someone that can possibly deal true damage. Is there any fighter that does true damage? Not Arlord.
Reporting for duty.
Xbox. Yeah. Fighter does 2 damage. That's right. Okay, so this is actually pretty okay, right? This is actually pretty okay. They have answers right in front of their face, and they are just going straight ahead to be able to deal with the front lines of Valhalla. So they have the strat that they need. Now, my question and my problem once again comes down to lockdown, right? You have got the last insanity. They can boom right in the face of the opponent, but you doesn't necessarily have someone that can really hold everyone down over the ground and have like AoE crowd control as a matter of fact. So that is not the direction that they're going for. This is more about survival of the fittest between Valhalla and Team Max. It does seem like both teams do love the double fighter compositions. I would say that it's completely fine for Valhalla to do that, mostly because of the fact that they have a Yisunjin, and Yisunjin does play pretty darn well in the early stages. As for Kimi, I will count Kimi as a half marksman. Just because of the fact that I have a Kimi, it does not allow, it does not help, it does not make me wanna, make me wanna go double marksman. It doesn't give me the quantity. Yeah, it just doesn't say that, okay, I must go for double marksman because I have a Kimi. I think it's just kind of like a quality of life kind of thing. But, okay, Valhalla's lineup is still something that I like, to be fairly honest. It is still something I would say stable. It is still something that we see a lot more often from all the other regions combined. Nothing too out of the ordinary. While in the meantime, Team Max is something a little bit more different. And Xbox into the side lanes is something a lot different. We most of the time see an Xbox going into the jungle for very good reason. Valhalla also have answers to front lines, such as the Hylos as well as the Xbox, I would say. But once again, it's still too early for us to kind of say anything. Having a Ruby and gold lane is pretty good too. This is just, honestly, we're just looking at 2 XP lanes, right? 2 XP lanes looking at one another. The main game is really these objective fights as well as the river line. As such, we do have Saktu. They'll be able to take the turtles down for themselves, and that is going to be the initial part that will help for them. And now they crumble themselves upon Secret and brings him down just that easily. The lanes pushed out to the middle. At least Lunox is gonna be around. With only 3 minutes into this game, Team Max have got 700 gold lead. I would say that their rotation is definitely on the more slower end of the spectrum. Most of these players are staying in their lane, in fact, instead of walking around looking for opportunities across the map, so on and so forth. As 3 minutes and 30 seconds has elapsed, there's really nothing going on at all. It's just a little bit of a counter jungling from the side of Team Max, forcing Valhalla in a tough spot. And Valhalla gassed out, right? Game number 1, they were strong and they really showed us what they want to do and what exactly is their game plan. For game number 2, I think that is a lot more different solely because of the fact that they no longer have got the RWM to lock people in to almost guarantee a proper AOG if the victims are not gonna be using any form of their escape tool. Such brilliance popped out from the Sun Naja. The total currently now in the enmity of Team Max. 1300 gold. Nothing that Valhalla could do. Wow. That is not supposed to be the case. Valhalla does have pretty decent early game presence. Between the Jisunshin, Lunox, as well as the Gatokacha, all three of them should be able to do quite a number to the roaming trio from Team Max. Unless Cypher has been doing an absolutely tremendous job in just continuously zoning out these 3 members, then that would generally make a pretty good deduction. As both teams, they're playing slow. They don't have a reason to just jump right in for no reason at all. And in fact, both teams are super passive, right? Mid lane is super passive. Like, BMO is not really moving from one lane to another. They're just dealing their own lane. They're just playing their own game. And very individualistic. We do have Soul that has to expand out the flicker just to get himself right out of the clutches of Team Max, but unfortunately Sakzu still appeared and takes a kill down all over to Soul. That is one T1 turret that's been destroyed. Cypher joins in the fray. That is everyone from the side of Valhalla that were just throwing down all the spells over to Cypher. But this is also going to be the catalyst to open up from the side of King Ares as he opens up with the Black Dragon form. Such, the turtle has spawned. We're back over to Objective Gaming as well. And a little bit more before either one of these teams will be able to get themselves turtle. It's currently neck and neck, or rather, it's very passive game from Valhalla. We knew that Sakzu is going to be taking the turtle, and they are just like, you know what? Take it. It's okay. Take it. At this point. The bottom lane T1 now is going to be under siege. 100 seconds until the Lord eventually comes up. Team Max, they have gotten themselves advantage. Sky Piercer has also been picked up from BMO, which makes sense because he is quite literally the late game insurance policy from Team Max. So, if anything, BMO should be the one to pick up the kills. all of the players from the start of Team Max just gonna be huddling themselves up in the middle lane. We have members of Valhalla just gonna be holding themselves around as well. The damage coming in from the Kimi is just a little bit too much for them to handle. The Purify is gonna be popped as well. Here we do have the Black Dragon form just gonna be zoning out the members from the side of Valhalla all the way on the backside. But it doesn't seem like he will be able to stay alive long enough to really just continue on to the team fight. But the T1 turret is still up. A little bit of petrification, but that's not gonna do too much as Valhalla manages to take 2% down with the price of 1, while they still hold on to their T1 turret in the middle lane. That's a huge win to Valhalla, and that will only be able to help them ramp a little bit more over to the later stages of the game.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
9 minutes mark. Typically, by this point in time, if you're looking at, for example, Pro Esports versus SYS, I think it's relatively fair to say that they are almost, well, I don't know. Well, regardless, it's 9 minutes and 33 seconds in. That's a good Amber Fender coming in. That's going to be pulling Cypher as well as Max Lay. But now we do have a little bit of that fire that's going to be breathing down over to the side of Soul. 1 person down for the side of Valhalla. In fact, Team Max is just going to be flooring it. The AOG from Secret gets himself running away and is going to be fine for now. While Head runs himself all the way down to the bottom lane. But it doesn't seem like they have enough damage to get a kill down on the Heads, or do they? Yes, they do. An unstoppable spree over to the side of Sakzu. And now with the Lord currently available as well, with no one else here to contest for it, they got a free Lord. Roll is now up in the top lane. A couple of first free turrets that they would want to get for themselves too.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
As the Lord slowly moves itself up to the top lane. We still have the Holy Defense that is available though.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
There we go. With the Lord now taken down. Not the inhibitor turret up in the top lane though. What Team Max will want to do is at the very least be able to take out one inhibitor turret, even though it's not quite necessary just yet. Any Lord that is under 12 minutes doesn't need to end the game as for now. But speaking of which, we do have a couple. Oh, Sakzu! Good little dashes. It's gonna be fine for now. Everyone from the side of Valhalla and Sakzu is gonna be completely fine as they pull themselves right back and out of that team fight. There's still gonna be more possibilities and maybe a couple of comeback mechanics that Valhalla can be looking out for, right? They do have late game insurance coming from Daja and Shamar. Everyone else kind of does the same thing, but different form of disruptions. Members from Team Max hiding themselves right inside of the bushes, waiting for the bushwhack position. He's somewhere in here. Olay deals with the bottom lane. That's a good kill. It's now Team Max. They have a total of 6,800 gold lead ahead of Valhalla. with a 4-7 scoreline. Such does seem as though we might be seeing a fight pretty done soon. With the Lord currently up to the top side of the map, with Team Max gaining the enmity of this Lord. Valhalla, or rather the rest of the members from the side of Valhalla, they're not too interested in taking down this Lord. So I think it's relatively fair to say this is a free Lord.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Lord's marching down to the top. We should be expecting to see most of the members from the side of Team Max just focusing down onto the middle lane and the bottom lane. Maybe not care too much about the Lord. As Team Max now knocks over to the door. But a wave clear from Valhalla. As now Team Max knocks over to the doors of Valhalla. The Black Dragon form emerges from the side of King Ares. They did manage to snap the heads as well as Secret. The Lord is just going to be trampling down over to the core. And Valhalla, they can't do anything. That is a very easy win in favor for Team Max. Not gonna lie though, this is a lot more of a... in some sense, this is a slower game in terms of pacing. They did manage to end the game faster, but the pacing is just so slow. None of the players are interested in picking up any form of fight at all. They're not particularly looking out to be like, you know what, let's just go straight for a fight. You know what, let's go for some objectives. You know what, the opponents have overextended, we'll just catch them again next time, kind of thing, right? We never really saw the part where Team Max just goes absolutely ham and crazy before team fights happens, you know, such as dwindling down the opponent's amount of heroes onto the board, right? They didn't do that. They didn't pick up an Arlet, they didn't pick up the Cho, they only picked up the Juicin. So something has definitely slightly changed out a little bit. I'm not entirely too sure if whether something is actually going to be changed out or not, but you know, I don't particularly think that that's going to be too big of a trouble or that's too big of a problem, right? But with it all said and done, I think that I have a very typical idea for who is going to be the who's going to be the MVP, right? So looking at this, I think I will call Sakzu. Sakzu should be the one that manages to get himself the MVP. GG, well played indeed over to the people from the side of Team Max as well as Valhalla. Sakzu, he did a pretty darn good job. Although early game, he definitely slightly lose to the opponents because at this point in time, Valhalla lineup so as such, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the MVP over to the side of Sakzu. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Max getting themselves the first win for the series. This will put Team Max as well as Valhalla in a 1-1 fashion. 7 kills, 0 death, and 3 assists. We're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we are back from the break, we'll give you guys game number 3. ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it one more time, and maybe a couple more times. We have at max 4 more games to go, and of course, no, 3 more games to go. Sorry about that. At max 3 more games to go. With 1:1, 1 win for both Team Max, and 1 game that is going over to side of Valhalla. So far, I would say that both games kind of have very similar kinds of results. For Valhalla, they were kind of in that spot whereby it's very difficult for them to play anything in game number 2, while Team Max is also very difficult for them to be able to play something in game number 1. Although I gotta have to say that game number 2 for Valhalla is not exactly their composition or anything that puts themselves in a tough spot or anything. I would like to believe that they actually do have quite a bit of a fighting chance. Let's see. They had ways to actually deal with frontliners. They do have ways that they can kind of open team fights. When it comes down to Soul picking up that Ruby, you do have that I'm Offended into AOG into Falling Star Moon. You actually do have quite a lot of crowd control that you can actually play around with quite a lot. While in the meantime, you also have ways that can help you to just shred down the front lines because of the Lunox. And of course, Shma, just playing as a Yushin, you do have got the late game insurance as well. So let's not forget about that part as well. So ultimately, I would say that for the side of Valhalla in this game, it really just boils down to the fact that they were unable to get themselves favorable team fights, and eventually once we are at a point where there is just too much of that goal lead from the side of Team Max, there's really not much that Valhalla could do. Ultimately, Sakzu playing as that Lancelot was a very big problem over the Valhalla because of the backlines, Chama versus Sakzu kind of situations. And it's just generally tough, right? They try to jump into the team fight, but in the meantime, backlines is a little bit afraid as well. I think ultimately what they're missing out on was AoE damage. They have a lot of ways to kind of crowd control the enemies. They have very good ways to just kind of stop them right in their tracks. So that is good that they have that. However, they don't have enough damage to follow up with it in order to make full use of those crowd control that they threw out. So perhaps back to the drawing board again. The funny thing is, Yeef is actually a very strong, also does deal very good damage, right? Yeef has got very good damage, but they picked up the Lunox, so Lunox doesn't have that AoE damage. It's got shred. So you win some, you lose some. So in this case, they lost because of one thing that they were missing. If they were to pick up a Yeef, then they would have lost as well because of that other thing that they're missing. They do not have the shred. Kind of comes down to the point whereby it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. They gotta have to play well for the early game in order to get themselves in a better starting foot. In terms of draft, I don't think that that's too much of a draft problem. So I'm not going to be, kind of talking too much about draft per se. Perhaps we can look forward and see if whether the draft is going to make any difference. If whether we will be able to see Valhalla once again taking another game off of Team Max. Here in Flying Cloud. Very good for teams that generally they usually plays from behind. Might mean a lot over to the members of Valhalla. But right now, we have a couple of heroes that's already been banned out already. We got Kalia, Grok, Hylos, Vaxia, and the CC that's been thrown into the banning phases already. Doesn't seem like Yushin is a hero that most coaches like to ban. I thought that that's actually a pretty interesting part of MPL Cambodia. A high pick rate, but not a high ban rate at all. They're just like, you know what, it's fine. They don't really see that as a problem. They don't really see Yushin as the problem.
Muzzle of iron.
Your
Bones
team
of
is
steel.
picking.
There's a Gato. You wouldn't want to play a Eve here. Just because of the Gato. Honestly, just because of the Gato, you don't want to play a Eve.
Should petals fall?
So Lancelot's fine. Lancelot's great.
Already got him lined up in
Giving
my
the
sights.
Your team
gives the Use Mission away. So Yisunshin now is possible to be picked out
Among the
from the
planes
side of
exists the
if you
equilibrium,
want the higher
which
Musa.
I was
Okay.
made for.
So understandably I think the Harif is gonna be banned here. This is a Harif composition with the Gato Kacha plus the Eve as well. But so far, both teams has been loving fight the side lanes. They just need a tad bit more damage. Eve does help with the AoE damage. We do have Hayabusa that can play around with that single target damage. They've got that covered. They've got some of these proc control. Now they just need one late game insurance.
team is banning.
Just one late game insurance from the side of Valhalla. As for Team Max, they got early game from the Lancelot as well. Sorry, not from Lancelot. From the Khalid. Does have the crowd control from the Khalid as well. Not exactly a tanky frontline, but it does have some healing potential. A bit of late game insurance from
Night
the
Sky tells all
from the
team
Kimi.
is banning.
We're looking at side lanes. We're looking at 2 side lanes that needs to be banned out. Glue is still a hero that can possibly be picked out, but otherwise you can always resort over to Lapu Lapu, Yuzhong, Ruby bans. All of these are very standard side lane bans that can actually work out very well.
Fight for the ultimate
Hilda.
answer. Is banning.
We saw that in the previous game. This should be a Harif ban. Even I won't want to give a Harif away to Valhalla, even though they have never really played. Oh man! Team Max themselves, they wouldn't want to play the Harif themselves, right? Into a Gato Kacha plus the Yi. I think that's a very difficult game to play. They don't directly have an answer to the Eve as well. At this moment in time, I do kind of like Valhalla's drafting for now.
Let them play the hero.
Your team
I will be the truth this world desperately needs.
Okay, so Yuzhong and Lapu Lapu is gone, as suspected. I think that's a good way to kind of take everything out. But to not ban the Harif, that is surprising to me.
Your team is picking.
This is possibly baiting Valhalla into picking someone that plays around Shred. It's not that big of a deal, honestly. Uranus, not that big of a deal. You can always pick up a Glowing Wand or a Dominance Eyes, and you're not particularly that afraid of his healing potentials anymore. a Harif and any other XP lane should do well. Honestly, I would do like to see a glue here.
My kiss. Magic is my
Alice, okay.
Immortality
Alice is pretty okay as well. We can go for that. I do like the draft. So, what's Team Max's answer to this? They don't exactly have area denial. They don't exactly have ways to counter engage as well. We're looking at the goal lane. We're looking at the one goal laner. Is CC available? No. CC not available. Ruby is... Yeah, there we go. I'm not a very big fan of Team Max's drafting. I don't like the constant double fighter composition. I think it would make sense if they are really very strong in the early games to play around their mechanics and don't not needing to play into the late stages of the game, right? I think that part makes sense. But that also means that they just completely don't have any form of late game insurance. In the event that anything were to go wrong, they automatically concede the game and leave it all over to the Kimi to deal any form of passive damage. We'll see how that's gonna work out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go straight in for game number 3 between the Valhalla and Team Max. This is a draft so far. Possibly my favorite, or rather, I would like to believe that Valhalla's composition is a lot better. They have good ways of playing into team fights. This is a very team fight oriented draft, right? A little bit more on the front to back, but in the meantime, this is protect the Harif kind of composition. Play around, protect the Harif, deny, and let Harif go crazy. But before that, we can talk about lane priority. A Yves as well as the Gatokacha naturally will always have very strong lane priority. But if you're looking at the Kimi plus the Khalid, honestly, I think that Khalid should be able to clear the wave very fast together with the Kimi, but at a cost, right? And the cost is going to be the health of Khalid. But it does have the quick standing guard, which wouldn't be that big of a problem. As you can see right there, they clear the waves pretty darn fast. Both of them, both of the teams. So mid lane priority very similar for both teams. In the top lane, gold lane, Ruby naturally will have a bit of a better time, if not very much better time, because it does have some innate spell vamp in her kit, or yeah, innate spell vamp in her kit. Very good ways to punish the Harif. And for XP lane, we don't talk about XP lane when they are both all about survivability, right? Both of these players, they are quite literally going to be wet noodle fighting with one another. In the meantime, there we go. What is that amount of damage that's going to be dealing out over to the side of all of the members from the side of Team Max? Oh, man! Didn't really quite manage to see what exactly went on with all of that, but there were all 3 members just taking a bit too much damage. Currently though, Turtle's gonna be in the enmity of King Ares. Does have the consecration that's gonna be popped up, so he's got all of the radiant stack that he absolutely needs. But he has to be careful. He's not that tanky this early. As you can see, he's just going to be going down even after that flicker. That is 1 kill, but he did over to the side of head. The rest now fighting themselves to kill all over to Secret. He managed to survive actually. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the 2 XP laners. Didn't tell us anything aside from the fact that Team Max manages to get themselves the turtle take. Shama is a full level down of Sakzu at this point. Not exactly a very good start. Max Cypher looking at the opponent's purple buff though, but I don't think that anyone from Team Max will be able to come and steal it. Oh, Sakzu is here now. But this is all gonna possibly go bad. Did Shaman manage to get his own purple buff? No, he did not! And they leaked to the death of Sakzu! Sakzu is still gonna be walking away. He took the purple buff and he managed to get himself away. Naja even gotten the kill on the Cypher. So at least they managed to trade something out of that. So you're essentially just moving economy from Cypher and put it onto Sakzu. Sakzu is gonna be an important player of this game, for sure. We're back to the point in time where the teams are just gonna be playing a little bit of a proxy game, especially for the SP laner. The SP laner just wants a proxy. There's no point in them trying to fight each other out in the lane. But it's just proxy and put attention somewhere else in the map. And that is exactly what they would do. Perhaps make their way over to the turtle pit. With Cypher not having a lot of history, but it does have Sengard not too scared of which. A quick traction pulse. So we don't have RWM. We don't have traction pulse for this upcoming turtle fight. I would like to believe that Soul wants to be part of this battle, but the turtle is already down to all-time low, and Sakzu will take down the kill onto the turtle with Head getting killed down over to the side of Uranus as well. Cypher putting his face right onto Naja, picks himself up onto his sand, and just gonna be running right on and out of that team fight. Another 1-for-1 trade between the XP lanes. We're not really getting too much out of these players. Oh, sorry, Heads did not go down. So I think that was only a death over to the side of King Ares. However, Sakzu did take the turtle. So, all in all, that is benefit. That is value for Team Max. At this rate, we're just going to be taking a look at Team Max's team composition, shall we? I think having a good idea about how they will want to play in team fights is going to be the good answer, right? You have got ways that you can pull people in, lock them down. This is a very AoE-centric damage, all of which are more centered towards Sakzu. As long as Sakzu is able to get an easy access to a very populated area, I think that is where Team Max eventually wins. It's all about setup. As such, Jamar finds himself locked down right underneath Cypher's nose. The Reggie Sandstorm did more than enough to knock Jamar down, and he wasn't even able to respond fast enough. With all these creep waves marching in over to the middle. The purple buff is going to be under threat from Sakzu. He's definitely going to be stealing that away, no issues. But Shamar came in a little bit too late now. Heads is going to be the one that will be taking up all that beef. While Secret doesn't really have a lot of HP to work around with as well. The longer they stay alive, or rather the longer they stay in this fight, the more possible for them to both go down. But in the end and alas, both of them stayed alive. No overcompensation from the side of Team Max. They still played as safe as they can. They are still doing whatever that they can in order to apply some of these pressure over the side of Valhalla. Team Max with a 1500 gold lead. They're gonna have to funnel all the farm to Sakzu as much as possible. If as long as Sakzu does a good job on his farms and not die too much, I think that this is going to be the game plan that Team Max will be able to work forward to. In the meantime, for Valhalla is a very standard front-to-back game. They have ways to deal with the back lines. They have ways to actually get a kill down to the BMO. But I personally don't think that BMO is the key. I don't think that BMO is the key. So Shama, it's gonna be difficult for him to assassinate Sakzu because of all of the iframes that a Lancelot has. So it's all up to Soul. BMO the key is the key to getting Naja down. We even have got the Sky Piercer that is picked up from BMO the key at this point as well. We're slowly getting Team Max to inch closer and closer over to getting themselves a nice kill down over to Valhalla, and they are just choking the rest of Valhalla out right at where they stood. So now Valhalla, they're trying to defend all of their T2 turrets. They still have a single T1 turret up in the middle lane, but without a doubt that will all go down right about now. Shamar wants to answer for this, wants to bring out all of that shield, all of that turret, and indeed he did manage to take down that ballista minion. So the T1 turret will still stand up tall. With the Zaman Force, RWM, everything is up. Cypher with a 3-man Raging Sandstorm at the cost of his own life, doesn't matter. Massive amount of value for the side of Team Max. But unfortunately, Saksu will go down. So that is both the past 1 players from both teams that have went down. As a matter of fact, so it's not gonna go anywhere. It's not gonna die. But all in all, Team Max still managed to get himself 2400 gold in advantage, at least for now. So it is still a pretty good game for Team Max. They can still move forward. Extremely aggressive in the mid lane. Let's take a look at the position 1 players. Feather of Heaven, Stallium Scythe already made for Harith, looking to get the Holy Crystal next. And the Lancelot has more or less what he needs right now, right? With the War Axe, but we'll talk about that in a bit later as the RWM has already been committed. King Ares in the middle of nowhere as he got a little bit too deep in. The DOR coming from the side ahead, they managed to lay down onto lane as well as Demon the Key, but he's just buying as much time as possible while Saksu makes his way all the way to the backside of Valhalla, getting a good amount of damage in, and in fact getting himself a double kill. Soul and Head, both of them goes over to the trophy for Saksu. Secret's gonna be the next one down. We're getting a bit of cycling going on for the side of Team Max. Valhalla, they're losing out in damage, they're losing out in gold and experience. They don't have any turret takedowns at this point in time as we speak. And I think that is currently the main issue. They don't have much of a way to kind of play cross-map. Shamar can have cross-map play. He can actually split push, but they're not really doing that at all. As a matter of fact, Saksu is probably the only one. Okay, no. Technically speaking, technically Cypher can play cross-map and kind of deal with Shamar, but you are also kind of putting the roamer at risk for a full-on Ogi Shadow kill. So right now, I think that no one can stop Shamar from split pushing except for Saksu. But we'll see how that's gonna go, as now Heads is a little bit lost right now in between of 2 players, but it's just gonna pull right in by the I'm offended. All of the members coming from the side of Valhalla is currently still alive, but it's just gonna be focusing themselves right down on the Cypher, while we do have got the Ogi Shadow kill. Cypher ate that like an absolute champ, and is still alive for all of that. Now that pops up the RWM, will be able to just hold King Ares right inside of the RWM with a good amount of taunting that as well. However, Saksu still took the kill down onto Shamar, with the top lane moving right in. All 5 members from Team Max is still gonna be pouncing right in, and they will be prancing. Secret gonna be disengaging himself, but Saksu go all the way to the back with the Phantom Execution, gets a kill down on the Naja, hoping to be able to cycle some of his skills a little bit more. He can go in a little bit more if he really wanted to, but right now, they don't have any more creep waves marching in the top lane until maybe 5 seconds in later on. And there we go. Top lane, middle lane, and middle lane completely in tandem. And this is what Valhalla is lacking of. They are having a lot of difficulty. Even if Shamar is a hero that can play split push, this is not a time where he gotta go for a split push. The good TOR landing on the 3-person beam, unfortunately will be able to get himself running away from the tad a little bit. The rest of the members from Sun Team Max, they're literally just gonna be coagulating together, wanting to fight together as one. The moment they land the traction pulse on the head, they all jump right in, collapses more, one after another. And only now left with Soul and Shamar. Team Max will dance on the dead bodies of Valhalla and continues to take game 2. The second game won for Team Max, and that is game number 3. The results of game number 3. Team Max now is 1 game away from making it out of the play-in. They are that close to getting themselves further and further ahead, and of course potentially to be able to face off against CFU Gaming. Just one more win and it will bring them to that spot. Unfortunately for Valhalla though, I still like their composition. However, I think that they were lacking in the macro gameplay, because as much as possible, I think that if I were to kind of scroll back a little bit, I think at no point in time did I see Shema kind of go for split pushes and kind of play for the maps at all. So it kind of feels as though the team is playing too much as 5 once it reaches mid stages. They're not looking at 4-man push, 4-man that zones and 1-man that split push on the completely other direction kind of thing. We don't see that at all. So macro game, I think that macro is what Valhalla is lacking right now. And as long as they are able to get that macro in play for themselves, I think that picking up a higher boosters will pay a lot more dividends, right? Especially for this composition, they have a Harif. Harif is someone that really needs some farm. If they are unable to funnel some of these lanes for Harif, then the Hayabusa gotta have to take it all. Otherwise, a lot of these goals is gonna be for nothing. A lot of these goals are just in the map and not claimed. So I find it very unfortunate. As such, Saksu, the man, the myth, the legend, the one that I've been saying all the time. Congratulations to Saksu, the MVP of this match, as I leave you guys with the highlights of game number 3 as well as its team breakdown. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again over to the fourth game between Team Max and Valhalla. We're just one match away for Team Max to make it to play-ins, and that will knock out Valhalla. And of course, the same thing as always, as long as Valhalla is able to kind of keep themselves afloat, then they are gonna be a-okay. If whether they will be a-okay or not, that is the biggest question, and we'll eventually see how that eventually works out for them. So I gotta have to say, Team Max, they have been I would like to say that they are slightly inconsistent. There are, of course, some of these game plans that is not necessary, and some of these game plans that just doesn't seem to work out, but most of it that works out is just pure micro mechanics. As long as they're able to play well within of these team fights and find their way to find the main important players, the position 1 players, the position 2 players, and play into their main plan, such as play front to back, take down the frontliners first, and then move your way back to the move your ways to the anchor, and then move to the mages, and then the marksmen. But every now and then there will always be random occurrences that strays away from the main way of playing, such as the fact that you have a Hayabusa, you are somehow able to assassinate one random person out of nowhere. Your game plan still follows through. You will still want to do the exact same thing, but you now will have a better advantage in moving on and winning the game from that point on. So regardless, that is the kind of situation that we have. And I'm still rooting for Valhalla. I still hope that they will be able to get themselves right out of this ditch, and look forward to them playing all 5 games against Team Max. Now, thank you so much to everyone that is on the stream right now for watching all the way from the start until now, and to all the commenters with all the kind words. Thank you for being here, and I hope that I will be seeing you guys all the way through for the next 3 days after today, right? All of the entire MPL Cambodia English broadcast will be solely casted by myself, and let's hope that I don't lose my voice too early. That's why I'm kind of bowing out a little bit earlier after every game, just so that I can kind of conserve my voice, so that I can give you guys a better commentary over the next few days, so I don't, not unnecessarily kill myself in that case, or rather kill my throat in this case. So we do have the counter timer that has ran out. That also means that we are gonna be jumping into game number 4, coming in very, very darn soon. Now, of course, we talked about Cellcard, we talked about Infinix. I haven't really quite talked about Legend Cinema at all, because right now, whatever that we have is an absolute cinema. You can, of course, extend your MPL experience beyond the arena with Legend Cinema, as you will be able to enjoy the latest blockbuster movies, savor delicious food, and relax in their spacious screening halls with wide, comfortable seating. And in fact, there is an exclusive offer for MPL fans where you will be able to show your support and instantly receive a 10% discount on all ticket types. This special offer This special offer applies to all tickets purchased, and tickets will be available for purchase on the Legend Cinema app and website starting next week. So make sure you guys head on over and download their app, Legend Cinema app. Or if you are too lazy for that, you can boot up their website and you'll be able to, kind of do your jazz. Legend Cinema. For those people that doesn't know, Legend Cinema is www.legend.com.kh. So check them out and get yourself your 10% off. Alright, so we've got almost all the bands out already. We've got the Granger, Baxia, Arif. Arif's band out this time. Lancelot as well as Grog. Juicin is still currently available so far. Whenever Valhalla seems to play in first pick, first band, they generally like to play B2 Hayabusa, if I recall correctly.
The equilibrium.
Well, this is either gonna be a CC pick for Team Max. They don't seem to prioritize that Yusujin that much. So with CC currently open, I think that is probably gonna be the game plan for Team Max. Let's pop it out with CC. It's a very safe XP laner to be able to gonna destroy whoever's gonna go into the XP lane. There we go. So because Lancelot has already been taken away, there is a probability that Valhalla will go for either the Hayabusa or go ahead with the Yusujin. But I think that we haven't seen... I think we've seen Shema play a single Yusujin, right? So Kimi Yusujin will always be a pretty deadly combination if you want to go for triple marksman kind of thing. But I think the problem is very tanky front lines. I think Team Max is really good at stretching out their heroes and just doing crazy stuff. Just literally jumping right into your face. So with the Gato Kacha, as well as the Kimi, this doesn't necessarily show us anything as of yet. Hayabusa and Yusujin still available. If anything, I think that Hayabusa would be the more important pick here for of Lancelot now. Or maybe just leave the jungle pick for later on, for second phase. You have the XP laner. You will want a mid and a Roma perhaps here. Yeah, perhaps just pick a mid and a Roma. There we go. Fossa and a Hylos. Okay, that's a good start. So they do have they do have high ground. They do have a shredder. They also do have a very tanky wall. Hylos is quite literally the wall of Ba Sing Se. Kinda tough to take it down. But that also means that Valhalla will probably want to pick up some heroes that allows them to shred. The possibility of Xbox jungle is possible. Not anymore. They're going to go for the Hayabusa indeed. So the shred needs to come in from the XP lane or the gold lane. It will take too long to try to bring this bad boy down. They need some burst damage in there. Either shred or burst. Yuzhong is not quite enough. However, Yuzhong can still be a pretty good pick going up against that Farsa. A little bit slow, but it's still an answer.
Sir, what's your command? Your team is banning.
Looking out for Valhalla. They require a XP laner and a gold laner. I think burst heroes is probably a problem. I think a Lap ban would work out.
Your team is
Esmeralda. Okay. They still prio CC? Yes, Elden Lord. They still prio CC. CC is not that bad of a prio. It's a very safe pick. So I still can understand where they're getting into. Banning junglers is probably gonna be the way to go. Honestly, I'll just ban the Yusujin, buddy. I'll honestly just ban the Yusujin, but they don't mind ban the Yusujin at all. They actually don't mind leaking Yusujin over to the opponent's drafts. Final ban for the side of Team Max. Probably just ban the Xbox here.
Your
Yeah, there we
team
go.
is picking.
This is a pick for them. Ruby is available. Lapu is available as well.
Your team is picking.
Huh. Not a big fan of that pick, not gonna lie. Not a very big fan of that pick. Now we're down to the jungler. It's either Yusujin or, if they would like to play late game, Ling. Because right now, for the side of Valhalla, they don't really have an answer to Ling. And Ling generally goes neck and neck with a Hayabusa, all the way from the start of the late stages. Akai! Okay! So Max really likes to play very tanky frontline kind of thing. They will want to just jump over to the opponents, and they would just want to do whatever that they can to just collapse over to the opponents, giving them no time to think, no space at all to play around. The X factor for Valhalla. What are you looking for? I can't help but think that it's just going to be a standard Lapu or a Ruby pick. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Final second pick is Lapu.
And
Yeah.
it will soon be your burial ground.
Okay, it's nothing too crazy. We don't have anything too crazy from both teams. Although I gotta have to say, I think that this is the first appearance of Alert in the play-ins. So I'm looking forward to see what Team Max have got in store for us. They have very good team fight potential when it comes down to the Alert's final slash. Good ways of displacing opponents. They have many ways to displace opponents, right? Alert's final slash, the heavy spin from the Akai. They have a Shred coming in from CC to really be able to deal with that Uranus as well as the Gatokacha, perhaps even to the Lapu Lapu. So regardless, I think that Team Max is the one that does have a very good lineup. Valhalla is lacking of burst damage. And I think that the lack of burst damage is what is going to bring them down for being unable to take heroes such as the Hylos down instantaneously when he can heal these kind of HP back. They can shred a little bit, mind you. They can shred a little bit, but nothing too crazy. That's my problem. Naja takes time to pop off. And in fact, I like Naja to play heroes that are a lot more early game centric, such as the Yves, that kind of stuff. It's definitely a lot stronger on that note. And right off the bat, Team Max have already cleared out the mid lane. And right after clearing the mid lanes, here it is, just showing himself down to the bottom lane and just doing a little bit of that small amount of influences. Heading right into the opponent's jungle. This is interesting. They're trying to go fast, and indeed, they did go fast. Jamar steals the purple buff away from Team Max now. So double purple buff for the side of Jamar. And now he also does have a little bit of the priority and the ease of being able to take his own orange buff. So Team Max, without a doubt, they are far behind. At least for Sakzu, he is far behind. There's not much that he will be able to do in the first total fight. And even by the time he reaches level 4, I think that Hayabusa is well over level 5. So totals for the first 3 minutes, 4 minutes is definitely going to go over to the side of Valhalla. Valhalla has got a good start. Amazing start, as a matter of fact. This is the problem about switching your mid laner down to the bottom lane a little bit too fast. That was a little bit too fast from Bimo to just run away. When your jungler is an Akai, Akai is a lot slower when it comes down to taking down his own creep cat. So I think that that's a very big mistake from Team Max there. So right now, level 3 doesn't even have his ultimate. He has to wait it out until that he's finally be able to. Now, he does have his orange buff available, but this is also just going to be Valhalla trying to play fast. they can have an opportunity to kind of go for more steals, which indeed they did. They took Ricky down. And they're looking for more. A quick flicker from inside the BMO ensures that he's not going to be pulled right into the Traction Pulse. I think that's an amazing trade. Traction Pulse for a flicker. There's a Roman that finally hit level 4. For the meantime, Sakzu is still taking his sweet time to get himself to his level 5, while Shamar is already at level 6. He can finally take his bubble buff now, though. With a 1300 gold over to Team Max, 1800 gold to Shamar. I think this is a big win for Valhalla. This ramp should suffice them to go all the way to well around 10 minutes. That ramp should work out under 10 minutes. So looking at Team Max, I think they are a lot more of a team fight skirmish team. They really need a fast start in the early stage. As such, there we go. Soul is kiting, and he's running away. But unfortunately, that's the final slash that will still put the final nail in the coffin over to him. That wasn't too bad. That was honestly not too bad, but not good enough. So Professor S right now slamming down on the secret. I don't think there's enough to actually get a kill down on the secret though, but a bunch of the members from the start of Valhalla, they don't have a lot of HP to work with. This is a very good zoning tool. This is a very good way of zoning from Team Max. Now, they finally managed to catch up just a little bit, right? Sakzu, level 6, almost to 7, while Shamar is already at level 8, close to 9. Shamar is, without a doubt, going to be the position 1 of this team. Just feed all of the farm over to him. As long as you see Shamar in the lane, he's taking all the farm. And as long as he's taking all the farms, he's going to be well ahead. And his target, or rather his opponent in terms of position 1 is... Oh, damn. I think Team Max is gonna lose this. They don't have a very suitable position 1 player. Who the hell is a position 1? BMO? That's kind of weird, isn't it? But regardless, that is gonna be a stun down. Oh, King Ares is going for all of these kiting plays. But unfortunately, he will still go down to heads. I think it's Lei. Lei gotta be the pos 1, right? Lei has to be the pos 1. But that's an XP lane CC. That means that this Arlot is damage Arlot? Is this really damage Arlot? Not a big fan of pos 1 or damage Arlot. I would much prefer to see CC do a little bit more towards the damage department, but we'll see how that goes. Heavy spin, right down the soul. My soul 2 manages to fight out of dodge. He's fine. Valhalla came in right in the nick of time, making sure to just pin him straight to the wall. And right off the bat, we've got a turtle that is going to be spawning down and over to the bottom lane. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Damage department is gonna be bad for Team Max. They need to feed BMO the key as much kills as they can. I don't know where they're pulling all these damage out from, but now Valhalla is just gonna be throwing themselves all the way right into King Ares. Takes him down almost immediately with the next one, Cypher right onto the chopping block, and now the Ogi Shadow Kill will be able to do quite a number over to start the BMO the King, as well Sakzu takes one onto the chopping block as well, leaving just BMO the Key, and down he goes! 4 men down already. Valhalla now takes the turtle to themselves and head proxy in between T2 and T3 just so that he will be able to force Lei in a more bad location. And here goes. There's a couple of slam-ins. We've got a little bit more from the side of Valhalla. But hits, flickers himself backwards. A good stun on the Saksu. HP doesn't seem very well for Saksu, but he's just going to be using his heavy spin just so they can cleanse himself, get himself right out of dodge, immobilize on the Cypher. But this upcoming wave will bring down this T1 turret. And Valhalla with 5,000 gold lead. They're now going to be pushing their advantage on over to the side of Saksu. Immobilize him once again, and Naja picks up that kill. This is tough. Team Max, they don't have an answer. They hands down do not have an answer. It takes really long for CC to be able to do anything over to that Uranus. Literally no damage from the side of Team Max.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
This is the problem about playing double fighter side lanes. Double fighter side lanes, you need to at least have an insurance policy over to the late stages, because once you hit that mid stages, you actually have got no damage at all. That's why I was hoping for a Ling. Ling at least can play as a pos 1 effectively. But the moment you put in an Akai, your team has got no damage. It's just full-on utility kind of team that doesn't do damage. You're just poking them and stunning them onto the ground. They will be happy to stay where they are because they're not going back home. You are not sending them back home. Honestly, if Team Max is able to win this, honestly, I would have no idea how they would do it. That would mean that Valhalla make very big mistakes. Like, massive mistakes. But I cannot imagine just how big the mistake gotta have to be in order for Team Max to win this, right? Because the only reasonable damage that they can deal is, like, burst damage is gonna be the Feathered Airstrike. The moment you don't have a Feathered Airstrike, then you don't have damage. As such, now the Feathered Airstrike on the 2-person, Soul jumps all the way to the back, but Bimo the key, you don't even care about all of that. Shamar is still gonna be hovering right around the Lord's Pit. He's just gonna be putting himself right back into the fight with the Ogi Shadow kill, picked up a double kill on the both Saksu. Oh, a lot of people are just dropping heads. King Ares, the next one down. And Bimo the key, the only one remaining for the team. And just as suspected, they only managed to bring Secret down. And the Lord goes over to Valhalla. That is a tough one. That is a tough game. Bimo the Key was forced to use Wings by Wings, and that was just opportunity for Shamar. He doesn't have a lot of HP coming into that fight, but the moment he finishes his Ogi Shadow kill, he's back at full HP. That's the scary part about a Hayabusa. A long-term iframe literally just phases you out of the fight, deals damage to the opponents, and come back with almost full HP or full HP just because of the items that you picked up for yourself. Those are some scary stuff, man. With the Lord that is now going to be marching from the top lane, crashing down over to the middle and the top. Middle lane is not in tandem, but we do have the Holy Defense that will pop. But unfortunately, top lane doesn't have any Holy Defense, so Valhalla should be able to take this turret completely for free. As such, a stun down on the King Ares. If anything, this is gonna be a very committal fight from Team Max. If they do want to pick up a fight, they will have to sacrifice their entire team in order to realistically be able to do anything. As hits, lands the stun down right over to the side of King Ares, but he's still fine, he's still surviving. Well, in the meantime, Secret is just gonna be thrown all the way back over to the crystal as Saksu with the heavy spin takes him down pretty easily. While all of that is happening, The T3 turret in the middle lane has found itself all the way down to a good 5% HP. Or maybe that's 10%. It looks a little bit more like 10% to me. In fact, Valhalla is kind of giving them a lot of respect. They are currently 11,000 above of Team Max. They have the damage, they have the survivability. Team Max can't do anything to them. So, it is fair. King Ares is indeed going to be the tank hero, and the CC is going to play as the damage hero. So he does have the War Axe, the Hunter Strike, and the Sea Halberd. But aside from that, that is over. Everyone else is just building tank. But even like that, Lei is still not dealing enough damage. Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how that eventually goes. As now, Lei doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. He's probably gonna go down right now. Yes, indeed. As Hits now picks himself an unstoppable spree. The only other damage dealer aside from BMO is now dead. And BMO has been completely zoned out of the fight. So now there's nothing to be stopping Valhalla. One of their other tanky men has already been taken down. As a matter of fact, Valhalla has got an entire barren wasteland over to the side of Team Max. They're just gonna be jumping themselves. Oh wait, hold on a second. Shimaya and Ninja finds himself utterly destroyed. Soul in the face of King Ares, BMO, and Saksu. He don't care about anything. He's got consecration on, but what was that damage? And now Soul's the next one dead. What the hell was that? That shouldn't have happened. But Valhalla made a mistake there. But to be fair, I do agree with that. Right? That is what I would do because I have like 11,000 ahead of the opponents. I'm surely just gonna be jumping on the opponents. But here we have yet another one of the feathered airstrike. Unfortunately, the Lord will knock BMO the key up to the air, and that is going to help Valhalla in going up to this upcoming fight. Saksu takes the Lord down, and Secret is gonna be the next one down. It's gonna be 2 men down for the side of Team Max. It doesn't really even matter that the Lord is not going over the side of Valhalla. They can just walk it right down. Top lane is pushing all the way through. King Ares is gonna be the only defender of the team. BMO the key is buying as much time as possible, but a single slam is all that's required to bring him down, leaving 1 member left. The Lord will now march in from the top lane. Valhalla don't give a damn about that. The traction pulse is gonna land, but unfortunately not gonna be pulling King Ares as of yet. It's just gonna be going for a little bit of stun and just gonna be playing around. And of course, King Ares down. Team Max down. We're going 5 games, boys. Valhalla, they found themselves at the bottom of the regular season, just close enough to make it to play-ins. They didn't win a lot of games at all. They literally didn't win a lot of games at all. And yet, they still managed to find themselves this kind of opportunity to get 2 full games away from Team Max. What kind of power standing is this? What kind of boot camp does Valhalla has for them to be able to do this well in the play-ins? You know what they say? The wolf at the top, the wolf at the top of the hill is not as hungry as the one that's climbing it. And right now, I think that Valhalla is that wolf that is climbing that hill, while Team Max is just at the top of the hill, chilling out, and we don't need damage dealers for this. Don't need damage dealers for this game, kind of thing. I'm actually a little bit disappointed at the fact that the draft went out this way. To a certain extent, I'm fine with fighter side lanes, but you need to be able to identify your damage dealers. You need to be able to identify what you are lacking of. Once you have expended that feathered airstrike, what happens next? In this case, what happens next is Lei needs to be alive. Number 1, Lei needs to be alive and dealing the damage. However, the way that CC is made is more of a bruiser, not really a finisher. So you will want to come in later into the fight in order to realistically be able to get kills and just kind of pump yourself up. So not exactly the best draft for the side of Team Max. They started off strong, but not exactly the way that I was expecting. So ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Congratulations over to Valhalla. Hits as the MVP of the team. 6 kills, 0 death, and 11 assists as the Lapu Lapu. We'll jump right in and take a look at the highlight, and I will leave you guys with that exact highlight. And of course, a little bit more of the post-game statistics that comes shortly afterwards. My name is Astrak. I shall see you guys in a short bit later for the final game of today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the final game between Team Max versus Valhalla. Understandably, this is a game that I am not expecting to see. I am hands down not expecting to see a game that goes all the way to 5 games, especially since it's Max versus Valhalla, right? Like, most of the time, all I'm just looking out for is, hey, this seems like a pretty darn good team when I'm looking at Max. And then when I look at Valhalla, I'm like, they have a lot more work to do. But I think I have to bite my... I think I have to bite myself now, because this is a good team. Whatever that they are doing, it's working. Is working well. Team Max, I don't think that this team is a very new. This is not a new team at all. You know what's funny though? At the start of the year, Jamal was with Team Max. Huh. Now that's interesting. Jamal was in Team Max before. And that was during January 2nd, where they left. I don't know, man, but this is not something that I was expecting at all. It definitely took time for them to kind of play around with. In fact, this team, they had quite a bit of reshuffling here and there. Bimo has always been here. He has been always been the one that's just gonna here all the time and all. People, I'm just looking forward to see how this game is gonna turn out. I just wonder why does Valhalla not pick Yin Sun Shin? Why do they not pick the Yin Sun Shin? That was a game where you're not forced to play the Archive. You can play the Yin Sun Shin. Regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. The final game between Team Max versus Team Valhalla. Oh boy. Here, for the final map, is gonna be Dangerous Grass. Man, now I am hungry for some action. And I'm also hungry for some Indomie! Our official instant noodle partner, Indomie. The bond between the true MLBB player and Indomie is undeniable, right? Right, everyone? You can't deny the Indomie. The perfect fuel for champions. Let's just agree to that, right? With the savory flavor of Indomie cup noodles, the taste that just keeps you coming back for more kind of thing. Honestly, no serious MLBB players can resist this perfectly satisfying snack. It's true happiness. The moment you open up the packaging seal, you smile. I smile, everyone smiles. The rich taste of Indomie cup noodles. Make sure you guys pick one up in your local supermarket or local what's that called? Any store, I guess. Any store that sells Indomie. Just go on over that. Just go over that. Get on the snack on, yeah? Get on the snack on. Okay.
Your team is picking.
So what do we have here? We have the Lancelot, Yi, Hayabusa, Baxia, CC, and the Granger that has been tossed over to the batting pool. With a pickup from the side of Valhalla, they do have the Kimi. And now we're just going to be leaving with Team Maxio, baby. Looking for 2 new picks. At this point in time, Grok is open. They can go for Grok. CC is out, so Kimi is taken away. Jusin is available. Got Clutcher is available as well. Now then you play your Yi Sun Shin. Now then you play Yi Sun Shin.
To lead the charge.
So Yi Sun Shin and Gatokacha, huh? With a response from Valhalla with that Hilda. Oh, Hilda, huh? I don't have a very good feeling about this Hilda. I don't have a good feeling about this Hilda at all, to be
Sun
completely honest.
value and me?
Your team
Oh. Oh man. We're playing aggro versus control. Why Fredrin? Why make Shima play Fredrin right now? Is Lancelot taken away? Yeah, it's taken away. They banned Lancelot and the Hayabusa? I don't like this draft from Valhalla right now. To be fair, Hilda is a pretty good answer to Farsa. Literally just run right into the face of the Farsa and just slam your skill 2. You've got knockback in some of these. So it's a direct answer to it. I don't like the Farsa pick either. What's the idea here? I must be missing something out. I am 100% missing something out. I'm doubting myself right now.
The night sky tells all. Your team is banning.
If anyone in the viewers kind of understand this, please let me know, because my opinion about this is very different, right? If your opponents have the Hilda, if you're gonna be popping up a Farsa, the Hilda would just pop skill 1 and then skill 2 in your face, and they have knockback in those. And the moment you're knocked back, you lose your entire feathered airstrike. Not only is it hard to kind of land your feathered airstrike onto a Hilda, you can't pop him unless you have a good amount of control. So you need a good anchor right next to the Farsa. Someone that is an anchor, and you can lock them down. As much as I want to see a Franco is always a very good answer if you need an anchor to stick next to your mages, to keep them safe, to literally just bite onto anyone that tries to disrupt your mage. But they already have a Gatukacha here, so they can use Gatukacha as the anchor. But that means that they need an initiator. An initiator will come in the form of Lapu-Lapu, Arlot, or Ruby. It's either one of these three. They need one of these three. They cannot lose either one of these three. They have decent damage already.
Magic is my life. Your team is
With a Herific as well. Farsa counters Kimi. I'm not too sure whether that is enough of enough of a reason to pick a Farsa into a Hilda, to be fairly honest. But Alice can initiate for the team. Honestly, I want to see a Bane from Valhalla, really. I kind of want to see a Bane from them. This is quite a comical team from Team Max. If it's comical, you can actually play Ruby. You can play your Ruby into this. Bane for late game if you really want to. They don't have someone that's that tanky in the front lines to focus and warrant a full-on marksman.
I've been waiting for too long.
But they are actually going to go for that. Okay, so they have a shred for the front lines for Alice and the Gatukacha. This is also another very comical draft from Valhalla. They're just jumping right in. This is all about jump. Lapu has CC immunity. You need to find a way to be able to catch the carry, but that also means that you need to defend your Fasa from the Hilda. So you need zone. You need to be able to zone. Yuzhong is probably my answer.
Tempest and steel. I am the divine storm.
Oh wait, hold on a second. Right. Oh. Hold. Kaja? You got a pretty good suppress. Now. Oh. Now they're not afraid of the Hilda anymore. They're not afraid of the Hilda anymore. So now the Farsa is a good pick. This single pick from some Team Max with the Kaja single-handedly just enabled the Farsa and disabled the Hilda. It makes things so much more difficult for the Hilda to just run right in over to the Farsa. But I still have the issue of all of these farm over to Yusunshin. That's the question. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping right in over to game number 5. We'll see whether this is going to work out well for Team Valhalla or not. As such, we're jumping in. And we'll see how this works out. Let's take a look at lane priorities first. Right here in the middle lane with the Gatokacha and the Fossa, they have very fast wave clear as compared to the Hilda plus the Kimi. So this wave clear is going to be fast, right? Team Max, they should be able to get themselves out of this pretty easily. They should be able to win in the lanes and just kind of put themselves into some other lanes pretty not far. And the fact that they have a Kaja in the gold lane, the Kaja should be able to poke the carry with no issues. While the carry shouldn't do too much, the carry shouldn't do too much, the Kaja. So a little bit of trades back and forth. The poking from Kaja should win against the carry. Now the question is if whether the carry is gonna do enough against the Gato Kaja as well as the Alice. One thing that I would prefer from Valhalla is to have more forms of burst. They kind of need a little bit more burst in order to really bring down these heroes that have very strong regenerative abilities. So I still find the Valhalla probably will have a bit of problem there. However, Fasa would not have a lot of problems. So Throwaway did ask, wait, who won the draft? Honestly, it's kind of tough to say who won the draft because they play in very, very different ways. But we'll talk about that in a short bit later. As right now, we do have a Feather Airstrike just going to be popping out, coming in from the side of Beamo the Key right out. And Secret puts his face right into Beamo the Key. Exactly what I was talking about, right? Exactly what I was talking about. Just single S2 is going to knock Beamo the Key right out of his ultimate. Is massive amount of value. So I wouldn't even say that a team won a draft. This is a game whereby execution and positioning is extremely important. The main key for Team Max is that they need to play with the Farsa. The moment that the Kaja is not with the Farsa, Valhalla hands down wins the draft. Solely because of the fact that Secret, that's playing as the Hilda, has free reign. Like absolute free reign. Because aside from Kaja, no one else has instant gratification of lockdown that can stop this Hilda. This Hilda can literally just go to town exactly like that. And that's just free damage to the opponents. Absolute free damage. You do free damage to the Yusunshin. You do free damage to Cypher, to King Ares. He is that... Oh, he is that burst damage. As such, there we go. Divine Judgment. Is it Divine Judgment again? I forgot. Divine Intervention. Divine... Damn it! Sometimes I just keep getting confused when it comes down to his ultimate and Sylvanas' ultimate. What's that called again? Oh man, I can't exactly remember anything at this point in time. Divine Judgment. Oh, it's actually Divine Judgment. Okay. At this point in time, it's gonna be looking at the fact that Team Max is just gonna be going straight out for a fight. While in the meantime, Valhalla is just gonna be putting themselves right into the face of Team Max. We do have Bimo the key that is completely safe and sound for now. Heads will now go down together with Secret. And now Team Max, they are on a pretty good run. As such, Saksu takes the turtle down from the opponent's hand. We're 5 minutes into this game. Now, I do see someone mentioned that all five players can dive versus carry, right? So is gonna be a tough game for carry, right? Technically speaking, yes, but no, because carry does have good capability. If anyone that were to dive, or rather, if Valhalla were to dive the opponents, he does have quite a bit of dashes that can catch up or to run away. Team Max, in terms of diving potential, Lei generally wants to flicker on forward to catch onto Soul. Savannah's ultimate is Imperial Justice, but I don't know why I keep on thinking the same thing. But regardless, oh, the AOG from the side of Cypher is just going to be jumping right in, only for him to eat up all of those damage. Soul is going to town! As now Shamar is also going to be getting that kill down over King Ares. A bit of a good trade, I would say. For the side of Valhalla, pretty good trade. They lost a pos 5, while they pick up a pos 5 and a pos 4. That's value. That is value right there. Not much of a snowball yet. It's 6 minutes and 30 seconds. We got Lei, Cypher, and King Ares down at the top. Lei does not have his Divine Judgment though, so you gotta have to really look out for that possibility for now. Well, I did say this is like literally 3 damage from Secret. It does have like the first damage, but it's not that bursty enough that TOR is gonna be landing on 2. Soul is just gonna be pumping right up, and he's going to be going to town. Flickers on forward, gets a kill down over to Lei. As they continue on forward, the next one is going to be King Ares, but he will be able to get himself away until Shamar comes in. It doesn't seem like the Appraisal's Wrap is gonna be dealing enough damage, but they will still do damage because of Naja. Now the next one is gonna be Bimo the Key. Double kill, and the T1 turret taking the opponent down. Oh, boy. That's good game. That is good games for now. This one in time is just going to go straight forward. The TOR is still going to be landing on 2. Bimo the Grey opens up the when it comes down to the fact that Airstrike, Cat is not going to stay alive from all of that. The rest of the members from the side of Valhalla, they're still going to be hooked up together. They're looking to push the rest of the members of Team Max away. But alas, that's not going to work out for them. Only to a certain extent, I gotta have to say. Only to a certain extent. Soul, 3 turret over bottom lane. It's 8 minutes and 30 seconds. We already have 3 turrets taken down from the side of Valhalla. They also did manage to take down that mid lane turret. So that is some crazy stuff already, right? middle, top, and bottom, all of these T1 turrets are already down. So with all of these turrets already down, this is just going to make things even like way better. Team Max doesn't have a proper way to kind of fight back against this. Cypher will get away. 3 damage off of Secret. Second pulse does land. They're just gonna be focusing on everything onto the side of Cypher, but he's surviving! But a little bit too much for him to handle. Still a little bit too much for them to handle. Do note that the catch potential from the side of Team Max is all about the Kaja. The Kaja needs to be with Bimo the Key. He still needs to be with Bimo the Key. The Lord goes down to the hands of Valhalla. With 5,000 gold lead. Team Max now, they don't really have a very good idea how they want to play around with this. They're currently at a really difficult point. There's now Secret puts himself right into the face of King Ares. Unfortunately, the Appraiser's Wrath just did not manage to land. Didn't do too much for now. But they should be able to slowly but very surely get their way across. Like literally very slowly and very surely. Now the push down down to the bottom lane. The Feathered Aspect opens. But it's not gonna do anything because Secret can't just slide past the turrets like that. The turret is only left just a sliver of HP, while in the meantime Team Max are just gonna be putting themselves and collapsing down over to the side of Valhalla. Valhalla with only 3 members left! 2 for 2! Just gonna be left with 3 members of each side! Good defense from Team Max. Gotta give it to them. They still can make it. But they don't have the damage dealer for now because Sakzu is dead. Cypher tries to clear up the waves as much as possible. Bimo the Key opens up when it comes down to Feathered Airstrike. However, as I said before, Secret can literally just cancel that as much as possible. As such, they already have 1 person down, and that is going to be Bimo the Key himself. King Ares is back. But they have already lost substantial amount. And that is going to be the T3 turret all the way down to the bottom. Matter of fact, Team Max, they are 7,000 behind, but this is definitely not over just yet. It's not over until the gate, until the throne goes down. We got 10,000 gold in favor for the carry. 10,000 gold for the carry. It's so far ahead. It's just melting everyone down. It's just literally melting everyone down for now. It's 13 minutes in. Team Max, you're gonna have to play it slow. They're looking for the opportunity now as well. We're now all the way down to the ultimate stare down. Shama is just looking for opportunities and potentials. Secret is back in this game. He's just looking for situations as to where Bimo the Key is. Already used up all of his S2s. But nothing that is too big of a problem for now, as now it's just gonna be the Divine Judgment down over to one person as such. Shema has already been taken down as such, taking King Ares. Get himself the kill. Secret over to the side of King Ares. So we are just looking at 1-for-1 trade, 1-for-2 trade, 1-for-3 trade, 2-for-3. They are literally just gonna be collapsing down on everyone. Valhalla! They're almost there! They're almost back to players, but what of that sucks too? He's still surviving, and I think that this is gonna be tough, man. He's gonna go for the stun. However, misses on the stun. He goes in for a little bit more on the ultimate. Saksu with just a split of HP. He goes down, immortality down as well. And now, Saksu single-handedly saves the game. The man, the myth, the legend does the absolute impossible. All alone. That could have been game over for the side of Valhalla. That was hands down could have been a game over. But Saksu 1v3 did it all and made it possible. And now the Lord is going to be fighting for the side of Team Max right now. Well, Cypher AOGs to get himself right out of that to ensure that no one will continue to be cycled in. The Lord will now be marching in from... Seems like it's at bottom lane or the top lane, actually. Yep, bottom lane. He's gonna be marching down to the bottom lane now. Solely gonna be a tough one. Team Max, they are going crazy at this point. We do have the Divine Judgment that's already been used right now on the Secret. We will be able to bring him down at this point in time. As such, Team Max, oh, 3-man traction pulse! Valhalla, they can still fight back here. There is still a possibility. There's 4 men here. And they have damage. They have soul. Look out for soul. He's the main damage dealer here.
Blue team turret has been destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed.
If Team Max were to win this, Saksu single-handedly carried his team into the playoffs. And right now, this is a tough thing to see. This is a tough game to watch because Valhalla was literally right at the door, about to open the door, while the door of death opens for the side of Shema. This is going to be immediately taken down after the Divine Judgment. While in the meantime, Bimo does not have the offensive aspect already. Hence, it's just going to be 1v4. If it put Bimo all the way down to his low HP, hence will still go down. Secret hoping that he will be able to join into the team fight a little bit more, but we already lost 2 persons for the side of Valhalla. As such, Team Max with 4 versus 3 is completely wide and open from top, middle, and the bottom lane. Traction pulse misses. New wave marching in. As now yet another. Oh, what was that, Team Max? He's just gonna let his soul. He flickers all forward. But Valhalla, they are unable to stay and keep themselves in the playoffs. What a result! What a travesty! Oh man! This has got to be the most difficult game to watch. Most difficult game to play for Valhalla. Valhalla did whatever that it could. They were confident in this game. To be honest, it is as expected for Max to make it to the playoffs. But slowly as the games played out, I'm rooting for Valhalla. They were all the way at the bottom of the regular season. And they found the spark. They found wins. And they exploited Max's draft. There were, of course, times where Max's draft is just not so good. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it for me. My name's Abstract. That's day number 1. That's it for me. I'll see you guys tomorrow while we pass the microphone over and the time over to the host, over to the stage. Commiserations over to Valhalla.
ជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតគឺមិនអាចបន្តទៅនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកទៀតបានទេតោះចឹងសម្រាប់មានពាក្យពេចន៍អីបដិញ្ញាទៅកាន់ fan របស់យើងសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះផងដែរ
ខ្ញុំពិតជាសុំទោសទៅកាន់អ្នកនរគ្នាមែនតើដែលពួកខ្ញុំចាញ់ថ្ងៃនេះបង
អូខេចឹងឥឡូវនេះគឺយើងបានដឹងហើយថាយើងអាចបានទៅប្រកួតបន្តទៀតទេអញ្ចឹងយើងមានអីបដិញ្ញាសម្រាប់ fan របស់យើងនៅទីនេះបន្តតែម្ដងដើម្បីរដូវកាលក្រោយយើងនឹងធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អជាងនឹងទៀតមានអីបដិញ្ញាសម្រាប់ពួកគាត់អត់
season ក្រោយយើងលើកពានយក
អូ season ក្រោយនឹងបដិញ្ញាលើកពានជូនទៅកាន់ fan របស់យើងតែម្ដងសូមស្នែងហៅទៅកាន់ team Valhalla មួយមកមានតែប៉ុណ្្នឹងឯណោះមានចង់និយាយបន្ថែមទៀតអត់
ពី season game 5តំណាងដែល lucky មែន
អូខេជូនពរសំណាងល្អនៅរដូវកាលក្រោយណាសម្រាប់ team Valhalla ទាំងអស់គ្នាជូនពរសំណាងល្អដល់ការក្រោយអរគុណច្រើនអាចទៅសម្រាប់បានអរគុណចាជួយរួមសុំតាមមែនតើដល់ការ team Valhalla ដែលគាត់ថ្ងៃនេះគឺមកបន្តនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកទេចាឥឡូវនេះក៏សូមមកបោះសាទរទៅកាន់ team Mag ធ្វើបានល្អមែនតើជាមួយលទ្ធផល3-2ផងដែរ Wow game អាចធ្វើការ comeback ត្រឡប់មកវិញជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតអាចបន្តនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកបន្តទៅប៉ះជាមួយនឹង CU Gaming តែម្ដងតោះមិនដែរចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ថ្ងៃនេះយើងលេងតែរហូតដល់ទៅ game 5
សម្រាប់ game 5ទី1យើងមានការ miss com ច្រើនការនិយាយគ្នាឡើងល្ច្រើនប៉ុន្តែអត់អីទេដូចខ្ញុំនិយាយអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ team មួយ Valhalla មានន័យថាដែរអញ្ចឹង season មុនមាន Bimo លួចលត់ season នេះមានសាក់ស៊ូទប់ផ្ទះ Wow សាក់ស៊ូតាសុំសាក់ស៊ូមិញគឺថាយើងបន្ថយឲ្យបន្ថត់ញឹកខ្លាំងមែនតើប៉ុន្តែយើងធ្វើបានល្អអាចឲ្យ game នេះ comeback បានសម្រាប់ចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍កន្លែងមិញតិចបានទេមិនបងភ័យតែបើគេងងវិញមានអត់លេងអីវិញលេងអីវិញអត់ពេលហ្នឹងមានអារម្មណ៍ថាបាត់ភ័ក្ររបស់យើងនៅក្នុង team របស់យើងហ្នឹងក៏ស្រែកថាម៉េចមានស្រែកអត់ថាម៉េចអីអត់ក៏ស្រែកថាម៉េចខ្ញុំនិយាយត្រង់ពេលហ្នឹងគ្រាន់តែងាប់ខ្ញុំហើយឃើញអាសាក់ទៅផ្ទះម្នាក់ឯងខ្ញុំតម្លាក់ទូរស័ព្ទបិទចោលបាត់ឯហ្នឹងអូខ្ញុំទៅដៃចាដល់ពេលពងធ្វើដៃអញ្ចឹងដល់ពេលអាឡៃស្រែកប្រាប់អត់តាន់ដាច់ទេទៅបានខ្ញុំមើលទៅថាទៅបានអូនិយាយទៅគឺថាសំណាងខ្លាំងមែនតើនិយាយទៅថ្ងៃនេះគឺសាស៊ូធ្វើបានល្អជាមួយនឹងការ comeback game មកវិញណោះអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃស្អែកយើងត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង CU Gaming ហើយដូចដឹងអញ្ចឹងយើងក៏ជាជើងឯករងដែរណោះចឹងស្អែកយើងក៏ប៉ះជាមួយនឹងជើងឯកនៅក្នុងរដូវកាលមុននេះគ្នាមានអីចង់និយាយខ្លះអត់ដូចសម្រាប់និយាយអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ការប៉ះ CU ថ្ងៃស្អែកគោលចំហខ្ញុំអីដែលខ្ញុំចង់បានគឺតាំងពីមុន play off មកគឺខ្ញុំថាចង់ប៉ះ CU មូលហេតុខ្ញុំចង់សងសឹក CU ដោយសារ season មុនខ្ញុំចាញ់គាត់អញ្ចឹងទោះបីជាលទ្ធផលមិនក៏ដោយបើថាសងសឹកបានគឺខ្ញុំព្រូខ្លួនឯងតែបើសងសឹកមិនបាននឹងព្យាយាមបន្ថែមតទៀតអូខេអញ្ចឹងជួបពោះស្នាល្អដល់អ្នកសូមសំណាងហៅទៅកាន់ team Mag មួយទៀតមកជួបពោះស្នាល្អដល់អ្នកគ្នានៅថ្ងៃស្អែកណាអូខេអញ្ចឹងក៏សូមផ្ដល់ទូរីជូនដល់ caster យើងបងវិញទាំងអស់គ្នា
តែអូន Bimo នេះចេះលេងខ្លួនឯងបើសងសឹកបានខ្ញុំខ្លាំងបើសងសឹកមិនបានខ្ញុំមានប្រូសងសឹកម្ដងទៀតបាទផ្លេយរស់បាទកូនប្រុសសងសឹក10ឆ្នាំក៏មិនតាន់ហូបពេលMVP player គឺបានទៅលើសាក់ស៊ូអើយតាខ្ញុំដូចខ្ញុំនិយាយអញ្ចឹងតម្លាក់กระดาษកុងត្រាសញ្ញាថែម2ឆ្នាំទៀតបាទកុំភ្លេចឡើងប្រាក់ខែផងបាទអូមកឈុតមិញហ្នឹងស៊ីលុយឆ្ងាញ់ហេ1ទល់នឹង3បាទកន្លែងមិញគឺដឹងតាคลิปច្រើនខ្លាំងមែនទែនហ្មងបាទជាកន្លែងដែលវិបដិសេរីខ្លាំងមែនទែនសម្រាប់ Valhalla ទាំងក្រុមតែម្ដងបាទអញ្ចឹងនេះគឺជាវីដេអូ highlight នៅក្នុងហ្គេមទី5នៅ early បាទយើងមើលទៅនេះគឺសម្រាប់ team គឺគាត់ព្យាយាម commit ໄວប៉ុន្តែទាំងដែលការប្រើ skill មានអារម្មណ៍ថាអត់ symmetry គ្នាហ្មងមួយទៅឆ្វេងមួយទៅស្ដាំបាទចោលម្នាក់ម្ដងអត់មានចេញកម្បោហើយសូល damage ពេញបឹបខ្ញុំនិយាយមែនខ្ញុំឃើញគាត់តែឃើញការីផសូលខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាស្រាវការីផសូលមកទោះជាពិបាកលេងក៏ប៉ិតមែនប៉ុន្តែ Dangerous Grass ចង់ពួនទៅលើចាប់សូលនេះ Secret ដើរពេញ map ឲ្យចាប់យកហ្មងបាទកន្លែងហ្នឹងចាប់ដើម fail ហើយទៅហើយកន្លែងហ្នឹងដាច់4ចាប់ដើមទៅហ្នឹងអត់មានបានឃើញរូបភាពទេអត់មានឃើញរូបភាពណាមួយហ្គេម5ហ្នឹងគឺអត់មានកម្បោយកហ្មងនេះកន្លែងដែលទីវាយចុងក្រោយហ្នឹងបាទអាហ្នឹងហើយកន្លែងហ្នឹងហីអស់ហើយឡាយតែ1បាយ3នេះអូអត់មានគីមីហៀលដែរសាកស៊ូ perform តែមកឈាមតិចមើលសូលទៅចូលឈ្មោះទៅអីឃើញអត់បើគាត់នៅតែពីក្រោយមួយសិនមកតែអា damage late game ទីសិនយល់តែមិនបើសិនជាអត់ដាច់សូលទេអត់ដាច់សូលទេខ្ញុំគាត់ថាពិបាកសំខាន់នោះលោកតឲ្យធីមនោះទិញបិទ2បាទជីវិត2ជុំយ៉ា
mà chốt mấy lan thì hai giang chọn cả cho bay rồi
bà cồn pi
bà mùi vậy bì
ôi đánh thay vậy
cầm bắt tư bởi dân mơ replay mấy còn mò ya anh nhìn bên hai mình chỉ cầm hot bắt số còn một tay chơi tàn áo qua đây nó phải là con rót tới ọ sợ cho mình nua
tăng vậy thay chạy đại xe chia game thì prem
bà chẳng gì hai đái
bà riêng hai đái bay tô lòng mối bà khơi